Well, good evening, everyone. Happy Friday, August 8th, 2025, second week of August, nearing the end of the summer, nearing the return to the school year, the football season, and all the above. Hopefully the audio is coming in fine. If not, then we'll just mess with the buttons a little bit and see if we can't figure it out. But we're here. How was your week, everyone? Hopefully everyone had a wonderful week. I know that there's been a whole lot happening in the news. Oh no, no one can see me. Why can't they see the Rob? Huh. Blank screen. How do I fix that? Can you guys hear me? Let's try that. There I am. I didn't know I went anywhere. Weird. Audio delay, blank screen, all of the above. Let's do this. Very blurry. Let's do this. Let's see if we can't figure out what's going on. Let's see what we have going on, because why would things work properly? And lag time. Look at all that. Hang on. I'm trying to fix it, folks. Give me a few moments and I will get to it. Promise you that we can figure this out. We can figure this out. Let's see what we've got doing. We are going to do the things and figure out I'm afraid to jump in and jump out, because if I do that, I'm concerned that I will get yeeted. But I suppose that we're going to have to do that anyways, right? I think so. We're going to have to do that anyways. All right. Hopefully that's a little bit better. And hopefully that works. So hopefully the delay wasn't too long and that we're back and running and working as we should be. Looks like we have not lost the live. We are still, in fact, live. I have no idea why that happened or what occurred, but it did. We're back. There we go. Look, chat's chiming in saying better all around. Good. Glad we're all better. Wonderful. Well, good. Friday's off to the perfect start. The exact same start that we get every single Friday, which is some form of technical delay, Rob running late, some combination of those two. And then at some point, we'll get to the stories we need to talk about, right? Right. That's exactly what we'll do. So cheers to all of you. We've got a lot to cover this weekend, or this week. It is the week. It's the weekend now, including some really funny stories. But how are we doing with chat this evening? All of you guys, just everyone's saying, oh, I can hear you. Yeah. We're all there. We are all there indeed. Just looking in the backstage here to see what the hell is going on. Because, why would things work appropriately? Ever. It'd be lovely if it wouldn't it? Just phenomenal. Lady Draconis, anyone drinking Celsius this week? I went to the store. Following up on the story from last week, I went to the store this week. I went to two Giants near me, and I actually went down, and for the first time in my entire life, I went and checked the lot numbers on these stupid cases to try and find the magical Celsius cases or the magical high noon cases that had the Celsius. In trying to explain this story to my friends after last week's live stream, for those of you who do not know, there was a recall that was issued recalling cases of high noon because apparently cans of Celsius got mixed in, or empty cans got filled with high noon and put in that case. It's limited in lot distribution, so I went to every single store I could find to try and find these because I wanted very much in my life to have a Celsius can that was actually filled with some alcoholic beverage. I don't know why, but I did. I mean, reasons, but it is what it is. Couldn't find it. Just couldn't find it. I was very frustrated. Honestly, I don't think high noon moves off the shelf as fast as I expected it did or would, because all of the lot numbers that were in my store showed like March and April instead of the July. I needed the July lot numbers. That didn't work out as it was. Oh, you guys heard Leo. Oh, that means the gain is picking up everything this evening. Great. Wonderful. I will try to be extra cautious with what I say and don't say. That's very frustrating. That's not that. We've got a new trial that we're covering this week. Brand new trial. And I didn't think I was going to cover it. I didn't know if I'd be interested in it. I had no clue what was going to happen with it. And I started watching it around day 3. And after watching it around day 3, my brain was very confused because I didn't understand what I was hearing and it didn't seem to make sense. I was wondering why we were there. And then I decided, why not go back to the beginning and watch the opening statements? And I did that. And I was, there are TV shows that we see on the screen, streaming service, television, CSI. What's another good one? Well, there's CSI, there was CSI Miami, Las Vegas, all those CSIs. Then there was, what's the one with Agent Gibbs? What am I trying to think of here? Naval Investigator. What's that? It was on forever. Built a boat. It's honestly Mischief Manager's like favorite show, so I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for not remembering this. NCIS. Yes, NCIS. And you've seen these shows and you wonder and you look at them, you go, there's no way that real life is like this, right? There's no way that something is discovered and there's actually like big dramatic music that says dun, dun, dun. And then there couldn't possibly be some like backstory of an individual that's lurking behind the scenes, some nefarious character that's possibly doing these things, threatening, someone hiding from a money judgment, making certain things up, a disappearing spouse. But apparently it's real. I did not understand. So this week we're going to go to Chatham County and we are going to, we're going to get caught up a little bit on a case that I know that Recovery Addict has been covering. And I know that Sandy, our mod, is very interested in. And I'm going to subject all of you without any precursor, none. I'm not going to give you any preview of what the case is about. I'm just going to play the opening statements. I'm not going to do the nice thing of let's go through the indictment and let's explain everything that's going on. I'm not going to give you the backstory of the case. I'm not going to try to explain anything at all because I want you, all of you in the chat, and no spoilers, all of you in the chat, I want you to watch this opening statement as if you were the jury that was first impaneled and hearing all of these things for the very first time. And then we're going to actually process like what's taking place in this trial. Because it was, it is something else. And the wild thing about it is the case has a significant amount of overlap with Northern Virginia. So it is throwing me for a loop. It really is. But we've got a couple of quick stories to cover before we get that. And we will get into the swing of things as soon as we can. Oh no. Oh gosh. Because when I got kicked out, I actually lost previous super chats. Oh crap. Hang on. When I was having those, I'm scrolling to the very, very top, see if I can actually find them. Oh, this might be a disaster. It is exactly that. It is a disaster. Oh, this is so frustrating. All right, I'm gonna go to this. Let me see if I can't find it on the actual YouTube side, because there were chats that came in, and I'm not going to be disrespectful and just fly by those. Mute this tab, and I won't be able to pull it up on the screen, but hopefully I'll be able to see it within the chat box that's on. What is that? Give me a moment, guys. Sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Sorry. Okay, there we go. I found it. All right. It was a chat that I found from Stepan Nova. Need a little distraction. I had daughters in PD in the middle of the CDC Emory incident today. By the way, I'm Bop It. I can see you, Stepan Nova, and I saw the little avatar of Bop It. Hearts and prayers are going out to everyone that was involved at the incident Emory today. There was a active situation that I think has since been handled via law enforcement. So prayers to all of you who are involved or ancillary to that. I think that was the only one that I had to scroll back and grab from before the stream started, because the next one gets to here. Catlin J. Shoot, getting ready for Special Olympics bowling regional tournament tomorrow, then off to state championships for softball next month. First year we made it to the state for softball. Archie, Rob, and the FNF crew, congratulations on the success. Hopefully continued success in the state championships. Way to go. Love that you're doing that. Sandy gifted 20 memberships. Thank you very much, Sandy. You pointed me to this story, so don't gift memberships. We're talking about this story first. Baby Steps 22 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Freddie 3D, glad to see you. Rob, glad to see you too. Freddie 3D. Patty Thomas, 26 months. You've been a member for 26 months. Yes, you have. And thank you for all 26 of them. XCDA, glad to be here tonight for as long as I can make it. LOL. Glad to have you here. Hopefully you're feeling okay. All right. Before the chat starts going wild about the screen names versus the designated names, that is a YouTube thing. I cannot control that. I can't control the handles. YouTube rolled out some policy where, I don't know, they're trying to combat harassment. So in the chat, if you notice that your handle is not the same as it always has been, I cannot control that from my side of the screen here. Oh no, I put my microphone inside a tiny can of Celsius. What's the reverb? Oh no, reverb. Well, then I will ask Ian and EDB how to do it, because I am not gonna minimize my own intelligence. I'm not bright, very tech savvy. I just don't have the time to do all the research and what I have to do with that. So we're going to see if we can't fix some of the reverb issue that people are reporting. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's get rid of that. Maybe that will mess with it, but who knows? I don't know why it is always doing. Oh, I see what the issue is. I have figured it out. Hang on. Let's try that. That should hopefully every freaking time. Every time. It does not matter. It goes without fail. Every time. I hate technology. We're going to do that. There we go. So hopefully, please just work. I just need you to work. Because first it was just the struggle sesh of, am I on screen? Am I off screen? Then it became reverb issue, which I'm now hearing. What the bleep? Let's try this. Wow. You know what's really cool? The roadcaster that's right in front of you is making noise and it shouldn't be. This is so much fun, guys. I know you love this as much as I do. I am enjoying every second of not being able to do this properly. So maybe it's just that I'm hearing it. I don't know. I don't really care about it. Volume good. Volume good. Everyone's saying volume good. No one touch it. No one touch it. I'm not going to touch it. I've walked away. I've taken my fingers off. No buttons. No nothing. Hands are off. Whatever I did gave the best sound. What was this? No. I think, what was the problem? No. It was someone said something funny. I wanted to pull it up. Whatever you just did gave the best sound we've had in weeks. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did. I'm not touching it though. I've left it exactly where it is. No more buttons will be pressed. Nothing will be touched. We are just going to rock with what we have right now. And I don't care if I hear a reverb or not. We're just going to have fun with it. Right? That's how we're going to do it. You heard a bark. Yes, you did. You heard a bark from upstairs. God, what a nightmare. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to rock out to a couple of really short stories. Leo has opinions. He's like, Dad's downstairs talking. He shouldn't be talking unless he's talking to me and giving me pets. I'm not doing that though. Not right now because I'm on a live stream. Okay. All right. It's not just one case that we're covering today because we actually have other stories that I need to cover today because one is just a completely what the hell is happening case. And this one's going to require a bit of an explanation. So let's see if we can't. I think I can probably find this. We'll see if we can't find a news story that maybe talks about this, and we'll break this down because this is probably one of the wildest things I've seen in a long time. And the report we're going to cover. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's a developing story. We're going to actually go to WDSU News. We'll do the background report, and then we'll go to the new updated report, and we'll figure out what the hell's going on, right? Because all right, here we go. Let's go ahead and share the screen. Oh, got a swoop. Got a swoop. Got a swoop. Swoop. Okay. You guys, this is a record. I want the chat to please let the record reflect. Let the record reflect that it is 18 minutes and 39 seconds into this live stream, and I am already going to a story. Okay? We are focused. We are medicated. We are liquid lubricated. And we are going to our first story 20 minutes into the live stream. Here we go. Share the screen. Share screen. All right. So on our way down to New Orleans.
A new probe into dumped documents. Governor Jeff Landry is now asking the Louisiana State Police to investigate why hundreds of Orleans Parish criminal court case files were trashed in a landfill, and they want to know who was responsible for the move. WDSU's Elizabeth Kubel is live for us all new at noon with these late.
All right. So give them a little bit of context. We have the court, which maintains a lot of very important records. Very, very, very important records. And when they maintain these records, they have some serious obligations in how to protect them, how to safeguard them, how to make sure that they don't go missing, hypothetically speaking. I mean, we in Virginia, we have everything digitized immediately upon being delivered to the clerk. This would be a problem.
Breaking developments, Elizabeth.
Definitely so, Randy. And as you just spelled out right there, Governor Jeff Landry is now taking action. This is what he did just today. He sent a letter to the Louisiana State Police Superintendent ordering an investigation into those case files that were dumped into a landfill. It is hundreds of sensitive records, including files tied to rapes and capital murder cases that were accidentally.
Well, there goes the monetization. 20 minutes in, Rob. This is why you talk for 45 minutes before you start going into news course or news coverage. Okay, there we go. All right.
Thrown out and buried by city employees. And as the governor now is asking for this investigation, he did put out a statement today. I want to read part of it to you and show it to you right here on your screen as well. He says, quote, "The disposing of these case files is a disgusting abuse of power and a slap in the face to crime victims. I am also hoping that we will be hearing from some city."
You know who else is slapping the face too? The criminal defendants. This is not an inconsequential issue. I mean, what the hell? So let's see. There was another report on it. Let me pull this out for a second. Excuse me, what? did we heard that correctly. We very much heard that correctly. There's an update on the story. So let's go ahead and catch the update and then see if we can't find an article that kind of explains what the hell is going on.
Documents in New Orleans right now. Governor Jeff Landry is calling for a state police investigation.
Yeah, he wants to know why hundreds of Orleans Parish criminal court records were trashed in a landfill. WDSU reporter Elizabeth Kubel live at City Hall, where Elizabeth, city leaders responded just about an hour or so ago.
Exactly right, Travers. And they are welcoming any investigation into those dump documents, which, as we've learned today, is exactly what the governor has ordered.
Who made the final decision? Why? When? What steps were taken to get us to the point where we are today?
Those are the questions the clerk of criminal court hopes a state police investigation can uncover.
How does it get from just how this is one, this scene right here gives me massive amounts of anxiety. If these are court records and how they're maintained, I have concerns. I have very significant concerns. If we're just throwing them in the boxes that we buy at Costco, that's how we're going to do this.
After hundreds of sensitive records, including files tied to rapes and capital murder cases, were thrown out by city employees and buried in a landfill. Here is where efforts stand to recover them.
We were able to recover approximately 65 storage cases of files, along with probably 15 or so bags of loose documents.
The mayor's office wants to figure out what happened and how to. I asked the newly tapped CAO, does he think this was accidental?
I think it's accidental. All the staff, all my supervisors, and the employees knew evidence was on that site. We had 2 trailers and we got a huge building full of it. It shouldn't be there, shouldn't have been there in the first place. So we had started actively to get a new building for that type of evidence, and it's unfortunate that this happened.
The governor wants to identify those responsible.
This is a problem. This is a very, very big problem. All right, so let's see if we can't dig around a little bit and find if there's an article or anything that's breaking this down with a little more detail. Because how does this actually end up happening? Okay, so we're going to go to the U.S. News report from a couple days ago. And then we're going to go back into the governor calling for the investigation. All right, let's do this. Bring up the article. It's laziness or incompetence. Yes, exactly. The trial channel. What could be more egregious? I don't know. I don't. These are. I mean, you have Michael Proctor, who drove around with evidence in the back of his car, whatever you want to say. Hasn't turned over search warrants for 4 years in one case, all the other stuff. Pretty terrible. This is the clerk of the court. Like this is actually the actual wheels of justice. This is where you go to file the things, and the court preserves the entire record. If it's not in the court record, it never happened. This isn't just a police department. This is basically the entire judicial system dropping the ball. All right. So U.S. News report from 2 days ago, August 6th, New Orleans city workers searched landfill for mistakenly discarded court records. New Orleans clerk of court staff, I don't want to create an account. No. New Orleans clerk of court staff had been digging ankle deep through mounds of landfill trash to salvage court records that the city erroneously discarded. New Orleans clerk of court, ankle deep, massive landfill, digging through mounds of trash to salvage court records that the city erroneously discarded. As photos surfaced online, we're going to go check those out in a minute, because of course. Oh, there's photos. Wonderful. Never mind me. I'm just looking for my docs. No, that's cool. Just me back here with a bucket loader, looking for the court files that I disposed of. Absolutely insane. Staff scouring for the misplaced documents among heaps of garbage. City and state officials were outraged over the situation. I would assume so. This is unacceptable, Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill said on Wednesday in a statement. I have questions. Hey, we know someone who says that. I'm going to ask the clerk for an explanation of how this happened and just what records were dumped. See, I don't, that to me seems, yes, it's a good place to start. Ask the questions. Wonderful. Love this. Good place to start. Can we not just acknowledge this is a little more of an issue than one that just gets, we're going to ask a few questions and figure out what's going on? In the statement, the clerk of the criminal district court blasted the city for an egregious breach of responsibility and negligence of public records. All right. So we've got the Spider-Man meme of everyone pointing fingers at each other. Photos shared by the criminal clerk at the court's office showed city workers standing in debris beside an excavator and extracting tattered papers from heaps of garbage earlier this week. Lombard said that he was notified last Friday that containers housing official court documents had been relocated from trailers without his knowledge and, in at least one instance, destroyed. He blamed the Department of Public Works for moving the records and said he dispatched city employees to recover what they could. What they discovered was deeply disturbing. One entire container, filled with official court records, had been dumped into a debris field and mixed with general trash. Documents were strewn across the yard, caught in the wind, and scattered beyond the secured perimeter. Okay. Lombard said the records had been stored outside the clerk's office in trailers and containers because of long-standing absence of secure, dedicated clerk of court storage facility dating back to Hurricane Katrina in 2005. All right, so we're starting to add up. Now we're starting to figure this out. Flooding from the collapse of the city's levee system led to the destruction of thousands of criminal case files. Remember that. But here's the thing. You would have thought that this right here, you would have thought that this instance, the destruction of all these criminal case files, might have caused a whole lot of work to be done on finding a way to weatherproof or perhaps keep a digital file Lombardi took off in 2022, said he's repeatedly requested funding for a secure storage facility. The court records, many dating back to the 1950s through the 1970s. Oh, so these were archives. But still, I mean, if there's any of these that are still on appeal, I don't know that there would be, but it's pretty wild. But it included capital murder and aggravated theft cases. That's already been said already. Aggravated rape cases. New Orleans District Attorney Jason Williams, whose main role is to represent the government in criminal cases and decide whether to prosecute individuals accused of crimes, stressed the importance of proper record keeping, saying that in order to administer justice, it is vital that there is accurate maintenance of all information associated with criminal cases. I would say that that's a priority. The Promise of Justice Initiative, an organization that advocates for criminal justice reform, said that in its experience, even on a, quote, normal day, end quote, case files can be hard to obtain. I'm going to take what you say with a little bit of a grain of salt. Just a little bit. The organization emphasized that such documents represent human beings sitting inside of prisons and are a vehicle to freedom once someone has been convicted. I would say that that's a little bit. I mean, this is again, you are putting a banner over something where this is serious. We should definitely be concerned about this one. Very, very, very big problem. But of course, never waste the opportunity to jump in and jump and scream. I don't know that that's been demonstrated here. Concerning, absolutely. How did this happen? Beyond worthy of a question. The fact that the city can treat such life-saving and invaluable property with such little regard is such little care is a failure of their duty and a violation of people's rights who have the right to their information. See, of course, get the article and get the quotes from people that don't have a motivation. Working with the clerk's office and Department of Public Works to resolve the issue. How does one resolve that issue? Just curiosity. How does one resolve the issue? Like, how do you fix it? Oh, but you can't. This one reporting from today, Landry, the governor orders investigation. New Orleans court records dumped in landfill. Governor Jeff Landry is demanding answers after criminal court case files from Orleans Parish were found dumped in a landfill. Today, I sent a letter to the Louisiana State Police ordering an investigation into the Orleans Parish criminal court case files, which are dumped in a landfill, discussing abuse of power and a slap in the face to criminal victims and defendants. Don't forget them too. Like we can come at this evenly, like from both sides, and understand that it's a pretty big freaking problem. Pretty big problem. Just a little bit. Chris at MA6. We know where Proctor went on vacation. New Orleans. So there's the letter. Please complete the investigation quickly to identify these responsible and prepare the paperwork to be sent to the Attorney General so that these individuals can be prosecuted and held accountable.
Which individuals?
Please tell me you've seen this story. Have you seen this
I don't
story?
know which story you're talking about yet.
The New Orleans court documents?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you guys want to see Ian's face contort really early in the evening, like into a very, very upset look? I think we should do this. Ian's going to be very upset. He's going to be very, very mad.
I just had to pull the curtains, and I didn't want to get up, so
You used your sword. Legitimate, completely legitimate.
I mean, it works as a very good reaching stick. It's designed as a reaching stick for when you want to reach out and, hurt somebody.
Well, that's gonna make you're gonna be there in about 2.2 seconds. So we're gonna get you there.
Let me pour my wine here. Here we go.
You pour that wine. You pour that wine, and I will get to explaining. God, it's gonna be so mad. It's gonna be so mad. Oh, it's great. I can't wait. Here, we'll give you the punchline. Chris Joseph from Chris Joseph News. The Twitter These are videos of Orleans Parish criminal clerk Darren Lombard's staff digging through a landfill for court records that city employees wrongly dumped last week.
Oh, there's going to be a whole lot of cases reversed. That's the point where it's like, I would like to file an appeal because my client was, wrongfully sentenced, and prove that he wasn't, motherfuckers.
I mean, this is, yeah. So do you want to see how these records were being stored?
Was it in garbage cans? Because I'm trying to see how this happens otherwise.
Would hypothetically think that that might be the case, but I can tell you it wasn't garbage cans. It's not that horrible.
Better or worse?
It's not a whole lot better. Let's see, where was that? I had it on the U.S. News article. The destruction of case files. Katrina. I gotta find this.
I'm seeing that they often use inmate labor to do jobs around the court.
Oh, God. Could you
That
imagine?
is ridiculous to me. Then again, I kind of think that the whole inmate labor thing is kind of messed up. And they allow for a lot more inmate labor in the US than they do in Canada, because in Canada, they're basically limited to like jobs around the prison, like cleaning the floors at the prison.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they get used to clean the inmates, and they actually get compensated for it. They can opt for duty to help. Huh?
Fairly compensated?
I don't know how they get compensated, but they do get compensated for it. That's not necessarily my department. So that is how these are archived files, I think, 1950s, 1970s. But mind you, these are how the files were stored.
I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah, could be. Could be
better.
It very much could be better. Like, for example, on the outside of these boxes, you could have bright labels that would say,
do not throw out for any reason.
Do not destroy, or confidential, or hypothetically, when we store client files. Let me give you an example. When we move our client files from one office to another, we have bins that are similar to this, but there's a loop that goes from the bin itself to the top of the bin, and that loop you secure.
Oh, you mean
very
to keep
tightly,
people from like getting into it?
You zip tie it. Now, granted, these are supposed to be in a secure location.
Are you saying that's not a secure location?
No, it's not. Not from the reports that were being disseminated. So let's there we are. We're searching for court records. Yep. Awesome.
Wow.
Oh, look. There's someone's case file. So that's the story.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So are people going to jail over this?
I think people should. The Louisiana governor has directed the state police to open an investigation into all of this, and basically is asking them to prosecute whoever they can on this issue.
Good news, everybody. We've investigated ourselves and we found that nobody did anything wrong.
Yeah. God. The only hope that I have is that it is actually like this. I don't even know. We're gonna hold out a little bit of hope. A little bit of
No,
hope.
we're not.
The state investigating the county is gonna find something.
It's not how we roll here. There's no hope.
There is no hope. But the papers in question included a couple of capital murder cases, aggravated rape cases, and they were from between 1950s and 1970s. Problem is, and the governor, of course, says this is remarkably disrespectful to the victims. I'm like, wait a minute, how about the criminal defendants? Can we talk about that a second? Like,
see, nobody ever cares about the defendants, even if they might actually be innocent.
Well, of course, one of these massive entities for all judicial reform, they're one of the individuals that gets quoted in the article. And you're like, hey, come on. I know that this is an opportunity for you to ask for a lot of stuff, but maybe we don't like. They went to the person who was going to scream the very loudest. This is pretty bad, though. This is. I don't know that I've ever heard of that. I've heard of documents being destroyed in a flood. And even that leads to some pretty serious consequences.
I mean, a flood, at least you've got like a natural disaster that like, okay, maybe the documents shouldn't have been stored in the sub basement, but yeah.
Yeah, not that someone inadvertently got their hands on documents they never should have had access to. Not only did they not move them from one location to a different location, but they actually threw them in the city landfill. What a nightmare. So that one was pretty curious. And Lady Drake, I see it. The records custodian should be responsible for all the records. That's true, but the individual custodians of these records have to, at some point in time, rely on third parties when they're being stored on off-site premises. Like third parties as in other state officials or county officials.
You know what the worst part about finding out documents are stored in a sub-basement is, though?
What?
It implies the existence of a dom basement.
Too early, Ian. It's too early. It's too early. 42 minutes into this live stream. 42 minutes. I hate you. I mean, it was good, but it was 42 minutes. I was so proud of myself. I was so proud of myself for getting to a story or getting to one of the topics to be covered within 20 minutes of starting the live stream. And then within a minute and a half of starting the news coverage of this particular incident, the lady that's speaking says, included among these are several capital murder cases and aggravated rape. And I was like, well, there goes monetization. 20 minutes in. Awesome.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, that would be the first story of the evening because holy crap. That is, and yes, the files are floating amongst holy crap and regular crap.
I mean, it's a landfill. It's probably not got a lot of actual crap.
Yeah, it's probably just got junk.
That's usually not permitted to be thrown in the landfill.
I thought of something so very dark in this moment, just so dark that there could be a file for a capital murder that is now sitting next to the body that was the victim of the capital murder in the landfill, in the same landfill. Okay. All right. JD Character Girl, do I still have a P.O. box for Leo's portrait? I do. I don't check it as often, but I do. So if you're sending something, you can send it there. Thank you. Aaron Oliviat. Dang, 35 months. 35 months indeed. Thank you for being here for all 35 of those. Purple Pixie Dust 88. I've been following this on Grizzly's channel. Oh, we're gonna watch the opening statements, Ian, from the case that we were chatting about briefly. And it is a hold my beer case. It's wild. Every day's trial is crazier than the day before. It is pretty crazy. Red pen for the grapes and the demonetization. Jess Cat Lacey for the lost monetization. Hey, Ian, the chat was asking, how do I get their names restored?
I don't know.
See?
because I don't know what I did. People are saying that it's good on my channel, and I'm like, yay! And then
What did
I'm
you
like,
do?
I didn't do anything.
You're supposed to make it repeatable so that I can do it.
I didn't do anything. Like I literally now one thing that I did through my partner manager is I got them to opt me out of the leaderboard thing.
What's the leaderboard thing? I didn't even know there's a thing. It's a thing?
Yeah, there's this leaderboard that they're putting on a bunch of people's channels. And
what's that? I don't like that.
So they put it like so that people who comment more and so forth get points, and then it ranks them.
Ooh.
And I'm like,
no.
I don't want people ranked. Like this is not how things work.
I don't like that idea at all. I need to figure out how to do that. It's really annoying. See, YouTube does these things where they just roll it out and then they hide it like in an email. I don't mean to say they hide it intentionally. They probably hide it intentionally. And then all of a sudden, you are left to discover that this massive change has occurred while you're live streaming. It's really fun. It's awesome.
They don't even put it in an email. They're just like, we're going to do a new experiment. And, it's not like this is what you're doing for a living or anything. I mean, it's not my primary income, but I want it to be.
Yeah. So I will figure it out. It's not, if it is something that I can do to fix on my end of the button clicking, I will click the buttons to make the fix. But I don't know what buttons to click. If I did, I would. Just telling you that pretty candidly. Let's see. Your channel. That's funny. Apparently, I have the leaderboard in the channel too. How do I opt out of that damn thing?
I had to talk to my partner manager.
This is really frustrating. It's really stupid. I don't like this at all. I got to figure out all this other stuff. And then just bury the feature somewhere into here where I got to find it. If I can find it.
It's like a scavenger hunt.
It is, but it's not a fun one. It's not a fun one at all. Why is this? This is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. How's your week been? Tell me how your week has been.
Oh, it's been pretty good. I have had to get some legal filings in.
Oh?
Not for myself. Well, not for me as lawyer, but for me as client.
And?
So I had to... what's that?
Those are in?
Yep. I had to get some videos in to file.
Oh God! Did you have to do it in a USB or something?
No, I just provided them to the lawyer, and the lawyer will figure out the USBing and all of that stuff. That's somebody else's problem, thankfully.
Yeah, I'm still figuring this out.
I had a what do you call it? I had to actually find clips, 1 to 2 minute clips to send.
I mean, yeah,
because you can't make a judge watch
4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, I have many hour-long videos, so it's like, hey.
I mean, messages in my live chat, posts in the community, channel guidelines. All of these things are all over the place, man. It is going to be, I'm going to search for it. And the problem is I'm not going to find it. I'm going to be completely distracted. And I am already drifting down this rabbit hole. I can feel myself doing it and not paying attention to what I'm doing, because why would I? You in advanced settings, Google account information. Oh my God, I'm going to click a button. I'm going to nuke the whole channel on accident or something like that. That's the problem.
Delete
I think
channel.
they usually, delete channel. Don't do that. Don't delete channel. No deleting of channel. No, I don't want to do that. I already have that. That button's clicked. I'm not going to mess with it right now. I'm not going to mess with it right now because if I mess with it right now, I'm either going to nuke the stream or do it something stupid. I'm going to do something dumb. Yeah. So this is a tomorrow problem. It's a tomorrow problem, not for a today problem. So, getting caught up. FBI ice cream truck. Thanks for becoming a member. Very kind of you. Baby Shark for the demonetization fund. Concha the Frankfurter coming in monetization substitute, as is Scooby Williams 123. Very kind of you to try to replace the fact that monetization is most surely gone on this video. Canonical Heat 2376, otherwise known as Canonical Heat. Do the YouTubey things or get an infestation of garden gnomes. That is quite the threat. Quite the threat indeed. Oh. Sandy, you're not supposed to give me instructions while I'm live streaming because that distracts me. Because I'm now distracted. Wait.
I wouldn't know anything about being distracted.
None whatsoever. Never seen you do it. Ever in your life. Close. I don't want to do this thing. This is really going to drive me nuts. I will find it. But yes, please hit the like button, guys. We are covering a new trial today. That's relatively interesting. Canonical Heat, thank you for gifting memberships. It's very kind of you. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you very much. Very generous of you. $50 super chat. Just a little something to help with the demonetization. Thank you. That is very, very kind of you. Scott coming in and telling me they fixed mine after I complained on X. I got to do that then. I got to figure out how to do that. I will do
tag like YouTube, whatever it is.
It's YouTube Creator Studio or whatever it is. YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tag them. Scott, I'm going to go back through your Twitter feed or X feed and figure out what you wrote, and I'm going to copy the same damn thing. Ash Axiom, we can do it on our own profiles. Settings, video, audio, live chat, turn off leaderboard. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize you could do that. Like I said, it is YouTube keeps making these, and I feel like they've done more in the past few weeks. We had this change to the handles, right? So the handles get changed. And then you've got, they had the live chat summary, the AI generated summary, which is horrible, by the way. I have turned that off on.
Oh, I hated the AI summaries so much. And I was like, I ended up telling the partner manager, I'm like, I am going to get sued over this.
Yeah.
Or something. Because it would be something like I'd be discussing, you know, I'd say something like, oh, you know, and then, you know, but enough about discussing like this person. Let's move on to talk about a, you know, SA case. And it'll be like, Runkle is discussing how this unrelated person committed an SA. And it's like, no, that is not what I said.
It was so bad. I think I looked at one of them that was mine. I was like, nope, this is gone. See you later. There's no way I'm allowing this thing to stick around. Yeah, pretty terrible. Debbie from the office, Robin Crew, it's been a while. Nice to be here. Nice to have you here, Debbie. Very, very kind of you. Yes. Nick, it's like you read my mind. When you get to it, the Nicholas Kassotis case. What do you think we're covering tonight? Oh, yeah. The evidence is weird. The knife is a shit knife. The blood pooling doesn't match the injuries. There's also, you have to agree with me, Nick. There's also a lot about this dude that puts him right in that little guilty seat pretty convincingly. Now, this mystery person, I'm very curious to hear about the mystery person a little bit more. It's pretty wild. But we'll get to that. Book Dragon KSC for the demonetization fund and for covering my favorite city, at least favorite government. Oh, NOLA. Yeah, New Orleans doing New Orleans thing. That's just really fucking wild to me. Can't really say I understand how that happens. I'm trying to think of how, hypothetically speaking, if this court or if my court where I am, if my court where I am in Fairfax, if this had occurred there.
Oh, I know exactly what would happen if it happened here. Everybody would be trying to start filing things being like, yeah, so it's totally that all of this was lost, and it hurts my case now. And
I mean, in Fairfax, to be fair, we actually, all the lawyers lost our special pass. We had a special pass that enabled us to bypass security.
didn't that go
And-
away around the time of Depp?
No, they took it away for that. We still were allowed to do it, but we weren't allowed to go up to the 5th floor.
Right.
So we had a very magical special pass that allowed us to bypass security. It was great because you get into court real quick. Didn't have to clear your bags, anything else. Some jackass. I say that with all the love in my heart.
I say it with no love.
Apparently, the sheriff's department was complaining for months that they couldn't guarantee the safety of the courthouse, yada, yada. They had other procedural issues, other faults. Then we had an issue with the electronic locking system where they lost the ability based on a glitch. They lost the ability to lock the holding cells.
Wait, what?
So they had to walk every criminal defendant for the day when this happened. They had to walk every criminal defendant from the jail all the way to the courtroom, like escort, single person. So imagine running a bond hearing. Yeah. And then that very same week, reports from people whom I trust are suggesting that someone with one of these very special passes forgot that they had a special permit that allowed them to carry a certain thing.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Let's just call it a particular spicy bit of metal.
Yeah. Yeah. And was viewed by a bailiff inside the courthouse, like maneuvering his jacket, and all of a sudden someone sees the thingy. You would imagine that the entire court went nuts. So all the lawyers, we have all lost our special pass because
of
one idiot.
One jerk ass.
Yeah, because one idiot decided that they were going to do something stupid. It is so frustrating. Yeah. Oh, nice. Hang on. Turn off leaderboard participation. I found it. Yeah. Found the leaderboard participation. I found the thing. Fixed one thing. There we go. But that is what we've got. Oh my gosh. Now I click that link and it sent me to all the other possible options. And there's a lot of options. I'm not going to do that right now. All right. One more story before we get to the case. And we will swoop to this story because this it's quasi-comical. Quasi-comicomical. By quasi-comical, I mean that it gets to the place of one of my mods sent me this article and it had me doing a little bit of digging here. Article by someone I don't really know, so I had to double check it. I never heard the publication called Sportico, but you learn.
I mean, I'm just gonna say, if there was a publication called Sportico, I am one of the last people likely to read it.
Especially when it has a home screen, a law, and an analysis section. You're like, wait a minute, what legal analysis is Sportico doing? And why does it have a separate page for legal analysis in the Sportico? But pull it up. Sebastian Telfair gets prison time after community service no-show.
Whoops.
Former NBA point guard Sebastian Telfair has been ordered to report to prison on August 12th for failing to meet the terms of his supervised release in health fraud case. The case involved former NBA players who submitted false invoices to healthcare providers in a scheme to defraud the NBA players' health and welfare benefit plan. U.S. District Court judge ruled on Thursday that Telfair failed to abide by court-ordered community service and failed to report to the U.S. Probation Office. A suspended sentence means the defendant receives prison term but can avoid the serving the term behind bars if they abide by the terms of their release. I will say Sportico so far is giving far more accurate legal analysis that's straight down the middle than a lot of other publications that have.
Yeah, I'm actually going to give them serious props for that.
They actually explain the suspended sentence. It's like, you know what it is, Ian? It's like they talk to a lawyer.
But the thing is like most journalists, you'd think that they would talk to a lawyer. They just choose not to.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Telfair will spend 6 months in prison as a result of failing to meet the terms of his conditional release. Then it goes into his basketball career, which I, quite candidly, not the most, don't really care about. I don't watch NBA very much, but I was curious about what got him in all this trouble. Prosecutors accused him of partaking in a scheme where he netted about $358,000 through fraudulent claims. This is solid. Joy W 101.
This is Sportico.
Sportico. It's such a great. I love it. Phenomenal. He reached a plea deal, so he netted $358,000 through these allegedly fraudulent. Well, I mean, he pled out to it, so yeah, fraudulent submissions of injury to get reimbursement from the Players Fund. Reached a plea deal with prosecutors who recommended he serve between 15 and 21 months behind bars. No, Sportico, that's not really your fault. Oh, they're citing the Law 360, which is Law 360, I will say, is a solid publication. They do well.
That is accurate. I do like Law 360.
Yeah, their paywall is brutal, though, about what they put behind it. Like, they put everything behind that paywall. Caprioni sentenced him to time served and 3 years of supervised release and ordered him to pay restitution. See, this is the thing. Prosecutors ask for you to do time. The judge is like, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, sir, and I'm going to say that you have supervised release, and I'm going to order you to pay restitution. So the judge...
So what does he do? He hoops it.
He does not do the thing. In a hearing Thursday, Telfair told Caprioni a lot of things were stacked against him, and he sometimes gets stuck in the mud. Bro, it's community service. Telfair apologized, acknowledged he missed appointments with his probation officer, but he insisted he was trying to improve as a person, including by partaking in training so he could land a job in construction. I will give him props for that. Great training. Love doing it. But you have to keep in touch with your probation officer. Caproni wasn't
that is non-optional.
persuaded. By the way, imagine being in the Southern District of New York in front of a judge, last name Caproni.
Last name Caproni, yeah. Oh, the number of times you'd be tempted to just quietly say jabroni and just see if he hurt.
It's Judge Valerie E. Caproni. Valerie E. Caproni. God, love it. I love it. Caproni,
I would just be like so tempted.
Caproni wasn't persuaded, saying Telfair had done absolutely nothing to get a job. She bluntly told him, you thumbed your nose at your probation officer and me over and over. Also said that Telfair only submitted a small dollar amounts in restitution, still owes a sizable figure. Wait a minute. Another player served time behind the helicopter. Big Baby? That's where he went? I know this player. What? No way.
Wait, Big Baby?
Yeah, he actually played for LSU. That's funny. There's a really big overlap here. So we have LSU that actually comes into the play here. Huh, cool. Interesting. Louisiana.
What did he do to get that nickname?
Oh, he's a big boy. Very big boy.
Yeah, but that's a really shitty nickname. I'm just going to say.
I mean, I think it was, but he got 40 months. Oh, baby. And 3 years of supervised release for his conviction, conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud. Holy crap. 40 months. That's no joke. Let's see. Let's find this other article here. Healthcare fraud scheme. 22 people, 18 former players. This was big. Wow. Okay. All right. That's no joke.
Unlike the nickname, Big Baby.
Which is a joke. But not really. But kind of. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So went to the actual court case. Judge Caproni, this was a order that she entered back in March of 2025. So I think the other frustration is it looked like from a review of the docket. So this was the docket. It looked like scrolling back that you have these matters being sealed. Oh, so it just got kicked out, continuously kicked out for, it looks like, status. Let's see. Received a report, probation detailing alleged. Oh, crap. So back in November 12, 2024, the probation officer starts saying, hey, he's violating the terms of his probation. So the judge places it back on the docket. Says, we got a report that you're not complying with the terms of your probation. Back on the docket. Then the court sets it for status, and it looks like it continues to be set out for status, and the judge starts imposing additional conditions. Says, I want you to, we're gonna do baby steps. Not to mean
big baby steps?
Big baby steps. Well, I think they became bigger baby steps, but they became baby steps. So we're gonna do baby steps. And it says, ordered that April 18th, he's got to enroll and attend first session of one-on-one financial management course. Look, that his probation is identified in the Eastern District. So they will point you to the course. All you got to do is sign up and attend one. 2, provide the probation proof that you've completed a substantial number of community service hours since he began his term of supervised release, and make at least one restitution payment. Really? That was it? That was what you had to do?
Hey, I mean, it was hard.
If he fails to secure employment by such date, he has to provide the probation with evidence of substantial good faith efforts to do so. Side note, when and I tell this to clients who have support obligations, when they're like, I can't afford to pay it. Let me tell you what the law defines as substantial good faith efforts to do so. Do you have an asset that you can sell? Have you sold it yet? No. Is it expensive? Is it worth anything? Is it worth $1,000? Can you sell it? You have not? Okay.
I tend to put cars into an exception there because if you need the car for work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I tell clients, like, you need to be able to show them, if you say you can't pay it, you need to show them that you're not eating.
Yeah. And like if I see a bank statement and the bank statement has any restaurant listed on it and you haven't paid the obligation, you're fucked. You're screwed.
Unless the income is coming in from that restaurant.
Yes, unless the restaurant shows up on the deposit side of the balance sheet and not the debit side of the balance sheet. Yeah. Then he's got to attend all scheduled meetings with probation. If he fails to attend any such meeting, probation must promptly notify the court. The court gets really pissed off at this because when you start, it's funny. Judges are interesting characters. You can violate the law and they will cut you a bunch of slack. But notwithstanding their forgiveness of all the violations of law, all the things that you've done to property, all the other stuff, if you violate their order, if you violate their edict, there ain't nothing gonna save you. Like, it is not, you don't want to be in that position. So it looks like that was continued out. And then in June, parties' probation must appear for a hearing on November 4th, 2024. Or they, petition on June 26, 2025. Okay. If the court finds that Mr. Telfair violated the terms of supervised release, the party should be prepared to proceed directly to sentencing. Oh, oh no. Let me tell you what you don't want to read in a document.
That
Nope.
literally just means go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect
It does.
$200.
It does. And it's great because when two lawyers who are trial lawyers read the same sentence and both of them have that reaction, everyone know what that means. The judge is literally saying it's like if you didn't do it, don't bother showing up. Like just report to the jail. We're just gonna put you in there for a little bit. Probation must provide an update to the court not later than June 24th, addressing. God, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. The judge's prior order was like basically, look, provide them proof that you did something. The order now, the June order, says that probation has to give the court a report that says the number of verifiable community service hours the defendant has performed since beginning of supervision and since March 28, 2025. Like this is real bad. This means it's not just the beginning of probation. I want to know the number of hours you've done since I ordered you to do it. B, whether and if so when the defendant attended financial literacy classes as directed by the March 28th order. C, whether the defendant has verifiable on the books employment, and if not, what evidence he has provided to probation since March 28, 2025, demonstrating a good faith effort to become employed. By the way, the employment thing, it is no longer, if you can operate a vehicle and you are not immediately signed up for Uber or some form of driving or delivery service, because that is what a court will look at, and the court will look at and say, you've at least done something. It's not giving you, it's not bringing in a lot, but if all you have to show up is a bunch of emails that you've sent or digital applications you've put in, you're going to jail. Oh God. And D, the dates and amounts of payments by defendant to satisfy the special assessment and restitution obligation imposed upon him at the time he was sentenced. Ordered by Judge Valerie Caprani, June 18th, 2025. Where was that? That date was June 18th, then June 20th. Reported violations. The government's requested access to the case file to let them do it. Yep, we're going to let the government access the case file so you can see what he has or has not done, so you can recommend and argue sentencing. Case file. Oh, it looks like there's more. Hang on. Oh no, what's my Pacer password? I remember
Don't type it in front of.
No. No, not going to do that.
It's like, don't tell chat or else you will be ordering all sorts of things.
Don't do that thing. Let's see. Caproni letter. Let's see if that's now saved. Have that. And then we've got a memo endorsement of that. Oh no, that's Mr. Escalera. Is it Escalera? Hang on. This was the letter I just found. So, written by law firm Moskowitz, Colson, Ginsburg, and Schulman. June 26th, following the guilty plea, he's scheduled to surrender to Fort Dix on August 12th. I write to respectfully request the court reconsider its sentencing decision and postpone the surrender date for 3 months. Oh, this is going to piss the judge off even more. So you have money to hire a lawyer. Let's see. Recently obtained full-time sports employment. Remember what we were saying about how jail operates as a very odd incentive and how people say that they've done a lot of things. And then once you actually threaten them, I mean, you can threaten them with jail and it's like, they still don't do the things until they actually see the handcuffs, like walking towards them. And then all of a sudden it's, oh, look, I will do all the things. Isn't it funny how the very day after the court says, do not pass go, straight to jail, do not collect any dollars, The law firm comes out and says, oh, look, he magically found a job. Tasked with establishing a midnight basketball league for at-risk youth. It would have been great. That job was probably available to him. I don't know, any number of times prior to this particular date in question. Oh God. Oh wait, I want to see, what's the date of the letter? Reynolds Saunders, certified CPA, financial planner, confirming you completed the course, the first of 6 financial courses. Please tell me that letter is dated August 7th. Please tell me it is. I need that humor in my life. Oh, have a date. Please have a date. A date. It's dated August 6th. August 6th. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? No way. All of that time. Applying for a part-time job. I'll email them so you know you've started your court-required financial. And it's an email. It's an email. It's a little couple paragraph email. Like, this is the holy shit button. Are you kidding me? Oh. Yeah. He expects to complete all 6 sessions by the end of the month. You know, he can probably complete those from jail too. He recognized that he failed to abide by the court's orders. He listened carefully to the court's admonishment during his sentencing hearing and is making a sincere effort to get his life back on track. We respectfully ask the court to give him another chance. Here's the thing. Remember when I tell you when this thing got reopened in the first place? February date, ordering the parties to appear, February 2025. The initial report of noncompliance with November 2024. February 20th, there's an order for an appearance. March 28th, an order with a list of things that he's explicitly supposed to do. June 18th, another order with a list of things that he's explicitly supposed to do. And it's not until he gets sentenced, after all those opportunities, that he ultimately sends this letter along with this email, which Chad is asking me to read the email, please. Yes, I will. Please read the emails for us. I will. Here's the email from Reynolds Saunders, August 6th, 2025 at 9:50 a.m. to God, of course he didn't even redact his own email address. Guys, don't be stupid. Don't do the stupid thing. Hi, Sebastian Bassi. It was a pleasure speaking with you during our financial coaching session. Below are some helpful resources and or action steps to help you reach your goals. 1. Jobs at NYC's YMCA. It was a hyperlink to the jobs at YMCA. And then step sub 1 of 1, apply for a part-time job ASAP. Cool instruction. Really needed a financial planner to tell you that. Just absolutely needed it. 2, I will email Ann and Megan today so they know that you have started your court-required financial classes. I hope you found our call and this follow-up to be helpful. If you have additional questions, please call us at number. Also, if you know of any colleagues that may benefit from our service, feel free to click this link.
Yeah, you know how you really make friends? Tell your friends to take a financial literacy course. People love that.
You know what, though? You know what? I will tell clients to take financial literacy course. Yeah, Northwest. Yes, it was apparently it was a class that was delivered via phone call. Wow. This is Now, there's a part of me that is looking at this and saying what the judge should do is to say he can continue his financial planning classes while in detention in jail, and that I will enter an order that allows for those classes to take place. And I might authorize work release so he can start making restitution payments. Hell, I'll authorize work release so he can attend this job. But I'm not letting him go home. That's what the judge should do. Sadly, I wonder if what the judge is going to do is to say, okay, now you're taking it seriously. I'll let you get out of this with, 5 days in jail, and then we'll put you back on supervised release for probation. I don't know. The reason I feel it's like this, the second part is this, there's the rules for thee, but not for me. I don't know. Ian, do you think that the disposition of having to actually serve the 6 months for his violation of probation when he had 3 years suspended on a 15-month recommended sentence is fair?
I mean, if he's actually getting with the picture, I will say, let him get on with it.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt the judge actually has the power to do what you're hoping for.
Which one?
In this, you could take these financial literacy classes from jail, and you can get released.
Oh, work release. I know work release, at least in my jurisdiction, the judge absolutely can.
Yeah, I don't think that he can let them take the courses from jail.
I mean, I guess it's also going to come down to how he appeared in court that day. And because if you appear and you are not at all acknowledging the severity of the situation you're in and haven't been informed by your lawyers that, by the way, this is a holy shit moment, and you come off like a royal prick to the judge, I can see the judge absolutely holding you in for that 6 months.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That is the end of that. So I don't know. What do we think about that, folks? Check out the chat. Wait a minute. Nick, just to fork things up, there might be a connection between Michael Fossler and the Delphi case. Problem is, it's old and probably erased by now. Between the
or Spouse
case? One of those. I should have read that earlier. Be liberal. Happy Friday. We'll be officially a week overdue tomorrow. Getting induced Sunday morning, but hoping I will just go into labor tonight. Do the walking. Don't do the jumping jacks, but do the walking. And hopefully, this baby was supposed to be born last Friday. Supposed to be born.
It's like, get out.
Come on, baby.
Time.
Let's go. Analytical Barney AB, the crowns are gross. People get obsessed. Yuck. The crowns are gross. People get obsessed. Yuck. That's the problem. I wasn't reading chat as fast because I was reading articles and I get confused and distracted. Sorry. Stefanova 8, otherwise known as Bop It. Monetization Fund and Leo Snacks. Leo has plenty of snacks. He has plenty of snacks. Lots of snacks.
Not nearly as many as Zora at this point. You want to know what that little lump of lard pulled?
What did my client do? What is my client alleged to have done?
There's no alleged. This is we had the trial without you. She was convicted. So
by the way, the chat is funny. The chat's saying the baby's on Rob time. The baby has listened to enough F and F. The baby's like, I got some time. Okay.
The baby's
right.
Not that late. Come on.
Come on. It's not nice. Rude. All right. What is Zora alleged to have done, and what is the evidence stacked against her?
So Mrs. Runkle and I missed each other by like 10 minutes, and she fed the dogs. And then Zora convinced me that they had not been fed and got a second dinner in.
I mean, that's standard. That is standard practice. That's a you problem. That's an adult communication issue. That should not befall
Yes,
the dog.
but I mean, not showing up at your community service is also a pretty standard practice with with people, and it gets you jail time.
I mean, but here's the thing: the community service, the probation officers are communicating with one another to facilitate where you have to be. All the person has to do is show up. This is different. This is the two adults, the two probation officers not communicating. That's a Runkle. It's a Runkle adult conversation. Did you feed the dog?
We were not in the same place at the same time.
This is a good question, Elf Wiggins. How do you not have the dog has been fed sign yet? Because
we're bad at life.
I don't know. There isn't a good answer to that question. I just don't. You know what I'm gonna have though? The dog has been fed. Our dog is. I mean, Leo has the opposite problem. Leo won't eat. He goes on food protests and will not eat unless both of us are home, or if both of us are not home, one of us, his favorite person, not going to say who the favorite person is.
It's you, isn't it?
Yeah, is standing with him in the kitchen, and then he goes, "Okay, I can eat." Like it gets to the point where when I get home, he hears my truck and immediately sprints to the door, and I open the door and he sprints there and he's jumping around and all happy, and then he runs back inside, does a parkour off the couch, and then sprints back into the kitchen, and then immediately starts devouring the breakfast that he had all day that was sitting there. Meanwhile, Mischief Manager is sitting 15 feet away on the couch and is like, "Oh, so now you're eating." Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. These dogs, man. He is so much trouble. But he is doing well. Yeah, he's doing well. He's getting nice long walks every day. So he's a happy pup. He's a big pup. He's massive. Everyone's saying you got conned by the dog. Zora's innocent. You got conned.
I mean, if I got conned, then Zora's not innocent.
I mean, there's innocent cons.
I mean, the whole root word of con is con.
I get it. DK Cribble, Sergeant would not eat unless mom and dad were in the room. Leo is that. He is that kind of behavior. Crazy Cat Queen, do we think that anyone would get the benefit of the doubt like this former NBA player? Oddly enough, you would be surprised. Judges don't particularly like to immediately revoke bond and require people to live to serve the whole sentence. They don't particularly care for it. They do extend the benefit of the doubt for the most part.
I actually kind of suspect that most people would get more leeway
than this individual.
And that the court might be thinking that because this guy should know better, that, yeah.
I mean, put it this way. The guy with the big fancy law firm who has to come in and do damage control compared to the average Joe or Jill who's maybe not as well equipped and doesn't have anyone that's explaining or expected to explain the circumstances of all of this, you should hold them to the most.
I've also seen that aspect backfire hugely. Like,
I know that Elf
you say you can't pay your support, and yet here you are today.
Yeah, with the lawyer.
With what did your lawyer cost? And
that too.
As the lawyer, sometimes I'm in the position of telling the court, you don't get to know what I cost.
I know, because, and I've been there too, and it's really frustrating because you want to snap back at the judge and be like, "Judge, he is faced with the prospect of incarceration. Are you really going to tell him that he cannot and should not hire a lawyer when faced with a situation that might end him up in jail, which he doesn't understand the implications to?" Like, come on. I get it that you wish they would spend that money on the financial obligation they had, but don't do that. Don't make that comparator.
Also,
Elf
because
Wiggins,
I do like a fair bit of pro bono stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it has backfired on judges because they're like, "Oh, well, you had the money to bring in an expensive lawyer," and I'm like, "Your Honor, I'm doing this for free." And they're like, "Oh, like yeah, the client actually doesn't have any money. I'm doing this for nothing. They're like, oh, like,
Yeah.
so did you want to like back down a little? And the judge is like, no. Yeah.
In and Elf Williams, I know, is a either a former or current prosecutor somewhere in the Commonwealth, but confirms they'll revoke the first time he misses a weekend. 6 months is a long time. Yeah, they'll put you in for a day or two just to teach you the actual lesson. But yeah, and I see the follow-up chat, not had a judge questioning hiring a lawyer. I have. Usually it's when the individual is faced with an obligation to
pay this
provide,
or else.
pay
and
this
they
or
don't.
else. Yeah. And the judge is like, well, you had money to hire the lawyer that's with you today. And it does everything within your body to keep your damn mouth shut and not fire back and get your client in more trouble.
I mean, I am not good at that. I'm just like, Your Honor, are you inquiring into privileged matters? Are you making a finding based on my client's, decision to hire counsel? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
The thing is I'm willing enough to be a bit of a dick about that, because I will just basically be like, so tell the appellate court that all of the errors you are making right now, Your Honor. And most judges, their reaction to that is to go, no, Mr. Runkle, that's not what I'm doing at all. And let me give you a sentence that you will not appeal.
well, I guess this is more a problem or a factor of Virginia court system in the cases that I'm dealing with a lot. It's either in general district court or juvenile domestic relations district court, which are courts not of record. You get an automatic de novo, heard brand new appeal to the circuit court. So the judges in these courts, because of the volume they handle, oftentimes, well, you get varying calibers of judges who are very, very strict on evidence, and then some judges that are just like, I can tell the difference between what I should hear and what I shouldn't hear. Where that pushback of, do you really want this to be appealed? It doesn't matter as much. Now, when judges do that enough, they get in trouble with the upper courts and with the Senate. The Senate brings them in and grills them, but it doesn't stop them from making bad judgment calls all the time. And it's kind of frustrating when it happens. No, it's not just kind of frustrating. It's very frustrating. The number of times you bite your tongue and not say something to a judge because your client might be on the hook for it is very, very frustrating. Ooh, great question. We talk about this all the time. Char Anderson, do you believe appointed judges or elected judges are better judges?
I think that judges should not be elected.
Yep. I personally am against judges being elected. I understand why people like having the public input into the choice of who gets to administer the judiciary. The problem is sometimes some jurisdictions will require that judge to run under a label, Republican or Democrat.
Well, and can you also imagine being convicted because the judge is up for election and it'll look bad if you were acquitted?
Yeah. Now, a friend of mine who's a judge in Florida, she was elected. So you were elected, but then once you are elected to the bench, you are then reappointed. You're recommissioned, or you're allowed to be given your appointment again. So it's just one-off, like you get elected one time the first time. But the issue that she and I talked about frequently is you start to see the other, whether it's you or the other side, someone that's running starts to pull shady stuff where they start to talk about your judicial discretion, your temperament, things you've done. It's very, very frustrating. And judges shouldn't be out there, candidly, they shouldn't be out there answering questions of the population as to how they're going to rule on a damn case.
The other thing that should never be happening is judges canvassing for donations, which they have to in order to get elected. Because why would you donate money to a judge? Oh, it's because you think you're going to get something out of it. And I'm like, no, this should not happen ever, full stop.
Now, I'm going to talk about the scary part of the other side of the coin, which is the appointment. Judges that are put in place by appointment, and yes, even appointment when they're confirmed by the Senate, it's kind of like high school. And popularity contests are a thing. And there are certain judges that will make it to the bench. And within about a year or 6 months, or even when they just immediately get appointed to the bench, you have a whole lot of lawyers that are looking at each other going, how the hell did that happen? It's very scary. It's very scary, especially when it's a circuit court judge that's presiding over murder trials, presiding over custody battles, presiding over all kinds of this stuff. So appointed isn't great either. It really comes down to everyone in the community being completely active, because the lawyers that are seeing the judges, the bar being active, people being outspoken about what they want to see in the temperament of their judges, and then the community responding to it. It really comes down to how close knit the county or jurisdiction that you are in is. So appointment can be really, really yucky too. So I don't know.
I mean, we have appointment with like an independent group in the middle.
And this is a good one. This is a good point. Mika's headphones, separate judicial oversight panels that have a say in what judges remain on the bench helps, but it's not an easy thing to navigate. I will agree that that can help. There was, for a while, we had, we still do, where lawyers get surveyed on judicial, each judge, like they circulate a survey and the lawyers fill it out and said, how's judge done this? And there was one term I can recall where one judge in particular, I presided in front of a lot, who just got raked over the coals to the point where masthead media, like legacy media, was reporting on how much that judge got annihilated by the committee they were in front of. Well, the next month, that judge had a very, very different temperament on the bench. And that existed and lasted for about 2-3 years, but they ultimately reverted back to the conduct they were engaged in. So it's very difficult. It's a tough line to toe. So, okay, let's catch up on this, and then we'll get to the opening statements of the new case that we are covering. Red Hot Chili Peppers fan, this guy is crazy. Did you really think he would get away with this? What's happening with military honors? I lost the context of that with the last 2 words there.
That's the case you're about to cover.
Oh, this one. Yeah. Again, no spoilers. Sandy136, take a moment to hit the like button. Please hit the like button, guys, and please subscribe. I'm getting back into doing this on a routine habit. Not the easiest thing to do, but we're getting back in the swing of things. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you very much. I found out my home was up for auction this week. I have a disabled vet exemption for property taxes, but apparently owed from previous years that I thought I paid. My fault. Thank God I had money to pay. It was terrifying. That is terrifying. That's horrifying. Hopefully that gets resolved. That's a very scary experience. Very scary experience. Okay, shall we switch over to this lovely case?
Wait, it's a lovely case now?
It's horrifying. It is absolutely and unequivocally horrifying. Let's go. Let's see. Make sure I've got the right point picked. Oh, swoop. Got swoop. Everyone's yelling at me. Swoop. Yes, swoop. Double swoop. Swoop. Okay. So we're going to start, and then we're going to immediately pause.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. I hope you had a good evening. I appreciate you being here on time this morning, and I trust that you were all able to abide by the court's instructions and not have any access to any media accounts regarding this trial. And I again emphasize that is so important to maintain the integrity of this trial, and we all appreciate your understanding and your
Sure, stop watching now.
I do want to give you just a basic understanding of the procedure that we will follow during the course of this trial. The trial will begin this morning with the opening statements made by the attorneys. Now, I caution you that the opening statements are not evidence. They are simply an introduction to the evidence. They will give you an outline or a preview of what they expect the evidence to be in this case. And because the state has the burden of proof, the state has the right to go first. Now, again, as I mentioned yesterday, the defendant enters upon the trial of this case with a presumption that he is innocent. And that presumption stays with the defendant until such time as the state presents sufficient evidence to convince you jurors of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the state's burden of proof. After the opening statements are concluded, we will begin the presentation of evidence. You'll hear testimony from live witnesses. You'll see photographs, exhibits, documents, all of which will be introduced during the course of this trial. At the conclusion of the trial, the attorneys will give their closing arguments. And again, the closing arguments, like the opening statements, cannot be considered by you as evidence. It is very important that you pay close attention throughout the entire trial, and I will try to give you as many breaks as necessary to keep you comfortable, to keep you refreshed. In the event that you feel that you need a break and there hasn't been one, just raise your hand or try to alert the bailiffs, and we'll make all the necessary provisions to keep you comfortable. So we thank you again for your service. We thank you for abiding by those instructions. So we'll begin the trial at this time with the opening statements. Ms. Bayo, you may proceed for the state.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer and I'm going to go second.
All right.
I have never, ever seen a prosecutor do that in my experience.
What'd she do?
She deferred.
Oh. Shit.
Yeah. So the judge goes through and says, immediately the judge says, because the state has the ultimate burden of proof, the state has the opportunity to go first. Yeah.
And he's expecting that they will.
Yeah, because that's how every single criminal trial ever works. When you have the opportunity to speak to the jury, you speak to the jury. When you have the opportunity to get the first words in, you get the first words in. you it's one of the biggest
in fact,
advantages
normally
the
they
state
get
has.
such a huge advantage because they get to go first
and last.
And we're like, oh yeah, we're doing all of this for the defendant's benefit. And it's like, then how come the prosecution gets like the best spots?
Yeah. I've never seen this before. And I don't know what the game plan was. But then immediately, hang on. Yeah, this one. If you know that if you know the defense, you keep your powder dry and let them blow hard. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone do that effectively. I don't know that I've ever seen a prosecutor really decide, I'm going to let them go first. Usually they get up, they give their brief synopsis of what the evidence is. They make it very clear to the jury. There's a jury, don't be confused by the person who's going to stand up. Now, in this case, when Attorney Weinstein stands up and starts talking, you get a pretty interesting impression. We'll go and we'll let him start talking.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced myself yesterday, but just so, again, y'all know who I am. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. It is my honor to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my client...
Yes, Doug Weinstein, as in Doug Weinstein from the YSL trial. Yes, that Doug Weinstein. He is representing the defendant in this case. So we already know. This is one thing. So you already have giving you guys an impression. Doug Weinstein in the YSL trial, great lawyer, made several remarkable arguments. Loved the way he argued. Good lawyer. So you have a really good understanding. This isn't a lawyer we haven't seen before. We know that this person is capable of doing the things. I found it interesting that he was reading from an iPad, just a judgment call. I also think that most criminal defense lawyers are very, 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 very used to going second.
Yeah, I suspect he might have been like,
oh shit.
I Yeah, he's like, I was expecting to be responding to a lot of their stuff, so
Yeah, you are usually in a position where, I mean, you're counterpunching and you're dodging. Very different. So by deferring, one, I want to know the backroom discussions about when that judgment call was made. When did we decide that we were going to defer? When did we decide that we were going to throw this on Doug Weinstein? Did Doug Weinstein know walking into court today that he was going to immediately jump into an opening statement? Because they're very, very different statements that you give when you're going first versus going second. And I am of the mindset that this was absolutely it was a judgment call of let the jury hear this and let them make their own assessment as to how and whether this adds up. And then let's come back in and clean it up. It was a pretty good move. So we're going to put Doug up to about 1.5 speed because he's definitely audible at 1.5 speed, and let him give his opening statement.
Nick Kassotis is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who served his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear. Relentless, all-consuming fear. His wife, Mindi, also lived in fear. Mr. Kassotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his wife. But the truth, what really happened, is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were told that they were targets. You will hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre, who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI, told them that their lives were in danger, that they had to disappear, follow orders without question, and trust no one, not their family, not their friends, not their loved ones. Every move they made, every lie that they both told, every strange decision, and there were quite a few that you will hear about in testimony, were driven by that fear. Mr. Kassotis lied to his friends. He lied to his family. He lied to Mindy's loved ones. He lied for years. Not.
Are you getting the impression that he lied a lot? I think
yeah, I mean, that's an interesting opening.
This guy,
my client is a lying sack of shit. And next up, we're going to put him on the stand.
Yeah. How many times did we hear the word lie in the first 90 seconds of this thing? He lied. He lied a lot. He lied to everybody. He lied to you. He lied to his boss. He lied to his wife, but he was afraid. What was he lying about being afraid? What am I supposed to take from this? And I did want to do a shout out because I saw this and I wanted to get a shout out before it went by too fast. Lisa Paxton, 9005, sat for the bar. Congratulations on achieving that. Have an interview with a constitutional law group on Tuesday. Remarkable opportunity. Grateful for you, Ian, lawyer you know, brother counsel, EDB, for the quiet strength given to me. Take that strength in that interview, crush the interview, get the job, love the job. Congratulations. Way to go. We're all pulling. Yeah, absolutely. So kick some ass, take some names.
If you want to take names. Really, the names part is the less important part.
Yeah, it generally is. Now let's get back to the lying liar who lies. What an opening!
My client is a lying sack of poop, and that is an interesting. Interesting lead in.
So immediately when you're going in here, every lawyer's like, oh, so they have some very bad statements made by him, don't they? If you're coming straight out and being like, they lied about everything. Yeah. Okay.
He's got some damage control he's got to do right now.
Because he believed that their lives depended on it. You're not going to hear testimony that Mr. Kassotis killed Mindi. You will hear testimony that he tried to protect her, but he was manipulated, controlled, terrified. And that fear, real and overwhelming, shaped everything that he did for years. Who's Nicholas Kassotis? Mr. Kassotis grew up in New Hampshire, in rural New Hampshire, in an area where there were quite a bit of hunting down a road. He graduated college from Boston University. He has 2 law degrees. He has a JD degree, which is the basic law degree, like I have, a JD degree from Northeastern University up in Boston, and he has an LLM from Georgetown. In Georgetown, he specialized in national.
Are any of these cases never going to overlap? Are we going to get overlaps with every single damn case? So we've got Northeastern University, Boston, a lawyer that we saw in another case. They're just always going to overlap.
National security law and in cybersecurity. You will hear that Mr. Kassotis is a decorated military veteran, as I've already alluded to. He served in the JAG Corps for a decade. He served in Iraq. He was in the Pentagon. When he separated from service, he left as a lieutenant commander. He achieved numerous commendations within the Navy. He got the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal. And during Nick's time in the Navy, in the JAG Corps, he would sit at this very table that the prosecutors are at now, because during his time, at least in Italy, he was a prosecutor. You will hear testimony, I expect. I don't know everyone that the state is going to put forward, but you're going to hear testimony.
Oh, Doug, don't let it show, buddy. That's that's you being thrown by this decision. That kind of puts me in the camp of he didn't know coming into this that they were going to defer. Okay.
Testimony, I imagine, from Mr. Kassotis' first wife, Heather. They were divorced in 2015 when Mr. Kassotis learned that Heather was being unfaithful. He marries his second wife, Mindi Kassotis, the woman that was tragically murdered, and that you're here to hear evidence upon, in the fall of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Kassotis separates from the Navy. He serves for a brief time as a civilian in the Navy, but then he leaves that. And why does he leave that? He leaves because, frankly, a lot of very strange and unusual things began to happen, and you will hear testimony on that. And he eventually contacts authorities, and a man calling himself Jim McIntyre appears. Now, Jim McIntyre claims to be with the FBI, and Jim McIntyre tells Mr. Kassotis, tells Mindi, that they're in danger.
Wasn't there someone claiming to be FBI or retired FBI in connection with the Karen Reed case?
I mean, there's Coffindaffer, and she, I'm told, is actually like retired FBI.
Retired FBI?
But also like a Chimpleton.
Yeah. Okay. I was just confused because so we've got a scary person.
Now, who confirms that this person actually like existed?
Now, here's one thing. This is funny. This is a funny story. So I actually wonder if this would have been it. I wonder if I would have done this. Someone made the comment of, how can they just defer? Are they allowed to just defer? How can they just defer? Technically speaking, opening statements aren't a requirement. You can choose to give one or not give one. In a lot of cases that are bench trials where the judge has already read the pleadings, we will waive opening statements, especially if we have a shortened time frame. Like in juvenile court, I have maximum 3 hours. I only have 3 hours to present all of my case, like and defend against their case. 3 total hours, 90 minutes between each side. You think I'm going to use the 90 minutes? You think I'm going to use that time giving an opening statement to give the judge a summary of the evidence that I'm going to put on in 5 minutes? No, I'll just go straight to the evidence. One of the questions I was wondering is, what would have happened if, the prosecutor goes, "Judge, we defer." Weinstein could have said, "We don't have an opening." Prosecutor gives her opening, but then you lose the ability to respond. So I guess it kind of would have screwed you a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see them doing that.
They wouldn't do that. But technically speaking, let's say the prosecutor deferred or decided not to give an opening. You don't need an opening. You can go straight to the evidence. All right, so we've got Jimmy McIntyre. Scary FBI person we think is FBI.
They're in danger. Their life is in danger. and they have to go essentially on the run. You'll also hear that following Mr. Kassotis' divorce from his...
Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Yes, Boone, you are also, as the defense, allowed to defer your opening until the close of the prosecution's case in chief. But again, then you're allowing the prosecutor to get up and give their summary of the case without you providing anything in response. And honestly, the jury's probably looking at you going, why didn't you talk to me?
His first wife, Heather. She gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Kassotis.
All right, sorry. I'm going to rewind so you guys can hear that.
You'll also hear that following Mr. Kassotis' divorce from his first wife, Heather, she gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Kassotis.
$1.5 million as a judgment in a divorce case. That's no joke. That's pretty damn significant. Let me tell you how many times I'm getting a monetary award of $1.5 million. It's not as frequent as you might think. And usually someone does a pretty shitty thing, moving assets, transferring assets in order for that to occur. We don't know why or there's a lot of money that was in the hands of one person the judge can't order turned over to the other. Yeah, I saw that too. And he said she cheated on him. I don't know.
In the course of providing that award, Mr. Kassotis was under the belief that he was the recipient of a sizable sum of money. But you will hear he never gets that money. That money was illusory. That money was allegedly being held by Jim McIntyre for Mr. Kassotis. So he believed he was getting that money. He never got that money.
Ooh, that might explain the 1.5 million. Let's say hypothetically I'm walking into court on my trial day and the other side of the litigation, the spouse, is saying, I don't have this money. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have the money, but I have documentary proof that they transferred money to a friend to hold on to so that I wouldn't see it. Then the judge says, fine, money's not in the account. You clearly have control over it. I'm ordering 1.5 million. Yeah. Okay. I can see that.
I imagine that the state is going to tell you that Mr. Kassotis and Mrs. Kassotis, Mindi, moving around the country is because of this $1.5 million judgment. But the reality is it was because of fear. So there's a lot going on with Jim McIntyre. There are a host of lies that are told by my client over the next few years while they are on the run. As I said, you're going to hear about the lies that they told to their friends. You're going to hear about the lies that they told to their family, and specifically that Mr. Kassotis told. But this isn't a case about that. I would like you to focus on the tragic murder of Mindi Kassotis. You're going to see horrific, awful images of Mindi Kassotis' body. Unfortunately, I imagine that they are going to stay with you long after this trial is over. You're going to see her torso. You're going to see her legs. You're going to see her head. And it will be difficult for you to see that. I'm sorry that any of us have to see that. You're going to see...
Mind you, there has not been anything presented to this jury yet to describe what occurred to this victim. So Doug Weinstein just came in and was like, you're going to see pictures of a head and body parts. Like, that's the first glance that the jury's getting of this. That's pretty surprise.
A Milwaukee knife that was found near the scene of her body. What aren't you going to hear? You're not going to hear evidence that that knife was used on Mindi Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence from the state's own toolmark expert that that knife was used on Mindi Kassotis. You're going to hear about a tub that was found near her body that was likely used to transport Mindi Kassotis.
Wait, a
You're
what?
not going to
That
hear
was
evidence
found?
of Mr.
Yeah. Oh no, we see it in a minute. Don't worry.
Did he say a tongue?
Tub.
Oh, okay. I was like,
No,
what?
we do not transport bodies in tongues. No, we don't do that. Tub. Like what we just saw holding.
Yeah, I mean,
the,
I get tub. I just did not hear that correctly, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I had to pause when he said a Milwaukee knife. I'm holding a Milwaukee knife, like a little Home Depot Milwaukee knife. I'm like, what are you talking about here?
Yeah, I like. Now they also make so they make two versions. They make the one that is of the fastback. I actually have both. They make the one that's just like a box cutter, but
Yeah,
they
love this
also
thing.
make. Yeah, they make that one. That's the box cutter one. I don't know if I've got the other one here or if I moved it somewhere, but they make
I have
another one that is.
I have that one too.
Yeah, it's got like it's a simple, like pretty straightforward pocket knife. So
It's like 3 1/4 inch blade. Now the thing
Yeah,
is,
they-
Yeah.
they must be talking. Yeah,
they are. They're talking about the fixed blade, or not the fixed blade. They're talking about a different knife, not the little fastback guy.
okay, so
So,
not the box cutter.
No. Side note: these things are amazing. If they ever go on sale, I'm just recommending you guys buy them. I have like one in every room in the house
Yeah,
for
they are
legitimate
pretty good.
purposes.
No, he has them for entirely illegitimate purposes.
You can't really do much with these knives.
I'm just trying to imagine what an illegitimate purpose would be for that.
I don't know. Wait, it's a drywall knife? Is it? They show it? Oh, we're gonna see. Oh, it's a folding up pen knife. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Mr. Kassotis' DNA on that tub. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis' blood on that tub. Just like in the knife, you're not going to hear evidence tying Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife. Now, you will hear evidence that Mr. Kassotis purchased the same brand and style of knife at Home Depot. But you will not see evidence again that ties Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife found at the scene. You're also going to hear evidence of a knife set that Mr. Kassotis purchased at Bass Pro Shops around the time of Mindy's death.
A knife stand?
Knife set.
Ah,
He bought a deer dressing set.
I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things where when the defense says it immediately, and you've just heard dismemberment and the defense gets into it immediately, you're automatically looking at me like, really? But really?
I mean, I just sort of look at this and I'm like, a lot of this is fairly common to own and so forth.
It depends on whether he was hunting or had a reason to be hunting. Like, hypothetically speaking, if I buy a deer dressing set and I have not applied for a permit to do any hunting in the past 3 years, it looks very different than if I'm an avid hunter.
I mean, I need a deer dressing set. I don't have a good one.
You can't take this one. It's evidence.
Oh,
Yeah. Plus, really bad juju.
I mean, I'm okay with the really bad juju.
Yeah. For those of you not yet getting it, sometimes when cases are remarkably tragic, the only way you can look at them is through some form of gallows humor. Lawyers are notorious for this. If you hear us making a joke, we're not joking at the circumstance. We're joking at the fact that you can't. You have to. Otherwise, you
Also, I might just be a terrible person. Like, that is also a possibility. Rob's like,
But again, the state's
yeah.
own tool.
No, I'm not saying you're a terrible person. I'm saying that we see enough nasty stuff and terrible stuff that we end up with like at the gallows level. Because if you don't start laughing about it, you're going to cry, or you're going to be in a really depressing state that you can't exist in.
Yeah.
Or expert is not going to be able to tell you that those knives were used on Ms. Kassotis.
Nor
There's a
should
lot
they.
that the state will not be able to show you. The state will not even be able to tell you how Mindy died. They do not know how Mrs. Kassotis died. She was murdered, but how is unknown. You're not going to hear evidence telling you where Mindy was killed. They don't know where Mrs. Kassotis was killed, and you won't hear evidence about that. At
And the
time
jury's
of
already thinking,
Mindy Kassotis'
why
murder,
won't you tell them?
Mr.
Doesn't this feel like a little bit of like, are you adopting a burden, sir, that you shouldn't be adopting right now? Like it feels like he's out over his skis a little bit and getting into things that he probably shouldn't get into. Like, leave it short. Don't tee up all the prosecution witnesses. But again, this is a really tough case to be on the defense of. I don't know how you defend this case, to be honest. Kristen M96. It is so cute, yet not surprising that Rob and Runkle have matching knives. Yes. Others have knives, but still
it's
funny.
a very common knife.
It's a very common knife, but it is a little funny. I will agree with you there.
Mrs. Kassotis were living in Savannah. You'll hear evidence about the state's searching of the AirB&B that they were renting in Savannah. You will hear evidence of her blood being found on the futon at that residence, along with another individual's blood. You won't hear evidence about whose blood that second individual's is. The state's case is going to be very circumstantial, which is why they will tell you it takes 2 weeks to put it on. You're going to hear evidence that my client's vehicle was at the scene because they tracked the GPS in the vehicle. And when I say the scene where her body was found. But you're not going to hear any eyewitnesses placing my client at the scene. You're just not going to see any of that. So while you're going to hear witness after witness after witness testify about the lies that my client told when he was on the run from the individual or individuals that were trying to harm him and his wife. You'll hear lots of that. You're not going to hear a lot of evidence tying my client to this murder. So what I ask you to do is focus on what's really at issue here. As you watch this evidence, focus on what evidence does the state have that ties Mr. Kassotis to the death of Mrs. Kassotis. They're going to want to distract you. They're going to want to get into all these other lies. They're going to want to get into his.
Pulling the prosecutor's line out in your opening statement. Not bad. He literally pulls out the prosecutor's line. They're going to want to distract you. That is the line of every prosecutor that has ever existed. He's like, don't listen to those distractions. Listen to me. They were scared of this other person who is not here.
His third wife, he marries another woman shortly after Mindy's death. A woman.
All right. If you're keeping score, wife number 1 divorces 2015, remarries 2016. Wife number 2, tragically murdered, dismembered, marries the next year. I'm all for, look, people having love and that second chance, and you go get them.
Woman that he had been inappropriately flirting with for the last months of Mindy's life. And after Mindy's.
Nope.
Wait,
you're
what?
the defendant. Yep. You're the defendant. You're going to go into it. Why not do it? Yep. Let's go ahead and open that door. Let's crack it. The person he marries, then the year after Mindy dies. Yes, you are going to learn. I have to admit to you as the defendant, you're probably going to learn. I'm not going to give you any more detail about it, but you're probably going to learn that he was flirting with this person before Mindy died.
And that he sent her messages, flirtatious messages, like after I kill my wife.
No, it's just, this puts Doug Weinstein in a very uncomfortable position. And I don't think he was prepared for that decision. Think of how different that phrase sounds when you are responding to it coming out from the prosecutor and you're responding to it like, yeah, you're going to hear about that. Like, I understand you're going to hear about that. Let me explain it away. But to lead with it and to be put in a position where you're the one introducing, the jury hasn't heard shit. The jury is just now hearing, oh, wait a minute. What? Hold on. Say what? There's a third wife and they were flirting before the second one died. This is tough, man. Like, Doug got caught off guard.
Tragic death. He goes to Pennsylvania and he marries her. But none of those are issues that are the primary issue. So I would just like you to listen to all of the state's evidence, hear what their witnesses say, look at their exhibits, and see if, once you review all of that, the state is going to meet their burden. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your attention this morning.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Fayetteville.
Side note, prosecutor, solid. Like, she's really good. So Doug was up there with his iPad kind of trying to make an opening statement fit that was supposed to be a responsive opening statement, then ended up being the leading opening statement, and the prosecutor's coming up and just being like, hi, I'm going to go ahead and bury your client in the opening statement. And now we're in trouble. Because this prosecutor, she's pretty damn good. I like her. Now she has some tech issues.
December 2nd, 2022. It was the week right after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving that year was on Thursday, the 23rd of November. That weekend for South Georgians is a big hunting weekend. It's deer season. You're going to hear that weekend, Portal Hunting Club, which is located in Riceboro, Georgia, Liberty County, right near McIntosh Line. Down off I-95, Jones Road, that turns into Barrington Ferry, but it's right over there. You're going to hear that there were hunters out. It's family weekend. They were all out for deer season. You're going to also hear that Portal Hunting Club is a dog club. That means is that when they hunt, they use dogs to do the hunt. And the dogs run out into the woods, and the deer run, and then the hunters shoot.
Good pace.
Can't do that where I am.
Well, it is not every place where you can do that. I will say she's at a good pace. She is speaking to the jury as if she knows. She is not assuming that any of them hunt. So she's breaking it down to something simple, but she's also getting it right and not dumbing it down too much where she's getting the facts wrong. She also does a good job of setting the stage and giving people the visual where she actually says down 95 and then pauses to allow the juror in their mind to drive down 95. This is really important lesson in advocacy and trial advocacy. If you're trying to make a point, allow the person to join you in making that point. I thought it was really solid for her to do that. And I don't think we emphasize that style enough. We talk about people talking at people and convincing them versus come along with me. Let me take you there. I feel like that's a song. Anyways.
And you're going to hear that one of those hunters shot a deer. And the dogs that he was using went to retrieve the buck. The dogs just weren't acting right. When he said come back, the dogs weren't acting right. So he went to look to figure out what was going on. He did not expect what he found. He found a headless, legless torso, nude, completely nude, with two arms. One almost severed. Her two legs severed. Her head severed. Just off the roadway. And as you can imagine, you will hear him testify. They were shocked. Horrified.
Do you notice how different that is from Hank Brennan's opening statement? Just to contrast the style of different prosecutors. Hank Brennan, you will hear from Anthony Flametti, the firefighter, the most noble of all positions, probably the most noble human being of all possible time, who's stressed, anxious, and all of these feelings that I'm not going to have him testify to, who's going to the scene of the most important possible thing in the whole wide world, and he's amped and pumped and all these things. You see how easy the storytelling is when you don't go and try to over dramatize it, when you just take your time and say it how it actually happened in a common sense fashion. So much just cleaner. It's just better. This is just so much more preferred. And I think it's more effective. 10 out of 10.
And I submit to you that the evidence that you will hear is that they returned to the clubhouse to try.
Of course she does it. She does my pet peeve. I submit to you. I hate this. I think lawyers need to stop being taught this. I think that they need to stop using it entirely. I hate it. I submit to you. You are not submitting to me. You are not. You are giving me and informing me evidence. There is no submission. We already had Ian talk about like a dom basement and the sub basement. There's no submission.
I was avoiding that.
I know you were thinking it. I know where your head is thinking. Plus, we've also had that joke, and I knew you were going to jump in if I didn't. If I paused and stopped talking after it stopped saying I submit to you, you would have come in and said. So I just kept talking to make sure that
you're not wrong.
This one comes now. I submit to you. What is it? No, I don't want any of those things. Not in court. Don't do it. Can a bunch. Good pause game, Rob, and I'm glad to catch this. Thank you for the super chat. Had my first jury trial on Monday. Congratulations. Guilty. He kept trying to lure. Oh my! Kept trying to lure younger ones into his car. Well, very much congratulations on the guilty verdict. Sentence today. Thanks for reminding me ADHD is a superpower in court. It absolutely is. And it turns out that it paid off for you and the focus level that you had presenting that case to the jury. Congratulations. Well done. Now back to the submissions of what the evidence is going to show.
I get the police to call somebody to come out. And you're going to hear testimony that's when the onslaught of law enforcement kicks into high gear. They respond and they get there by about 5 o'clock, 4:50 p.m. And you're going to hear what the hunting club area looked like. Portal Hunting Club and the area surrounding it, the adjacent territories, it's over 30,000 acres of logging territory. And they hunt on that territory with permission. That looked like a great place to drop a body if you're not from South Georgia, because that's a busy weekend. Logging, hunters, dogs.
It's a good line.
You don't know they're there. I submit to you, you're going to hear that wasn't a great place to leave a body.
Yeah, but she kills it with I submit to you. Like, just say you're going to hear it wasn't a good place to leave a body. Yeah.
Stop submitting to the jury.
Stop. Just tell them that. Just say it. You don't have to submit to them. Just tell them it. Just tell it. Say it. You had a great line. I love it. They hunt there with permission. It would have been a great place to hide a body for anyone who wasn't from South Georgia. Oh, I love it. Great line.
That is really good.
Great line.
Because they found it quick. Wasn't far off the road. And they found it quick. You're going to hear and see some of the information that law enforcement collected, where the torso was recovered. And you'll see those roadways. They're not asphalt. They're not like regular roadways of the highway, but they're still roadways. And the logging trucks use those. And there are cars that come through and local.
Tell me you heard they're not assholes, because I heard they're not assholes. I had to think, like, no, she said the word asphalt. Okay. All right. No, the roads are not assholes. They were not asphalt. They're got it.
Citizens will cut through there when the season is going on because the locks are off the gates. You're going to hear that people were coming and going. Lots of people. And over the next couple of days, you're going to hear what they found. But that very first day, on December 2nd of 2022, the crime scene investigator shows up and they start documenting the crime scene. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's right. I agree about one thing. There are tons of horrible pictures. And I submit to you that we will do our very best to limit what we show you. The state has a burden to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And dismemberment, unfortunately, is what we were dealt. And we have to prove.
Good way of handling the photos too. Like, really good way of handling the photos. Like, this is the hand that we were dealt by the defendant. Well, she puts the blame on Weinstein because he was the one that brought it up. How would you have handled the photos, seeing the photos of the dismembered body?
I mean, the thing is I suspect it's a little, what is it? I suspect it's a little weaselly. Because
you mean the part where she says, and we're going to do our best not to show you that many of them? Or like,
I suspect that's actually a lie.
Yeah, I imagine
because I suspect that the defense was entirely willing to admit like dismemberment and entirely willing to admit like all of the things. And I'm guessing that the prosecution was like, no, we want to show them the photos. And now she's like, we would do anything not to show you these pictures. Bullshit.
Yeah. One of those things where you could be a smart ass lawyer and stand up at some point in time and say, if counsel doesn't want to show the photos, we'll stipulate to the medical reports that have the drawings of everything, and we'll stipulate to the facts that these exist. You're not going to get away with that, though. They have the right to show you the photos, and they definitely want to show you the photos.
Yeah, it's just that they shouldn't get to tell the jury the reason why you're seeing these photos is because of the big bad defense when it's their move.
Yeah. They're
Like,
to give you.
That's the objection I have, is that they're going, it's the big bad defense, and I'm like, no, it is not.
The shock value goes towards proving the bad guy rule. Yeah, that's there. I cannot tell you every single case. There's always a fight over, Judge, how many, from what angle, and with what lighting can I show all of the different injuries that exist? There's a good reason for showing them beyond just the shock value. You actually have to tell the jury what occurred. And sorry, but verbal description doesn't really do it. So I get needing to show the photos, but don't lie to them and say that you're sorry that you have to show them.
Yeah, you're not sorry. You're freaking thrilled.
That. So we will present.
Don't lie about it.
That.
Yeah.
Just do your job and don't lie about it.
The wasn't all that was found on that first day of December 2nd, 2022. Crime scene is going to talk about what they recovered there. And that investigator recovered not just the torso, but the tubs that were used to transport it. And I submit to you, you're going to hear testimony about the blood that was found inside of those tubs, that they tested it on the scene, that they knew it was first blood and then that it was human blood next, because they can test for that. And they're going to tell you also about the knife. Counsel talked to you a lot about what wasn't shown. But I submit to you, you all assured us, and I'm going to ask you to use your common sense as much as possible. You're going to hear about that knife. A Milwaukee, orange-handled, black-sheathed knife.
Wait,
and that
dude, solid move. Look, she put the Home Depot screen grab overlaid on the image. I didn't catch that first go around. Wow. All right. 1697 Home Depot. 7 in stock. I'm very okay. Tell me that screen grab's from his damn phone too. Pretty clever. Pretty clever. I would have objected to that overlay. I don't know that's not just giving me a summary of the evidence. That's argumentative. I don't. It's clever if you get away with it.
handled, black sheathed knife. And that knife, ladies and gentlemen, had a cleansing wipe wrapped around it. Call it what you will. Clorox wipes, things you use to clean up. Those wipes were everywhere. There were lots of them that were recovered because the killer didn't want to leave behind evidence.
Okay. Were you watching the screen at all?
Nope.
Okay. All right. It's a little comical. Just watch her when she says the killer. Watch.
Things you used to clean up. Those wipes were everywhere. There were lots of them that were recovered because the killer.
Oh,
that is a full body turn, ma'am. Ma'am, that's not even and this is at 1.5 speed. That is a full, I have turned around and stared down the defendant. You know, she actually probably would have done better to say wink, wink, nod, nod, court reporter writes down wink, wink, nod, nod. Yeah. Whoa.
The killer didn't want to leave behind evidence. I submit to you that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you that the evidence is going to show that he would have known to clean up. And I submit to you
borderline argumentative
that there's more evidence. That knife was purchased, I submit, the evidence will show, by Nicholas James Kassotis. If you look at that picture, the state will introduce it, you can see that knife tucked under his arm. That's him on surveillance from Home Depot. And I submit to you that in case you were...
Bro's got that jail diet, man. He's lost several of the poundage. Yeah. Wow.
unsure that was him, that's the receipt. Showing, if you look closely, that's his name, Nicholas James Kassotis. So I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, There's no question that the evidence will show that Nicholas James Kassotis purchased that knife. And if you look at that, he bought it at 8:56 a.m. on the morning that you will ultimately hear was the day her body was dumped. The same day.
But why just the knife? Do you have an explanation for that? Like walking into Home Depot and walking out with just the knife when you intend to use or try to dispose of an entire body. It's a lot.
Hours after. And you will hear evidence of exactly how we know that. You'll see the tubs. They will be here in this courtroom. You will hear about the DNA analyst testing the substances inside of those tubs and that it was Mindy's blood in those tubs. They didn't know who she was then. They just knew there was an unidentified torso. Those tubs also get bought at Home Depot. And you're going to hear how detectives from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau.
All right, I'm taking issue with these screenshots. Are these from his phone? If they are not from his phone, I have a problem with this, like a pretty significant problem with this. If this was just, or she went home, went into the Home Depot and app and screenshotted these tubs, because this is remarkably suggestive. This is suggesting to me that this was from his phone, that he searched for it. And then he went to go retrieve it. And it just happened to be the exact same. Like that. I might have an issue with this. I think this could actually be a pretty significant problem. But where's the objection? It's got to be made for the record. I would be objecting to this.
Of investigation ran down every lead they could. And in the beginning of this case, you're going to hear that there wasn't a lot to work with. You're going to hear they found a torso with no head and no legs. And that was all they had. That, the knife, and the tubs. So you're going to hear how they started with the knife and the tubs. And then it gets worse. Because while hunters are still out hunting, we find more pieces. Over a 3-mile radius, pieces are dumped with no regard, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed into the woods. The heavier piece, right by the edge of the road. But her legs, they're brought farther out in the woods. Second tub is recovered. Submit to you that was used to carry her leg. You're also going to hear how her head was ultimately recovered. First leg found by a hunter, separate hunter than the first crew. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about all of the victims in this case. Because although Mindy suffered the most tragic loss, no question, every person this case touches suffered. You're going to hear there's a second hunter that finds the first leg. And then you're going to hear that they do a canine search. They deploy the dogs, cadaver dogs, to try and find the rest of her. That their job was to try and find this whole person to lay her to rest. You're going to hear that a canine recovered with his handler, of course, the second leg. And I'm not going to show it right now, but you're going to hear how they collected maggots, fly larvae from that leg to determine when these pieces were dumped.
I told you it was CSI. I tried to give you the warning. Like every time I tell you real life and real court is not like CSI, this case is proving me wrong.
You're going to hear from the doctor. I call him the bug doctor. He's an entomologist, not that fancy. He's going to tell you when those bugs could have been exposed to her body and how that helped law enforcement to narrow down when she got there. That's the second tub. That was found next to.
I'm not realizing I own every single one of the things that she's highlighted. Like I own that knife. I own that husky tub. I own this tub. Which is a little bit creepy.
The leg. And you're going to see where each of these pieces was recovered. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear that they were recovered exactly where Nicholas James Kassotis' vehicle was tracked.
Dude, that's a problem. Look, every one of the recovered, like this is every one of them is by some roadway. It's understandable as to why, but.
And you're going to hear that they were recovered exactly where Nicholas James Kassotis' vehicle was tracked. You're also going to hear him admit that he was there. And I submit to you, you're going to hear him admit it once he realizes law enforcement can track his car. The head, unfortunately, wasn't found until 5 days later. Buried. That's the shovel.
You think I'm going to ask that question of Ian? No, don't answer that question. Can that knife be used to dismember a body? Don't answer the question.
I mean,
let's put it this way. That knife can probably bone a chicken.
If we're talking about, like, you know, dealing with a deer, I can say that I have broken up a deer with, you know, a pocket knife. It sucks, but it can be done. Oh, that's a terrible comment in the chat. Your Home Depot
Which
goods
one?
were not found in conjunction with your IKEA style body.
Oh no, that's horrible. Contra Poo, it may be good performance, but her showing evidence without testimony feels super prejudicial and shady AF. So here's the thing. Every courtroom is a little bit different. Give you an example. I don't remember if it was the first Karen retrial or the second Karen retrial, but they actually, during one of them, they showed, I believe, at least one or two clips during the opening statement. If the evidence is coming in, if everyone acknowledges there's no procedural hurdle to the evidence coming in, the judge will give you some leeway, depending on the court, will give you some leeway to preview it to the jury. You still have to bring it in. You have to lay the foundation. And if, let's say, you don't get it in somehow during your trial, but you showed it in your opening statement, hi, automatic appeal. See you later. I think the shadier part for me is, and I'm seeing from the chat that no, from what we know so far, those screenshots from the Home Depot price and availability, those were not discovered on his phone, which that to me becomes 100% pure argument, which is objectionable. That's pure argument. If you are pulling something that is not evidence that you intend to introduce in the fashion you intend to introduce it, that is pure argument. And that's a pretty big problem. So I will say it's a shiny opening statement. It's a shiny, pretty opening statement. I'm gonna pull up the transcript and see how many times she says I submit to you, though. I'm gonna count this. I'm actually gonna do this now.
And I submit to you, you're going to see the pictures that show that a shovel was used, and you're going to see that there are roots that are shovels.
Just on cue, fucking on cue. I say, I'm going to find out how many times she says I submit to you. Immediately says I submit to you. Oh no,
regular on cue too.
This Cinebat. It's not the actual receipts, it's not that. It's the screen grabs on top of the photo. I understand that he purchased it. I'm not disputing that. The screen grabs on top of the photo suggest that it was actually something that he went on his phone prior to purchasing it, searched for it, screen grabbed it, and then lo and behold, we see the same thing he screen grabbed at a later date after it's been used to commit a crime. That is very different than me showing a receipt from a purchase that occurred, because the screen grab shows a very, very different thing. It's a very, very, very different thing. It's a pure argument, and it would be inappropriate to do that.
Shovel hit roots, and a new spot was picked, and her head was buried. You're going to hear about how by some miracle that head was found. By some disturbed dirt by the roadway. And then you're going to hear and see Mr. Kassotis buying a shovel, November 4th of 2022. From Home Depot.
Are they saying the murder took place?
Counsel had you believe it's circumstantial. You're not going to see anything, but I submit to you, your common sense is going to easily dictate what the evidence shows. An autopsy is conducted. 2 days, because we didn't know if the head was going to be recovered. That's what you're going to hear the officers testify to. And Dr. Lehman, our medical examiner, is going to explain that. He started the autopsy on the torso and the 2 legs. He took what's called blood stain cards so that he could send the DNA to the laboratory to determine, is this the same person? We made sure we had the same person first. And on the 9th, we continued the autopsy because the head was recovered.
It's like, are we collecting the whole set?
And he's going to tell you there were 9 traumatic wounds to her skull. She was beaten on the head. You will see it. Those didn't go away. One of them resulting in a small fracture.
Yeah.
I submit to you, You're also going to
No,
see
stop
her
it.
abdominal wounds. And you're going to hear why. The state is going to present to you a reason why there were wounds to her abdomen as well. And unfortunately, you're going to hear about the dismemberment. You're going to hear from the doctor. He can't rule out certain things. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the reason he can't is because of the defendant.
Just stop saying
I
it,
submit to you,
please.
he can't rule
No.
out, for example, asphyxia, choking, because her neck is missing. Parts of her body have been so damaged that he can't do anything about that. That's what you're going to hear. He won't guess. You will not hear any guessing from the state. You will hear facts.
Well, that's effective.
And I
Dave.
submit to you, those facts will be compelling. Who is she? That was the next step, right? Who is she? How do we figure out that it's Mindi? Now, I've called her Mindi, but the detectives and law enforcement, they didn't know yet. They're going to talk to you about what they did at the time. They tried to test her fingerprints at the scene. They had her hands. They weren't on record. You're going to hear that they went ahead and they checked after the autopsy. She had actually on the right side a dental implant, like a crown. They couldn't track that, but they tried. You're going to hear that they did her DNA. They're going to hear that it wasn't in the system. And they went to genetic genealogy. God bless our country. Technology is better and better.
Argumentative, but you know, just interesting.
And they were able to get leads to figure out who she might be related to try and figure out who this woman was. And you're going to hear that the lead that they got dealing with the FBI was for who might be her mother, Betsy Mebane. And Betsy Mebane, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear they did her buccal swabs. It's like a Q-tip, those cotton swabs that they put inside your mouth, and they collected mom's DNA. And it turned out that was her mother. 99.9999% statistically. That is Mindi.
Why were they showing the portrait?
Well, you know why.
She was loved. She was all of. Yes, I get it. I very much understand, but I feel like she would have had to give the defense a copy of this opening statement beforehand, right? There's no way that this is coming in off the cuff.
I mean, I never get copies of opening statements beforehand, so.
Well, I don't mean that, but if you intend to use a prop during your opening statement,
The
I mean,
prop,
I also,
yeah.
if you're Weinstein, I think the second you see them pull the slideshow out, I would probably say, Judge, can I have a sidebar? I want to address these slides. I wonder if it's probably an argument for pretrial motions. I don't know. Slides are pretty good, though. I mean, they're a way of getting you to a place where you can argue the evidence rather than just describe what it's going to say.
You're going to hear about the forensic sketches that came out that they tried to find information and the hundreds of leads that law enforcement ran down. You're going to hear about all of the work that everyone put in to try and figure out who is this woman. All while they were trying to run down the knife and the tubs because that's all they had at the scene at the time. Remember I told you the doctor, the entomologist, he will estimate the dates of exposure between a window. And he gives a window and he'll explain to you why there's a window of the 27th through the 29th. And the mean or the median right in the middle is the 28th. But it could be a little bit before or a little bit after. Because he's going to tell you how he did DNA on the fly larvae to figure out how far along they were in their life cycle. So he could know exactly when her body was dumped there. But that in of itself isn't all you're going to have.
At least she's admitting that they're giving him a window. I mean, it's. I think she's kind of overplaying the accuracy of the evidence on the larvae, but at least we get to hear from a bug guy. I mean, we get to hear from a bug guy, entomologist. How often do we get that? That's kind of neat. Just
now that we know it's Mindi Mebane Kassotis, you're going to hear that law enforcement went and talked to the people that last saw her alive to, again, keep closing in that window, right? And you're going to hear that she was at her house with the defendant at the time in Savannah. Her parents had gone away for Thanksgiving weekend. Her dad's going to tell you that he saw her a couple of days before they left. They went up to Hilton Head with their youngest son, and that they were not at the house that weekend. The four of them you're going to hear lived together. Mindi, Mr. Kassotis, her mother, and her father. And that her mom and dad went away knowing that Mindi wasn't feeling well, that she was on bed rest from being 8 months pregnant. That's what her parents thought. In fact, you're going to hear that they thought that January was her due date. and that she didn't go because she was going to stay home. She didn't feel well. And you're going to also hear them tell you that they were very glad to hear when Mr. Kassotis advised them that Mindi was in the hospital because they thought, great, she's going to get treatment. They're going to take care of her. We're not worried. So they weren't surprised when they came home and they didn't see Mindi. And you're going to hear one of the most compelling things. Her dad had hip surgery, November 30th of 2022, when he came back from Hilton Head. And when he came back, he went into the hospital, St. Joseph Candler, near the house. It was an overnight stay. And on December 1st, when he came back, Mr. Kassotis helped him into the house with his wife. It's a couple of steps to walk in, and he had just had hip surgery. And you're going to hear Mr. Kassotis told her parents, don't worry, I'll take care of Mr. Mebane. Go back to work. Mrs. Mebane, go back to work. I'll watch him. And while they're in the house together, he says to her father, I'm going to get Mindi. She's dead. I'm going to get Mindi is what you will hear, but she's dead. And he knew that. And I'll tell you why. The evidence is going to show that they were at this house in Savannah, and that in the house in Savannah, there's blood in the house, and it's Mindi's blood. And you're going to note, notably, you're going to see the photographs, that blood is right where her head would be on the futon. You're going to hear about blood specks on the wall that they needed to use Blue Star, a luminescent, to find because it had been cleaned up. You're going to hear, we don't know whether she died there. But there was definitely a bloodletting event there.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the volume. That's going to be a question for me.
And the only person with access was Nicholas James Kassotis. So we follow his car because now we know it's the 29th, 27th through the 29th. And what we find, his car is a green Ford Explorer. If you see at the top of that frame, there's a City of Riceboro building, and that building has a camera. And that camera captures a green Ford Explorer driving past it November 29th. I submit to you the evidence will show that that's the same day, if you recall, he bought that knife that was found on the crime scene. 8:56 in the morning. You're going to see his car. I submit to you, drive right past it. And I'm going to submit to you that the evidence that you're going to see that tells you why we know it's his car is that car has Bluetooth. When you buy a new car and your phone can sync so you can talk on your phone, lots of those new cars do that. AT&T keeps those records. Not the Jim McIntyres, but AT&T. I'm going to submit to you an independent third party, no interest in this case.
That's argumentative as hell.
His car ping from his house to Home Depot and his whole drive right down 95 to Riceboro, right across into where he dumps the body. And he's going to admit on the audio statements to law enforcement post Miranda, an attorney who waived his rights, he told them, I turned off my GPS.
He gave a very lengthy interview.
That's a bad move.
After a substantial amount of time had passed, a very lengthy interview. Voluntarily. Just so stupid. I'm not going to teach people how to crime, but generally speaking, if you don't leave a whole lot of evidence around in any particular crime, the authorities are very limited in what they can use. One of the things that they will always use when you don't leave a lot of evidence around are the stupid things that come out of your mouth and say out loud. Like, lying to the cops. Yeah, he was a prosecutor. He knew better. This is stupid. It was just dumb. It's cocky. It's arrogance.
And you're going to hear the surprise in his voice when he learns they can track his car too. You're going to hear that the car and the phone follow the same path. You're going to see that witness from Riceboro, and you're going to see those photographs. And there they are. You're going to see his Ford Explorer drive right past it. You're going to see the Georgia records that show his car. You're going to see the car records that show he bought that car with cash. Almost $46,000 of cash. But he claims Mr. McIntyre was running all of his money, and he had no money. That's what you're going to hear.
No, what I hear is that he's running around he's running away from a judgment that's $1.5 million, and he's keeping a shitload of cash because he knows that if he puts it in the bank, someone's going to seize the account. That's what I hear. When you tell me 46,000 in cash, I'm like, this dude doesn't want his money in an account.
Oh, it's almost like you've been a divorce lawyer before.
It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Yeah, this is the dumbest smart guy. I don't know if he's the smartest dumb guy. I can't tell yet. We're in the weeds.
We're going to tell you where he had money from. You're going to see the car come, and you're going to see the car go. And I told you, we followed the phones. That's why I said December 1st. When he tells her parents he's going to the hospital to pick her up, she's already dead. Because he put her there. You're going to hear why everybody believed Mr. Kassotis. Counsel just told you all these wonderful things about his client. Decorated military veteran, prosecutor, judge advocate general with the Navy, Pentagon, Boston, 2 law degrees. It's not just her family that believed him. Everybody believed him. On paper, he looked like Prince Charming. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show. And then you're going to hear the statements from the defendant. I submit to you, you should listen to them very carefully. There's a lot of information in there.
The I submit to you is really breaking her flow.
It's killing me. It is destroying me. And there's no way there's not a juror that's sitting there going, can you stop saying that? So I
or
pulled
possibly
the
just
transcript.
giggling the entire time.
God, I pulled the transcript from this video. I just ran through the AI transcription, right? How many times do you think the transcript flagged for I submit to you? We know that Weinstein didn't say it once. I think the transcript's got to be wrong on this one. How many times do you think the transcript flagged?
150.
Really? Give me the real answer.
150.
It only caught 39.
I think it's
we're above that
some.
number, right? Like we have exceeded that, correct?
I feel like we have.
Like there's no way we're just at 39 I submit to use because she's been submitting all day. Oh God. I so regret that statement.
I know you do, but you can't take it back because that is not how life works.
I could say it's 39 submissions. I don't know. Could have been worse. I could have said like someone submitted more than 39. I am not gonna.
Rob,
we're gonna stop. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move beyond it. We're dropping the topic.
Oh, I'm at the bottom of this hole. Look, a shovel. I'm just gonna keep on digging.
But did I buy it from Home Depot on November 30th? Or November 4th, whatever day it was? So annoying.
It's not just lies. It's things that are impossible, I submit to you.
Oh, God.
The question becomes why, right? Mr. Weinstein talked a little bit about the divorce. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that after 10 years as a decorated military veteran, Mr. Kassotis just leaves the Navy. But he leaves because he owes his first wife $1,500,000+, and the Navy is going to make him pay it.
Yeah, that's actually true.
I submit to you that divorce you're going to hear about, and you're going to hear about it from the understanding of why him and Mindy were on the run. I submit to you, Mindy will be afraid. I submit to you, he fooled her too. I submit the evidence is going to show that her close family and friends are going to tell you that she was afraid. She bought.
We hit 39 in the last minute and a half. There's no way it's just 39. It's not possible. AI transcription sucks.
And she paid for that with her life. I submit to you, you're going to hear that there was a new woman, that Mr. Kassotis, before he even had this death, was already moved on. He started talking to a new woman. She didn't know. You're going to hear she did not know he had a wife. She was not from here. She was not in any way aware of what was going on. And that he tricked her too. And you're going to hear that he was running as quick as he could away from Georgia. You're going to hear that they got remarried. She was found on December 2nd, that he was already engaged by February, and that he was already married again by April. That he changed his name several times.
Yikes. Oh, that timeline is not fun. Whoa.
He's a guy who doesn't waste any time.
Gosh. That timeline is horrible. No, No. Angie Saldivar. No. We are not making a drinking game of I submit to you. We would die. Even if we were drinking water, we would die. No.
Yeah, there's enough alcohol in water to get you drunk off of this.
Terrible. I might have to suffer through this again and just have a physical counter and like actually count, because there's no way the transcription is right.
Times in multiple states. I submit to you, he didn't want to pay that money. That's what you're going to hear. And you're going to hear how he tried to seal off the loose ends. Changing his name, he burned the car. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show.
Well, that's another problem. There's just a lot of stupid shit. What are you doing? 1, talking to the cops. 2, burning the car. What's the explanation for burning the car? How do you get around that?
I'm just a heavy smoker.
It's just, this is
March, brand new Ford Explorer. That's what the evidence is going to show. So let's talk for just a moment about the charges. You're going to hear that the state has charged the defendant, and you're going to listen to the court. So anything I say about the law, there's any discrepancy, you follow Judge Rose. Malice murder, intent to kill.
I love it. The judge is probably like, thank you, counsel, for reminding the jury they have to follow me, the judge. Very kind of you, counsel, to remind them that in my courtroom, I'm the one who tells them the rules. Shay B, Melbourne Pride. I don't know how long until she stops submitting. She is not. She is. We have been. There's been a lot of submission.
At this point, it just seems that that's what she's into. So,
Kristen, at least the argument doesn't start with comes now. It would be worse if you just kept on doing that. That would not be proper. Shay B gifting 50 memberships. Thank you very much. Very, very kind of you. And then again, happy Friday. Unfortunately, clowns have been returned and will have to be repackaged and sent again. That is an update to Ian for the
I'm looking forward to that
horrifying clowns that are absolutely not coming anywhere towards me because fuck them clowns.
Not literally, folks.
Not literally. No, not literally. No. Ian, wiggle the mic cord. It's been doing that in your videos too. I noticed the other day there was one that, and I know it's probably driving you nuts, just like the audio is driving me crazy too. And chat, I did redo the submit search. No, Hoslong. No, Hoslong. I did redo the submit search, and it's coming back and saying it's 58, which I still think is low.
No,
it's got to be more, right?
Yeah, like triple that.
This is terrible. This is horrible. I don't like. Comes now. I submit to you a full-throated motion. It's just terrible. Every lawyer has their crutch. We all have their crutch. Me, it's saying really stupid thing at an inappropriate time.
Every blow is an intent.
Oh shit! He just. I don't know if that was because it was 1.5 speed, or I don't know. But we're gonna slow it through a normal time because she just. She I can make it show. She became the dom. She started just swinging.
When you're malice murder, intent to kill. Every blow is an intent to kill.
Whoa!
When you're striking somebody in the head. Do we know if that killed her? No, we don't. But we know that all of those contributed to her death, and you're going to hear that from the pathologist, medical doctor. You're going to also hear felony murder, which is aggravated assault, where you intend to cause harm, serious bodily injury, but it ultimately kills them. So even if you don't think for a moment that each blow was intent to kill, felony murder is if I intended to assault, then they die, it's felony murder. And you're going to hear something about venue, where she was killed. Counsel pointed out quite a bit about what the state doesn't know. We don't. And the law in the state of Georgia, and you're going to listen to Judge Rose, specifically instructs on venue. It talks about either the county in which the cause of death was inflicted, which in this case, you're going to hear everyone say they don't know exactly when she took her last breath because her body was dismembered and tossed over 3 miles. But they also Under the law, it says, if a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, it shall be considered that the cause of death was inflicted in the county in which the dead body was discovered.
This is pure argument now. Like we have left the opening statement territory. You are now arguing you are arguing law. You have put law into your outline spreadsheet. You're arguing the law right now. Why is it not being objected to?
Discovered. The law anticipates cases like this. And I submit to you, that's what we have. Mindy's body was in liberty. That's why we are here. You're also going to hear about concealing the death of another, trying to hide the death itself. You're going to hear about the possession of the knife, and you're going to hear about more than one knife, the deer processing kit and the knife itself, that Milwaukee knife. And I submit to you, you have to get through the flesh to get to the bones. And you're going to hear the tool mark expert explain, you can't do tool marks on flesh.
Is he going to say that under oath so I can use it in every single case from now until the end of time? Did you hear that, Ian? You're going to hear the tool mark.
On knife.
You're going to hear the tool mark expert say you can not get a tool mark off of flesh. Is he really? Is he going to say it under oath with as much gusto and fervor as possible? And is he going to say the same thing in the next case when he's really going to want it to?
And the thing is, it's also not true.
Those would be the Ford Explorer itself for transporting the body, the insulation knife to get access to the bones, the deer processing kit to potentially cut through the bones, and the tubs that were used to transport her, the shovel that was used to bury her head and partially one of her legs, and the removal of body parts, because they got moved all over. You're going to see them all over that map. And then the tampering, those cleansing wipes, trying to get rid of biological evidence. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, a prosecutor would know that.
That's argumentative as hell. Oh my God. Stop arguing. You're going to drive me crazy.
I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to bring your common sense, follow the law, and give justice to Mindi Mebane. Thank you.
Last 10 minutes of her speaking should have stopped. You should have cut that out and just gone straight to the follow the common sense.
Yeah, I mean, you could say something like the judge will tell you to, that he will be the arbiter of the law, but you get to bring your common sense to this. Something like that.
It started so well. Good pace, good cadence, good all of the above. Thought it was good. All of a sudden it went straight into like 9 million I submit to use, and then argumentative as hell and really frustrating there. But again, what we've learned in all these trials is lawyers will push every single boundary until they are pushed back enough. Like if you're not getting up out of your chair and objecting, it's going to happen. Wild though. So when people were saying, Rob, take a look at this case, it's really crazy. Like, nah, it can't be that crazy, right? Start listening to the evidence going, wait, what the fuck? I got to go watch the opening statements. Watch the opening statements go, oh, okay. All right. So this is that crazy.
I mean, it seems like it's going to be fairly straightforward, though.
It kind of does.
It's like this is one of those murder trials that we're running because it's a murder trial, not because the defense has a whole great case.
I would say
this is the thing is murder trials
evidence will get you there.
Like murder trials run, and that the reason why is because what he's looking at is life. So what else is he going to do?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So if you are them, who's your first witness? Who are you going to call? Not the Ghostbusters.
I mean, I don't know who they've all got, but
you will hear the narrative. What do you want? What do you want to get in front of the jury as soon as possible?
I mean,
you're the
probably
prosecutor.
Bodies.
You're the prosecutor. You want details. You want gory details. So the first person you call is, of course, it's going to be the hunter that found the body.
Please call the first witness. They call it Olin Love. Mr. Love, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
And then
but
they
the
can
truth?
finish up with the
Schwarzma, terrible. Demerits. Fire Flametti. No.
they could finish up with either the entomologist or the or the autopsy, just if they want to show the bodies again.
Well, see.
Would you state your name, please?
David Olin Lovett.
What do you go by? What are you friends?
Olin, O-L-I-N.
Mr. Lovett, where do you live?
Statesboro.
How long have you been living there?
All my life.
How old are you?
62.
Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
Lovett Mills Excavating. Self-employed.
What kind of business is that?
Earthwork, dirt work, heavy equipment, construction.
You married?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married?
35 years.
You have kids?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3.
What's the oldest? What's the youngest?
35 and 27.
The boys or girls?
All boys.
What's the oldest son do?
Builds cabinets.
The middle son?
Works for fire retardant company.
Who
And the
cares?
youngest son?
He worked for me
Okay.
in construction business.
Are you affiliated with any house of worship in Bullitt County?
Yes, sir. Statesboro worships.
And how long have you been affiliated with that?
Just 2 years because we just started this church.
Before that,
None of this is relevant. None of this.
Yeah, and it's getting into oath helping a bit.
Yeah, it's started off okay, but
It's getting into, isn't this guy real believable because he totally is a Christian, which is improper.
were you affiliated with
First
another-
United Methodist Church.
And
All
how
my
long?
life.
How long were you
All
with?
my life.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Portal Hunting Club?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's a hunt club.
bro, let him ask the question. Just let him ask the question. Let him ask the question, please.
Been in existence since 1900 in below Riceboro down here.
How long have you been a member?
15 years.
How big is that hunting area?
13,000 acres.
Is there an older hunting club in Georgia?
No, sir.
Is there a clubhouse on that property?
Yes, sir.
Describe for the jury that clubhouse.
It's a block building, probably 40 by 70, with 4 bedrooms and a big kitchen in the back, in a den in the middle with a big fireplace.
And how does that clubhouse get used?
When we hunt, that's where we stay. You know, most everybody from Statesboro or Portal, which is right above Statesboro, so we all stay there in the bedrooms. There's 4 bedrooms.
So you say most of the members are from Statesboro?
Yes, sir.
Why isn't there a hunt club in Statesboro?
There is, but just we like to get away. You know, try to stay out of trouble, but obviously.
Now, let me direct your attention to Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Did you have occasion to be on the Portal Hunting Club property on that date?
Yes, sir.
Was there something special about that weekend?
I don't think so. Was that the weekend after Thanksgiving?
Okay. Were you with any other hunters?
A group of us, yes, sir. Probably 30 people.
Now, describe for the jury when you're down there hunting, how the hunting takes place.
Usually surround the block and then turn dogs out to strategic places and try to jump a deer and run a deer. That's what happened.
Okay. And did you have another hunter nearby where you were?
Yes, sir.
Who was
Next
that?
stand, David Brandon. He was down probably a couple hundred yards from him.
This is the fastest Southern speaker I have ever heard in my whole life. I have. The accent is solid, but he is the fastest speaker I have ever heard from the South.
So while you were out there hunting, did you see a deer?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a shot?
I did.
What happened after you took a shot?
I killed it.
On the spot.
Yes, sir.
Then what do you do after you shoot the deer?
Well, I went down there to look, and David, my next stander, he came down with me, and we walked down there and saw the deer. And that's when I saw the torso in the ditch, and I thought it was a hog because there's a bunch of wild hogs down there, and I just thought it was a hog. And David and I looked at the deer, and then we went over. He said, "What's that?" And we went over and looked at it, and it wound up being a torso.
All right, dude's believable as hell. Like he's like, I thought it was a hog. I see a lot of hogs out there.
Did you touch it or do anything
No,
with it?
sir. It was down in a ditch in the water.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit Number 2.1. Do you recognize what this
Thank
is
you,
a
Court
picture
TV.
of?
Yes, sir.
What is it a picture
That's a
of?
picture of the torso we found.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the torso as you saw that day?
Yes, sir. I really don't remember but one arm. I don't know if this arm was under the water or what.
I'll tender this.
Is that literally just a guy covering this camera with his hand?
I think it is either that or he just flipped the damn
Good for them.
focus. I mean, I appreciate it. Judge
Yeah,
probably gave some pretty
100%.
damn strict instructions.
Published for the hearing. You may.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lovett, after. Apparently they can't see it.
It might be a lens cover with like a blur.
Just a filter.
Just showing a blank screen.
They don't like the tech, man. They come on. Let's figure it out. Really? We're still messing with the tech?
We went back to clubhouse and told
That's fine. Mr. Lovett, what did you do after you discovered that?
we went back to clubhouse and told some senior members, and they called the sheriff's office 911.
How far is the clubhouse from where you found the torso?
Probably 2 miles.
And after you had somebody to call the police, then where did you go?
I stayed at the clubhouse until they called us back down there.
Okay, and ultimately you went back down there
Yes,
around the
sir.
time the police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Philip McCallum?
I do.
Was Mr. McCallum out there that day?
He was.
For so long as you were in the presence of that torso, did you or any of the other hunters touch it?
Oh, no.
Do you recall about how long it took the first officer to get there?
Not long at all. Probably 15, 20 minutes at most.
When that first officer arrived, was the torso in the same condition as you saw it?
Yes, sir.
While you were there, did you see the police put up crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And when the tape was put up, did you and the other hunters move outside the crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And were you there when Philip?
Oh,
McCallum
did they
found-
actually secure a crime scene?
Thank you. Thank you. This is why everyone's like, are we going to watch the whole trial tonight? No, I just wanted to do the very stark contrast between how an investigation is supposed to look and what we saw in Boston. Like, this is very, very, very different. Oh, wait, did they not cover this? And they blacked it out later?
Huh.
Oh.
So they applied YouTube's blur filter function.
Yeah. Okay. Good call.
I'm guessing they might have gotten a letter from the judge saying, "Dear sir or madam, I am writing this to you because you have fucked up."
Or any number of people that were like, what in the actual fuck are you doing? But did you hear that? We got immediately phone called into the cops. The cops show up and they immediately cordon off, and they don't allow people back down or around the scene. And wow, it's amazing.
Yes,
Did you see what he found?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
A tote turned upside down, if I remember correctly.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, counsel, cross-examination. Just briefly, Your Honor.
What are you going to cross him on?
Mr. Lovett? I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis. Just a few questions for you. How long have you been hunting?
All my life.
And that year, I guess of 2022, when was the hunting season that year?
We're going to try and use him.
Third Saturday in October till about the second Saturday in January.
How did you know it was hunting season?
That's kind of a silly question, to be honest with you. I mean,
Most honest laugh of any southerner I've ever. How'd you know it was hunting season? I think, sir, I think it's in my bones. I think I know, like, when rain is coming, like, I can tell it's hunting season. It's a
Every
religion.
hunter out there knows exactly the day that hunting season starts, and the reason why is because, like, you know, they're going to be out there 8 o'clock day one.
I mean, is school let out? Are all the kids pulled out of school that day, the day opening day? Yeah, 100%. But I like it. Use him.
Surrounds that.
It's not a secret that it's hunting season, right?
Indeed.
You don't need to show some special handshake to know it's hunting season,
No,
right?
sir. No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the discovery of the torso. Then day one, let me pull this down and let me just give you a summary of what we heard from on day one to get us caught up. All right. So, rest of the witnesses testifying on day one were because the other one was. I had these saved. Thank you, 20th Century Fox. I submit to you is not a catch-all. No, it is not. It is not a catch-all. Just like, I mean, it is so frustrating when lawyers have, now every lawyer has it. They have their crutch. Every single one of them does it. Now, the thing is, I imagine that if she goes back and watches her opening statement again, there's no way you don't hear that and see that it doesn't drive you nuts. There's no way. So day one, we had opening statements. David Lovett, he was the one that found the original body. Then we have Anthony Brown, a U.S. Marshal Task Force. He's the one who was dispatched to the area, observed the vehicles, hunters, etc., identified the crime scene. Philip McCaller returned to the scene, found a leg approximately 2.5 feet away from the roadway, 20 yards away. Thought it was deer originally. John Murphy then testifies, former law enforcement officer. So a lot of this is regarding the search and recovery of the body. So yes, it's a lot of photos of the body, of the different things that are there. And then they begin confirming the DNA recovery on all the different body parts because they didn't have anything to identify the individual by. And then we get to day two. Day two, I believe, is more of the DNA, isn't it? Or no, it's the medical examiner testifies the body parts. So they do. The medical examiner testifies. The autopsy was conducted over 2 particular days because they couldn't identify the person who it was. 9 lacerations to the head, including 1 wound that struck deep enough to cause a skull fracture. Piece of liver was sent for toxicology. Toxicology was that there was just a non-lethal concentration of Benadryl, but couldn't really say that that would have had any effect whatsoever. Doug Weinstein gets out that the head wounds would have produced a ton of blood, which helps the defense's case because, again, prosecutor said Couch had some, but we don't know how much was there yet. Then in cross-examination, Weinstein gets out that the argument or contention that the blood on the couch could have been from Mindy's period. They went for sketches. They couldn't find anything with sketches. Then they started narrowing down by the vehicle, trying to find the vehicle that was used. And then we get to day 3, which was yesterday. Oh, day 3. Okay. Day 3 was interesting. So I want to touch on a little bit of the day 3 testimony. So let's go to that. Let's see if there's any questions by the chat first. Oh, thank you, Sandy, for that. There were apparently defensive wounds found on her hand and forearm, as well as lacerations. So there was other cuts and wounds that were there that were inflicted antemortem. Yeah, antemortem. All right. Let's get caught up, and then we'll get to day 3 because there is. I'm going to say that some of the stuff about the family is pretty interesting. Where's the investigator? AirB&B. Oh, the AirB&B owner was interesting. All the lies that were told by him to the family just did not seem to be very aware of a lot of things going on. Just very, very odd. So, Skeezy Replay Crew, but wanted to pop in and say hi. So, hi. Glad to see you. Lola, the good dog, 26, about Judge Madia and Ohio, who punished unprepared defense lawyer by rejecting plea agreement and sent the client, Hannah Freeman, to jail. I saw the coverage of that. Did you see that video?
What?
The plea that got rejected.
I haven't seen that one. No.
It's interesting. They negotiate a plea, and you always tell your client, always, just because you negotiate this plea deal does not mean the judge is going to buy it and go with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very large. It gives you the judges usually will defer to the the negotiated settlement agreement or the negotiated disposition, they will usually defer to that, but in certain cases, they won't. They will absolutely reject a plea if they feel it's inappropriate. In this particular case, apparently the attorney I don't know if he's unprepared or what, but the judge rejected the plea and the client went to jail. It does happen. It's not as uncommon as you would think. And that goes the other way too. Sometimes they will negotiate a plea that includes like jail time. And the judge will say, I've looked at the evidence. I don't believe with what the prosecution did here. I don't believe this serves the interest of justice. I'm letting you go. At 1 CVB 417 PSA, the only Carolina Blue is born is NCSU Wolfpack. Go Pack. Football's right around the corner. Music to my soul. Could the defense have responded to the prosecution deferring its opening statement with an Uno reverse card? They could have said, I deferred to beginning of my case in chief, but then again, you lose the opportunity to speak to the jury. I don't know what would have been. I don't know. Prosecution started pulling some stuff there at the end that didn't make me comfortable. CA Berg 93. Thanks for becoming a member. Hawk Banana, no. Prosecutor, I submit to you. Defense comes now. No. We're not. Nope. Nope. Emily Hart 345. Jen McCabe and him belong together. Oh, I mean a liar who lies. Texas Katie did. Thanks for becoming a member. Sail Hounds, I'm also finding the I submit statements weird. She should have said some coaching along the way before she got here. Just like Lolly's what if any. Every lawyer has a crutch. You will also hear in her questioning that her crutch also happens to be the word okay. Now that I said that, you will all hate me for when you hear her say that after every single question and answer. But it happens. Honk Banana, no. Am I the only one who's disappointed? The AI transcription search for her saying, I submit to you, did not come back with a count of 69. There are some in chat that are probably very disappointed in that as well. Chloe diagnosed snarky. Find plus replace with phrase in quotes. Get number replaced. Oh no, I did. I moved it into a Word document and then did search in the Word document. It told me how many were there. Jimp 2077. I bet her submit will equal 5 times by the end of the case. You don't have the opportunity unless you're actually arguing. So you get it. You're going to get it twice. You're going to get opening and closing. Lynn KH Fivers. A friend of mine moved to Georgia.
I guarantee she submits a whole bunch in sidebars.
You mean she says the phrase I submit to you?
Yes. That is exactly what I mean.
Yes. Say the phrase again. What you just said out loud.
No, I don't think I will actually.
Realize the consequence of your statement.
Nope, I think we're good.
Ian pulled a Rob.
I'm not a big fan of the consequences of my actions.
Runkle pulled a Rob. A friend of mine moved to Georgia in the 80s. The factory they worked in shut down for the week of hunting season. They had that many hunters working there at that time. Like I said, schools basically closed down. Mr. Sharpie 7899 won't be here too long because I like to replay crew during work. Thanks for replay. Thanks for being here, chiming in. Please hit a like button, and we'll catch you on the replay. Leave a comment if you want to. But had my first jury duty today. Congrats, that's fun. Or I would have if I didn't get canceled. Oh no, you got nixed. Terrible. Nerdosaurus Jules, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Try adding numbers. What, if anything, did she submit? It's better than who, if anyone, was driving the car. Like that's still will go down in history as the best one.
I just love the idea. I mean, the thing is that question will become less stupid with time.
Yeah.
Give it 10 years and that question stops being stupid.
I know. Laura Lee at 83 anniversary, 36 months. Thanks for being a member for 36 months. Ian, wiggle the mic. I'm getting notes that there's a little bit of static. Cord is doing the wiggly thing.
I've wiggled Mike.
Success. Okay. So
once it starts doing that, it like keeps doing it. And I haven't figured out why, but like, I need to like save my pennies and buy a new computer or something to try to solve that.
So it happened. Let's swoop to day 3. Day 3 of this trial. And we get perhaps some of the first Well, there's damning evidence all over the place, but this is the Airbnb that they were renting.
Kassotis was renting there. What was in the shed?
There were just tools.
What kind of tools?
I don't really know all the tools, like hammer and like a screwdriver and like a saw maybe.
During the period of time that he was renting your house, were others staying there also?
No.
How do you know that?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know that.
Do you know or not know whether other people were staying there?
So the place was booked for 4 adults. So I just Nicholas's photo was on it, and I don't know the other 3 adults that were staying there that were booked.
Did he ever make reference to a wife?
Yes.
And whether or not she was pregnant?
Yes.
And what did he indicate to you was the condition of his wife?
Alive.
He just said that, that
What an odd question.
Something on that.
Expecting a child?
Yeah, something on that basis. I don't know if it was expecting a child or.
Yes, this is the Airbnb owner and host, which I legitimately feel bad for. Imagine having that, like, oh, a murder took place at your Airbnb. Cool. Not cool.
Something else, but in
yeah, that will impact your renter or your host rating.
How many times did you meet with Mr. Kassotis in person?
I met him one time. This was during a Hindu festival called Diwali, because I usually put a light. It's supposed to be for good luck. So I had contacted him to basically put a light in the house if he would oblige, or like, and he agreed upon it. So me and my ex-husband at that time went to the house and handed him a candle, and outside the house. We didn't go inside because he met us outside, and I gave it to him.
Would you recognize Mr. Kassotis if you saw him again?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Would you point to him?
He's sitting over there.
If you let the record reflect, she's indicated the defendant seated at the defense table.
It does.
Do you recall how long he rented that property?
About 3 months.
Do you recall from memory his move-out date?
I think sometime in November or December.
Did he move sooner than his anticipated move-out date?
Yes.
Did he notify you of that?
Yes. And
when tenants move out, in particular, when Mr. Kassotis moved out, did you go to the house and inspect it?
Yes.
What condition did you find the house in?
It was left very clean.
Pardon me?
It was very clean.
Cleaner more than normal when tenants move out of a property?
Yeah, it was very clean.
Bro, really? You're gonna? Was it more clean than normal? Would you say that it was clean, like someone would clean a crime scene? All right, okay, we get the point. That was objectionable.
I mean, the thing is that there is a basis for comparison.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I was the judge, I would have been like, it's on the edge, but I'm allowing it.
Yeah, it's also one of the. Are these? Let me ask the chat this. Would a long-term Airbnb rental of 3 months, would that flag as odd to any of you? Like, just
no, they do get rented for that kind of time.
Really? I haven't run across that. That was curious to me when I was listening to that it was a long-term Airbnb rental. I just don't run across that a lot. I'm just wondering if in that area, would any of the jurors hear this and be like, that sounds odd to me? All right, chat's seeing super normal. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Did you look in the backyard?
Yeah.
Was there any evidence of digging in the backyard?
No.
Any evidence of digging in the front yard?
No.
Oh, solid move, Mr. Prosecutor. I like that. Getting ahead of
asking about the digging?
Because he bought the shovel in the shovel was purchased. Shovel was purchased on November 4th. The date that they're kind of pinning the murder having occurred was November 28th, 29th, something around there.
But nobody's going to be digging at their Airbnb. Like, that would be extremely weird.
And it begs the question of why the individual is buying a shovel when they're at an Airbnb. I don't know, unless he does it or use it for work. I have no clue. But I like the prosecutor getting ahead of that and saying, "Did you notice any evidence
digging
of
for
digging?"
treasures?
Might have been, I don't know, where it's like a pet died or something. I don't know.
You buried it and they think you'd bury them at an Airbnb?
I don't know the answer to that question. It sounds odd to me.
That's not normally a service that's included with your Airbnb rental. Is pet
cemetery?
burial.
I mean, it's not like you're asking it to come back to life. I mean, what if you actually were? What if you rented an Airbnb on top of like sacred burial ground and you did bury your pet, and then all of a sudden you're back in a book? A horrible
Rob,
thing.
this is a pretty terrible movie idea.
Oh, no, this movie actually might be. It's kind of simple for a movie. It kind of sets up. There's not a whole lot of shocks. But so the purchase history was that on August 16th, he goes to Home Depot and buys Clorox wipes, latex glove, and folding razors. Okay, I'm not giving any credence to the argument that he made the purchase on August 16th and that he was at that point in time making that purchase because he needed the Clorox wipes to clean up from a murder that took place in November 28th. So no, prosecution lost me on the August 16th purchase of the latex and the Clorox wipes. November 8th, buying the shovel. Okay, he's in an Airbnb. Sure. Questions about whether
you don't think he's that much
shovel.
of a planner?
August 16th. This is the same dude who sat in front of who gave voluntary statements without a lawyer. I don't know. That's kind of odd.
He might be a advanced planning moron.
Pretty stupid. November 28th, he buys the 7-piece knife set from Bass Pro Shop. Oh, the purchase of the Milwaukee knife now sounds a little bit more interesting now when you hear it. So the 7-piece knife set was purchased from Bass Pro Shop on November 28th. The next day, he buys the Milwaukee 6-inch knife, like immediately the 29th. That one, I can see that coming to being a little bit more significant.
Did you discover anything missing when you inspected the house?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a rug.
Wait, he stole a rug?
This is great. He had his lawyer with him. He saw him in the mirror. Yeah. The lawyer who represents himself as an idiot for a client and a jackass for a lawyer. Yes, the rug.
It was replaced by another. It was a rug. I had a rug and it was replaced by another rug.
So he had a rug. There was a rug there. It was replaced by another rug.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yep. It gets even better, but worse.
Describe what that rug was. The rug that you noticed was missing.
So the house, it's
talking to the microphone.
Sorry, the house has like a living area with the TV next to the kitchen, and the rug was there that leads up to the backyard.
Okay. Now, when you're advertising this property for rent, do you put profile pictures on the internet ads?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm showing you now the card that states exhibit number 2.43. You recognize this picture?
Yes, that's the rug that was missing.
Okay. And does this picture fairly and accurately depict the living area of your house as well as the rug that's in front of the TV?
Yes.
Well, I'll tender this time states exhibit number 2.43.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
Describe this rug for the jury.
It's a soft, colorful, regular rug. I think 5 by 7 size.
And the rug is right in front of the TV. Is that enough? I'm asking, is it in front of the TV?
Oh, yeah.
Now, initially, when you went to the property after Mr. Kassotis moved out, did you immediately recognize this rug was missing?
Yes.
And what was in its place?
It was another rug that was like a cheaper rug and a smaller rug instead.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.44. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
The replacement rug, I think.
What's that picture? This rug here.
I think it's a replacement rug. Yeah.
So this is not the rug that you had when you rented the
No,
place.
no,
Does this fairly and accurately depict the rug that was left after he moved out?
correct, yes.
I'll tender it this time, State's Exhibit number 2.44. No objection. So
She's
would you
like, I
describe
had
the
a
pattern
much
on
better
the two
rug.
rugs as similar?
This rug is a piece of
Yeah,
crap.
Yeah, it's kind of. She goes even further.
You can see this, they're not the same.
That's all the questions I have.
Did he pass on her or did he ask questions? I can't remember if he asked questions or not.
I mean, I'm just gonna say I don't think it looks all that great for this guy so far.
No. So there was a rug there. You bought a shovel. There's no digging. You were there you had rented it for 5 months, but you left early. There was a rug there when you moved in and took occupancy. It was not there when I came back into the property, and it was replaced by a different rug that looked kind of similar, but was clearly not the same rug. I mean, I thought maybe the dog could have peed on the rug. All right, so the rug would have been peed on by the dog, but do you think, just play this out for you, if I'm renting an Airbnb and my dog pees on the rug, or a kid throws up on the rug, or I spill wine on the rug, am I immediately going to, well, shit, I better replace this rug with something that looks nearly identical to it? Or am I doing what happens when a dog pees on the rug or a dog pees on the carpet and buying carpet cleaner and just cleaning it so it doesn't get discovered?
I mean, it depends on how thoroughly the dog pees the rug.
I mean, it's gonna take. it's what are we talking about here? Like, this is it's a rug and an Airbnb. I am not tossing the rug and buying a whole new one. I'm cleaning the fucking rug. I'm scrubbing it. And then, or even then, let's say, hypothetically speaking, let's say that it is the rug has been peed on to such an extent that oh no,
the dog pees blood all over the rug.
unrecoverable. Let's say it's red wine. All right, red wine. I can still clean red wine out of a rug. Also, trust me, I'm a wine drinker. I can clean red wine out of a rug. Also, I'm probably sending a note to the person who owns the Airbnb that says, hey, damage the rug. I can either A, try to clean it, B, I can replace the rug for you. How you want to handle it? I'm not really. I love that it's like, if the rug is only $50, I'm replacing the rug, but she's like, no, it's clearly a cheaper rug. She's pissed that the rug that was there was like nice and it got replaced with the shitty rug.
Wouldn't you be upset if you're running this Airbnb and this guy suddenly replaces the rug with like, hey, here's the world's crappiest like rug?
Yeah. I'm saying, in the world of, is this getting me to beyond a reasonable doubt? Is this one fact getting me to beyond a reasonable doubt? No. But is this a circumstantial fact or a circumstantial piece of evidence that I get to pile on to other stuff to reach the conclusion that there was a reason that rug got replaced? Yeah. What are you gonna do, Doug?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. And I'm sorry that I did not catch this. Is your last name no longer Hansen?
Correct.
What's your last name presently?
Kare, Khare.
Kari?
Yes.
Am I saying that right? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Kari, do you recall being interviewed by agents?
Yes.
In I think May of 2023?
Yes.
Oh, what'd you say to the agent?
And during that interview, you told the agents that Mr. Kassotis never bothered you, correct?
Yeah.
You told the agents that Mr. Kassotis was a good tenant.
Correct.
You told the agent that you had no issues with payments from Mr. Kassotis,
Correct.
that Mr. Kassotis always paid on time.
Correct.
You told agents that he was a very good tenant, and you told agents that he was very professional, correct?
Correct.
In addition, you told the agents that when you got the home back from Mr. Kassotis, and I guess you inspected it. Do you normally inspect when you get a home back?
Yes.
So did you do an inspection this time
Yes.
with regard to Mr. Kassotis leaving the Airbnb?
Yes.
You said that there was no overpowering smell of bleach. You recall saying that?
Yes.
And also that there was no smell of cleaners, correct?
Yes.
You also told the agents there were no stains on fabrics, right? Or on furniture. You also mentioned something else that didn't come up in the direct exam today. Did you notice that the lock on the front door was completely broken?
Ooh.
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling them that the lock on the front door was completely broken?
I don't remember that now.
Okay.
Do you have the statement, Doug? Show her. There you go.
Regarding the rug being replaced, can I ask you about that? When you have tenants, and how long have you had Airbnbs?
So I had this one, and then before that I took a break because I had a baby. So I had before that in Hawaii. So I don't know, like 10 years, relatively.
Sometimes do items in the Airbnbs go missing?
Correct.
Sometimes are they damaged?
Yes.
Occasionally will a tenant damage something and replace it with something else?
Never. Not usually.
But occasionally there are things that are damaged within the Airbnbs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. No.
Ooh, that never was not a good answer for him.
I mean, I don't see that is something people would usually do.
No. And it's one of those things where I don't know if I would have gotten all the way there, like as a juror saying, well, maybe they'd replace these things all the time. No, I think I would have been logically speaking like, no, they're not going to replace. Why would they replace? Okay. Want to get to the mom. Mom testifies. All right. I'm going to be kind of clear. I don't understand this family dynamic at all. Either this guy was the best storyteller in the whole wide world and everyone just bought into it, or this family did not share information back and forth at all. Oh, there was no follow-up on the lock. It was just the question. He didn't, I don't know if he had it or not. The mom testifies, and I'm sitting here going, what is happening? I was very confused. So let's get into some of this.
A while. And
So was your understanding that was why he left?
yes,
Okay. And that was the job you thought that he took after he left the Navy?
yes,
Okay. Do you know what he did for the Department of Veteran Affairs?
no.
Did he ever tell you?
I don't, I mean, I know he's a lawyer, but I don't really know.
Okay.
So,
Did there come a time when
Mind you, mom and dad lived with them for a period of time, for quite some time. They all lived under the same roof.
Mindi and Mr. Kassotis wound up moving somewhere where you were present as well?
yes.
Tell the jury how that came to be the situation.
Well, I know they came down one Christmas and spent Christmas in Hilton Head when we were living there. And
when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband and myself, my son, and my daughter-in-law, Frank the Fourth and Megan.
Okay. And so do you mean Frank the Fourth then and Megan?
And my husband, yes.
Okay. And where was Matthew?
Oh, poor Matthew. I just totally forgot him.
Okay.
Yes, Matthew also. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, at some
Matthew will never forgive you. Like you, Matt. My brother's name is Matthew. He's the middle child. I'm totally going to say that Matthew is always forgotten.
point did Matthew go to school?
Yes, he went to college after he graduated high school. So
Okay. Was that an away school or was he home?
yes, no, he went to school in Douglas, Georgia, 2 years, and then to Milledgeville 2 years.
Okay. So he had moved out of the house, Matthew, at that point when he went to college?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were living with Frank the Fourth and Megan, where in the country were you living at that time?
Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Okay. And were Mr. Kassotis and your daughter with you at that point?
No, they did come. I believe it was February 2021.
Okay,
They
so-
called Frank the Fourth and asked him to come pick them up in Beaufort. And so he did. And he brought them back to the house to live.
Okay. So Were you at the house with Frank IV and Megan for a period of time before they moved in?
Yes.
Okay. And when they moved in, did they bring anyone with them?
Their dog, Rusty.
Yes, the reason why Matthew was forgotten is that right now she has categorized her children as the children that are full grown children. And then Matthew, which came 20 years after her, all of those kids were born. That's a surprise.
That was yeah.
You got all of them grown and out of high school and like out. And then yay, you get to do it all over again with Matthew. So poor Matthew got forgotten.
Okay. When they came to stay with Frank IV and Megan, was Mr. Kassotis working?
He had his computer and he was doing computer work.
Okay. And describe for the jury what you saw him doing on a day-to-day basis.
He would get up in the morning and work all through the day on his computer.
Oh, Lisa Paxson, I hate you. Like, no, not that. It's Melissa. I hate you for this comment. Because now I can't. Now this is gonna stick with me for this entire trial. Just the dude. Really, the rug really tied the room together, man. Now it's I can't not unhear that in that tone. Now I've been saying justice for the rug. Y'all are messed up.
And into the early morning hours.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to look at what was on his computer monitor?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, for one reason, I wanted to be respectful, and I also thought it wasn't any of my business. But
did he ever advise you weren't permitted to look?
Objection to leading.
Withdrawn. I'll rephrase. At that point, you believed he was working for what company?
Something to do with Microsoft.
Okay. But you didn't know more than simply that?
No, I did not.
And when you observed him, you said he was working from the early morning hours until late at night. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever able to hear him having communications with anybody by WebEx?
No, I never did.
Did you ever have any opportunity to hear meetings by any other platform like Skype or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So all you saw was him working on the device?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mindy working at the time?
No, she was not.
Okay. Do you know why she was not working?
Well, one basic reason was she was scared to death to leave the house. So
tell us what you mean by that.
Well, there was supposed to be people after them. They supposedly had security, and so she was truly fearful for her life.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
And when you said that she was fearful for her life, did you ever see the security team that they referred to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever speak to anyone from a security team?
Only by email.
Okay. At some point, there were email communications?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you believe that was the security team?
I did.
And tell us what the living arrangements were at Frank and Megan's house.
They had a 2-story house. The bedrooms were upstairs, and Frank and Megan had the master bedroom. And then when Mindy and Nick came to live there, I moved into the little kind of middle bedroom so they could have the bigger bedroom and lots of windows and stuff.
Okay. So all of you each had, meaning each couple had your own bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did there come a time when there were any problems with the living arrangements with Frank and Megan?
I'm trying to think exactly when it was. Maybe like March or April of 2020.
Oh yeah, no. Everyone thought that was weird. Every single person thought that was weird. No one understands how we just blew past this whole. Like she just flew right by it. Like, did he ever tell you he had a job? Yeah, no. I think he was doing something for Microsoft. Was there ever anything that you saw related to this job while he was working from home that you saw him on the device full time? No. He had a security team. Can we get the question asked? Like, did you not ask him about the security team and why you have a security team? And should I be concerned being in the house when you have a fucking security team? Where is this magical security team? Are they in the bushes? Are they around the corner? Are they hiding? Like, what is happening? Why are no questions being asked by the mom? I'm so confused.
It's very odd.
And the mom is saying she wouldn't leave the house because she was so afraid of what was going to happen to him. Why are you in the same house? Why are you there? If you're afraid, if your daughter is petrified to the point where she won't leave the house, do you feel safe living in the same house? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Why is this not sounding weird to anybody who's why does she not look like this is really strange?
with the real estate market. They wanted to sell their house because there was such a good real estate market. And so that's when problems started to occur.
Okay. What were those problems?
Well, they asked Mindy and Nick to please have their security move them somewhere else so they could get the house ready to sell. And with they had Rusty, and so it was hard to put your house on the market with all of that going on.
Okay. And at that time, you believe that the security team was supposed to move Nick and Mindy?
Yes.
Okay. Did they move out?
They did, but my son finally, after weeks of going on, he finally went and filed an eviction.
So
hoping to force the security people to do something.
Okay. And the security people, were they?
Did you hear that too? Someone make that make sense. Someone make that make sense. My son, we're all living in the same house. My son files to evict my son-in-law, hoping that the security team, because I'm seeking to evict this person and giving them eviction notice, hoping the security team will move them. What the fuck? Like, it's not normal.
This is very weird.
Providing any, if you know, was any money being paid to Frank and Megan for Mr. Kassotis and Mindy staying at Frank and Megan's house?
I don't really know.
Okay. But it was your understanding that the security team would have to move them?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter leave the residence?
They did.
Do you know what the circumstances surrounding that were?
Yes. Frank IV filed the eviction, and it got down to where however many hours or days it is, we were down to the last couple of days. And I told Nick, Frank IV is dead serious about this. Y'all need to be gone when they were out of town for a few days because it was Memorial Day. So I said, when they get home, y'all need to be gone. And so I said, I can help. I can pay for a hotel for a few days if that'll help you. So we ended up loading up, and I took them to a hotel in Savannah.
Okay. And when you say I took them, were you alone at that time with the two of them and the dog?
Yes.
Where was your husband, Frank, and your son, Matthew?
Matthew played ball in the Northwoods League for a team in Illinois. So Frank had taken him to Illinois to get him settled and stayed a few days. And so he wasn't there.
So neither of them were there with you at the time?
Correct.
Okay. And you said we all loaded up in the car. Whose car?
It was actually Matthew's old Altima.
Did Mindy or Mr. Kassotis have a vehicle at that point?
No, they did not.
Okay. And you drove to Savannah with them?
Yes.
And you said, I believe that was Memorial Day weekend. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got here,
so he has a security team assigned to him, but he doesn't have a vehicle.
I don't get this at all.
To drive in the beater Altima. The jury's got to be sitting there going, what the fuck is happening? Like, what am I hearing?
Yeah, if I'm the jury, I'm like, I have all the questions and I have none of the answers, and I hate everybody here.
I know. I'm looking at the prosecutor being like, hey, Madam Prosecutor, can I take over the questions because you just blew past this one? And I need a whole lot more.
Can we get to the whole security thing? Yeah.
No, I paid for more than a few days, maybe a week or two. And then I finally said, we just can't keep doing this. So
the security team didn't pay for the hotel?
No.
And when you got to Savannah, you said you paid for about a week or two. Where did you move after that, if you did?
Did at any point in time you look at your daughter and son-in-law and say, are you guys having a mental health crisis? Did at any point in time, did any of this reach the level of insanity that you're looking at them and saying, all right, either fess up, tell me what the fuck's going on, or I'm taking you to a mental hospital? How is all of this this is all normal? We're just going to take this casual? This is Tuesday, just a regular Tuesday or Thursday. I don't know. This is insane.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You said you stayed in a hotel for about 2 weeks, right?
They did.
They did.
They
Okay.
did. Yes.
And that was them by themselves?
Yes.
My apologies.
No,
So
no problem.
where were you staying at that point?
I was still with Frank and Megan until they sold the house. And
I see. So you paid for Mr. Kassotis and your daughter to stay in that hotel, and you then stayed with Frank and Megan?
Yes, like I had been before. Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when they moved out of the hotel?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis said he had arranged a place in Savannah, and asked us if we would like to come and stay with them. So we also all of us did.
Okay.
Okay. We're just going to accept that as an okay. Let me play this out. just you're all living under the roof of one child. right? You're all under that roof. Like 6 of you, 3 sets of couples. Cool. All living under the roof. Child number 1 looks at son-in-law and says, y'all got to get out. Security team's got to move you. Actually goes so far as to evict said son-in-law and presumably his sister. Rather than any security team taking them, you, mom, drive them to a hotel in the old beater car owned by your youngest son. Drive them to a hotel. Do they pay for that hotel themselves? No. Does the security team pay for the hotel? No. Mom fronts the bill for the hotel. Great. That happens for a while. Then the son-in-law, who could not pay for the hotel that you paid for, all of a sudden says, cool, I found this Airbnb that I rented for 5 months. Y'all want to come and live with me and us. In what world is this normal to anybody?
No, none of this is normal.
I deal in family law. I am used to all kinds of random shit that is just so weird. This is shocking me. I am so confused as to how any of this takes place, and no one's asking a question at all. Yes, ma'am, I'm looking at your face. This is the face that I would be making to my son-in-law when he's like, do you want to come live with us? No.
And when you went to stay with them, where did you go to stay?
It was a house on 65th Street in Savannah.
Do you know what kind of a property that was? Meaning, did they own it? Did they rent it? Did they?
It was rented or AirB&B, something like that.
Okay. And at that point, who was paying for the property?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And was Mindy still not working at this point?
Yes.
Did Mindy leave the house at all?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis leave the house?
Yes, he did.
How did he withdrawn? When he left the house, was he on foot? Did he have a car? How did he go?
I don't remember exactly when it was. When we had been there a little bit, Nick got a car, but before that, Frank would take them wherever they wanted. My husband, Frank, would take them. If he needed to go to the store or wherever, he would take them.
And at this point, when Frank was driving them, did you have concerns about their safety? Meaning Frank and Mr. Kassotis, if they went to go do errands or things?
No, not really.
Why not?
What?
Everything about this is so bizarre to me.
You just said no. You testified like 2 minutes ago. Your daughter was terrified. People were chasing them and like so afraid wouldn't leave the house. Then
I think that they probably just thought that the kids were like completely
crazy
off their nut, and they're just like, we're going to humor them because they're off their nut. But
why not? Why not get ahead of that? Why is this woman not just saying, look, we thought they were fucking crazy and we wanted to keep an eye on them? Like, why not say that? What the hell is this? Were you concerned about them leaving the house? No. What?
This is so. Yeah, this might be a fair thing. It might be that everybody here is nuts.
It's possible. I don't understand.
I don't know. I just never really was fearful when they went out.
Did you work?
I did. I was working at a law firm in downtown Savannah.
Did you go to work every day?
It gets worse. You work at a law firm. You should know better. You work with lawyers.
I did.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Kassotis about your safety?
Once or twice.
Did he ever express concerns about your safety?
Only after one time when we were told that Nick's father and uncle had come to the house, and so that after that, they told me what kind of car it was. So I remember if I was out walking by myself in downtown, I would look for that car or van or whatever it was.
Did he tell you what type of car?
He did, but I couldn't. I don't remember what it was.
Okay. But other than that, he never expressed concerns for your safety being out, going back and forth to work every day.
No.
Did you ever meet Mr. Kassotis' employers?
No.
Did you meet his coworkers?
Just his friend Cameron that was in the wedding.
Okay. Was that a coworker from what time period in his life?
I believe from when he was at the Pentagon.
Okay. Did you ever meet any of his coworkers from when he worked for Microsoft?
No.
Other than on the computer, did you ever meet anybody associated with those positions?
No.
And I say on the computer, I mean when he was using the computer.
Yes.
Did he continue to use the computer all day, every day at the place in Savannah?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, you said that you stayed in the house in Savannah. Can you describe for the jury what that house was like? What did it look like?
Well, when you came into the living room, and then there was like a small bathroom, then a small dining room, and then the kitchen, and then there was a pretty good sized like a den or a TV room, and then there were 2 bedrooms and a full bath in between the 2 bedrooms, but they were separated by the bath.
Okay, so there was a bedroom, a bathroom, and then a second bedroom?
Yes.
Were there doors between the bathroom to the bedrooms or just in the hallway?
I'm not sure if there was a door that actually led back there or not. I'm not sure.
Okay, but you could get in there from the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, is that the door you used?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said there was a second bathroom as well, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a quote designated bathroom that you and your husband used, or did you share? How did that work?
We all, well, there was only one where there was a shower in the main bathroom, but we were all on different schedules, so we never had a problem with that. And then you could always go to the other bathroom if you needed to.
Okay. Now, when you stayed in the house, which of the bedrooms was yours, meaning you and Mr. Frank?
As you would come in, we were the one on the left. Okay. Theirs was the one on the right.
Okay. And where was Rusty at this point?
Either in the bedroom or sometimes he would come out to the den and let us pet him and stuff.
Was he a shedder?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of a dog was Rusty?
I don't know what breed, but he was kind of large but very sweet.
Okay. Do you know what color he was?
Kind of a reddish brown.
Okay. And Rusty stayed at the house with you though while you were in
Yes,
Savannah?
he did.
Okay. Now, at this point, you had told us that there was a security team in place that you believed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, did you have a good relationship with your daughter?
Yes.
Do you think you knew her pretty well?
Yes, I do.
Survey says, what? Excuse me, what?
Would you have considered her
I
gullible?
don't know any of what's going on here, but
Ian, trust me, buckle up. It gets crazier somehow it does.
How does it get crazier?
Just trust me.
So when she told you she was afraid, did you believe her?
Absolutely.
Okay. And did her behavior seem to be consistent with that?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Did you believe Mr. Kassotis when he advised you that they were in danger?
Yes.
Did he ever try to prevent you from going to work?
Only one day when he said there was something big happening and he said he thought I should not go to work. And so I didn't. I said I had a problem that day and couldn't come to work, and so I didn't.
But other than that day, did he ever
No.
tell you to stay at home for your own safety?
No.
To your knowledge, and from your interaction being in the house, did you believe that your daughter was still happily married to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, I did think so.
Okay. And at some point you indicated that they advised you, or he advised you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if having a baby was important to them? Did they ever talk about it with you?
I think it was, yes.
Okay. And even in the middle of all the security risk, they still wanted to have a child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go to the...
That's the odd part you're going to focus on. Like, of all of the things that were there that you were like, this seems odd. Why don't I focus on this line of questioning? We're going to stop at the baby and talk about that one? Really? We went through all of that. And you're like, something about this doesn't seem right.
The doctor with her?
No, I did not.
Do you know who her doctor was?
No.
Do you know what facility she was being seen at?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever tell you any of that information? Meaning where?
About the doctors?
Yeah.
No.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to November of 2022. Were you still at the Savannah house?
Yes.
So you had moved in around, you said, I believe, Memorial Day, is that right?
Well, no, that's when we actually left Frank and Megan's house. It was sometime in June, and we were still there in November.
Okay. And when you talk about November, what were your plans for Thanksgiving?
Matthew and his baseball friend were going to earn extra money by working at Kenny B's in Hilton Head. They did a bunch, like 250 turkey packages. So they helped fry turkeys and put packages together and take them out in people's cars. So we all went to Hilton Head the Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, until
I'm
Sunday
hungry.
afternoon.
When you say we all, who are you referring to specifically?
My husband, myself, Matthew, and his friend Bradley.
Okay. So Rusty, Mindy, and Mr. Kassotis did not join you?
No.
Do you know where they were when you left for Thanksgiving on that Wednesday, the day before?
At home, as far as I knew.
Okay. Do you know?
I'm going to fast forward a little bit while Ian's stepping away. Actually, well, I want to be back for the crazy part. We'll give him a recap.
Sorry, it's okay. Do you need a minute?
I skip it too far.
Living room, the dinner, what he was bouncing out, and I was like, "Hey, how's Mindy doing?" And he just started bawling, crying.
Who did you find at the house?
Just like
What did you do?
I went on to work since he said he would. He said, "I'll keep an eye on him. I'll help him. I'll do whatever he needs. You go on back to work." So I went on.
Dad came back from surgery. Like he's like, I'll keep an eye on your dad who's out of hip surgery. Blah blah blah. I'll keep an eye on him. That's where we are in the story. This is where we are.
On to work.
How long did you stay at work that day?
I think I left around 5:30.
Okay. Where'd you go after you left work?
Straight back to the house.
Okay. And when you went back to the house, who did you find at the house?
Just my husband.
So he was alone in the house at that
Yes.
Did you know where Mr. Kassotis was?
No.
All right, catching up with the story, Ian. Dad went to go get hip surgery. Dad came back from hip surgery. Kassotis, defendant, is like, don't worry, go to work. I'll watch Dad. No problem at all. So she goes to work. She comes back to the house. Only Dad is there. Kassotis, defendant, not there. It's like, where is defendant?
Not really.
Okay. Did he eventually come home?
He did. He came home shortly after I got back.
Can you tell the jury what happened when he got home?
Yes, I heard him come in the door, so I came bouncing out and I was like, "Hey, how's Mindy doing?" And he just started bawling, crying hysterically and talking, and I really couldn't even understand much of what he said. So I said, "Please come out and sit in the living room, the den or whatever, and tell us what's wrong." And so that's when, all I could really understand was she's not coming home. So he meant Mindy.
Is that when he told you?
Yes.
And when he said she's not coming home, did you understand what he meant when he first said it?
No, not really. The way he was crying, I figured it was not good.
Okay.
So
did he eventually tell you she died?
Yes. And he didn't know exactly what had happened. He said he'd been texting her all morning and she didn't answer, so he thought she was sleeping.
Okay. At that point, when he told you that she had died, did you have an opportunity?
Excuse me just a minute.
Take your time. I'm sorry. It's okay.
Yeah.
Do you need a minute?
Yeah, she needs a minute. Yeah, we need a minute. Good. We need a minute because here we're getting caught up. This was he had told the parents that she was in the hospital. She was in the hospital. She's not coming home. Okay. Gonna need some more details from you, bud.
Anyone else there?
Just Rusty.
Okay. And at that point, you said that he didn't have any idea how or why she died.
That's what he said. He said he was going the next day and they were going to talk to him and tell him what happened.
At that point, did he tell you what hospital?
No.
Did he tell you her doctor's name?
No.
Were you able to see her body?
No.
Did you ask why?
No. We talked about having a service or something.
What in the fuck? Ian, I can't hear you. Your mic is not picking up. No, still don't got you. Like, what the fuck? Mind you,
okay.
Side note.
Now
I can hear you. You can
All
talk
right.
now.
None of this makes any sense. Like, daughter went to the hospital, never go see her, never go anything. Just like, okay, I'm sure everything's fantastic. Daughter dying, you're like, I'm sure it was fine the way she died. Like
you didn't ask the procedure, you didn't ask the doctor, you didn't ask the hospital, You asked nothing. The next words out of your mouth. The next words out of your mouth are, no, we talked about a service.
Like
you bypassed all the questions and went to how to bury the remain. What the fuck? Oh, mind you, also at this point in time, she thinks her daughter's pregnant. Holy shit! I forgot about that. She thinks her daughter's pregnant.
Yeah, she hasn't asked like, hey, what about the baby?
There are no questions. There are no questions. There's nothing. There's nothing there. How, if I'm a juror right now, I'm looking at this going, what the, mind you, this,
if I'm the juror, I'm like, was she in on this? Like, what the hell?
When I told y'all that I wasn't sure if I was going to cover this case at all, this is the witness that I like started watching this case on. And I was watching this witness testify, and I made it like halfway through her testimony. I was like, no, this isn't real. I have to go back. And I went back and I watched the opening statements, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? And then I went and I watched her testimony again. I was going, what the hell is this? How is this what is going on? I get disassociating when you're talking about difficult things, but not a single question. I don't. Ian, if you can fill the dead space in the air, because I don't know what to say.
I don't either. I mean, if I'm the jury, I'm just like, how do I explain this? Because we're supposed to get to beyond a reasonable doubt, and nobody in this makes any sense. You know, when the prosecutor says, hey, listen, you're to apply your common sense, I'm like, how do I apply my common sense if no one else did?
And Burberry is coming in with a very logical question, because it's one of those things where I might, not to say it's negatively, but I might expect a mother-in-law to possibly not be this nonchalant, but about their daughter-in-law. But no, this is her biological daughter. This is her daughter. This is like, where are all of the alarm bells?
After the first of the year, but with her being married to him, we thought that was his responsibility. We weren't going to say, hey, we want to take care of the body when she's
really. Seriously, really?
Mm.
I don't know a single mother, not a single mother, who would be like, nah, bro, hubby, you got it.
I can tell you that if Mrs. Runkle like passed away suddenly, her parents would be like
at your doorstep,
supportive, and B, way up my grill.
Yeah.
Like they'd be like, we want to be supportive, but also we have a small list of questions that fits into this small 3-ring binder, and also this other small 3-ring binder.
Yeah, exactly. And it begins with like, what, and then the next page is and the next page is fuck, and then it begins a series of questions. It's probably in the thousands that get down to the level of detail of did you monitor her blood sugar? What did she eat that day? What did she eat that morning? Where did she sleep? Was she sleeping regularly? There are so many questions that would have been asked.
He's married to him, so we thought he was going to handle it.
And did you believe that he would take care of that?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you whether or not there would be a funeral service of some sort?
When we talked about it, he said it would be after the first of the year. Maybe we'd have some type of memorial service. And we said, okay.
Mind you, we are still on like the same day that they are learning about this. We are at the same day. This is the same time. This is the same day. This is. Also, I will give any measure of grace to people and wonder and not try to cast aspersions on how people handle grief. I try very, very hard, but my God, I am having so many questions.
Plan. Like, because where does he think the death certificate's going to come from? Like, where does he think?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
This plan is going to unravel, sir.
You just told the parents that she died at a hospital. Do you know the one place you can't say someone died if you want to possibly get away with it? A fucking hospital. Like where they have more documentation of any death than could ever exist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did that ever happen?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever tell you that she was mistakenly cremated?
No.
Did he ever have a death certificate for her?
Not that I saw.
Did he ever show you any medical paperwork concerning?
No.
So it was your understanding that at the time of her death, she was at the hospital, correct?
Yes. And then when he went back to the hospital, he told us that she was in her room and she needed to go to the bathroom. So the nurses unhooked her from all of her equipment and she went to the bathroom and then the nurse got called away and she went back and got into bed and had a stroke. And there was no one there. I mean, she wasn't hooked up. So that's supposedly what happened to her.
What? What? This makes no sense to me at all as to like how this was a
that is not a thing. That's not a thing that happens. What the fuck was that?
I just don't know.
So let's recap. Let's recap for those who might have missed it on the first go round.
And then when he went back to the hospital, he told us that she was in her room and she needed to go to the bathroom. So the nurses unhooked her from all of her equipment.
Whoop, there's line number one. No fucking way. No way.
I mean, you can get unhooked from most of the equipment.
But you
like
are
you can get unhooked for the monitors.
Yeah.
But if you're on monitors to make sure you don't die,
what do the nurses do when they unhook
the
you?
nurse like follows you to the bathroom,
and literally
then
assists you.
You go to the bathroom, and the nurse like escorts you back, and you'll be sitting there walking with the IV pole on wheels.
Yep.
Because I've done that walk. That walk sucks.
Yeah. Also, a lot of these monitors are mobile.
And I see people saying, or you just use a bedpan. Yeah, that's the other
There's
thing.
any number of options.
If you're bad enough off, you've got a catheter. Like you get the tube that goes to...
and let me tell you how many nurses in a hospital be like, unhook you and be like, nah, bro, you're good. And mind you, we're not talking about Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. We're talking
Now, I mean, John Hopkins All Children's Hospital would have some additional, notions
monitors
of how that should
they would
go.
probably put more monitors on you. Yeah. Okay. So there's like unexplainable situation number one.
And she went to the bathroom and then the nurse got called away and
Oh, there's unexplainable. Nope. That's not happening. Nope.
I mean,
went
the
back and
nurses
got into
aren't getting
bed.
called away for anything less than like a plane has hit the building.
Yeah, that's not happening. Like the nurse that just unhooked you from the things that monitor your life is now just suddenly called away and like, nah, I don't need to hook this back up.
Unless the plane or unless the hospital is like literally on fire or exploding, they're not abandoning you in that situation.
Yep. So here we are.
And had a stroke. And there was no one there. I mean, she wasn't hooked up. So that's supposedly what happened to her.
Okay. So the stroke question. Like now I have 9 million different questions.
This is one of those things where it's just like, are you...
Did you secretly like not? I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to read between the lines. This is really fucked up. This is weird.
Like, I hope are you... when they hook up like an EKG to your skull, what do you call it? An EEG, sorry, not an EKG. EKG's for the heart. When they hook up an EEG to your skull, does it just like flatline? Is that just what it?
If the rationale, if what he said, if what he told them was that he took her in for high blood pressure, let me tell you what nurse is going to let her stand up on her own 2 feet, unplug her heart monitor, allow her to walk into the restroom unattended, leave her alone, allow her to get back up in a standing position, walk back over to the bed without hooking her back up to a heart monitor. No.
They're doing an EEG and it's just like, is it connected? Oh, it's on. And it's just like flatline. It's like the same reading that you'd get off a melon.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. They also believe that she's pregnant. You know what that means? That there's a separate set of monitors on her belly that are also monitoring the heart rate of the fetus and everything else going on too. So you've got all the monitors. No fucking way. No way. Side note, that pregnancy thing means you probably ain't getting up. Nope. There's your bedpan.
You ever see paperwork from him suing the hospital?
No.
To your knowledge, did he as an attorney then sue the hospital for leaving his wife unattended to die from a stroke?
Not that I know of.
He was a lawyer at that point, correct?
Yes.
With no documentation of any sort that he provided you?
Oh, no. Sorry, to clear this up. She was not pregnant. The parents at this point in time believed she was pregnant because that's what he told her. She was not pregnant. She was not pregnant, but the parents believed that she was. So if the story being conveyed to the parents is to be believed, this is what they're being told.
No documentation.
Did you believe him at the time?
Yes, I did.
How does that make you
The
feel?
fuck?
Stupid, naive, trusting.
Did you trust him?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell the jury what happened in the days after Mr. Kassotis told you that Mindy died?
On Monday, following when we were told she died the Thursday before, he told us that arrangements had been made for us, that they had rented us a condo in Hilton Head, and that he was going to, we were going to separate. Oh, excuse me, sorry. We were going to, we all started packing, except Frank didn't really do anything because he had that hip operation. So Mr. Kassotis and I packed everything up in the house, and then on that Tuesday, we went to Hilton Head, and he went along with us in his car with Rusty.
So on the Thursday, you get notified that your daughter has passed. And on the Monday, he tells you pack up, we're moving.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor, for bringing that one around full circle, because holy fuck.
And was it your understanding he was staying with you and Frank still?
No, he was going to go his own way.
And who was going to pay for your new place?
Security, Mr. Kassotis, I'm not sure. Okay. That really wasn't made clear. So,
but he advised you that
he's like, I didn't bother asking where we were going to live. Like,
where
new house, dumpster, like whatever. Wasn't fussed by anything like that. Like, she just has like no, what's the opposite of chill? Because I guess she has an excess of chill.
Like, what's the limit for emojis? The limit for emojis, unfortunately, is fewer than are necessary to justify anything that's being said right now. So I apologize for that. It's more for my focus level, but yeah, if I could just, if I had no cap on emojis, the chat right now would just be flooded with all emojis like what the fuck going on, mind blown, all the this is insane. This is insane. This is not real.
She is like pathologically without fucks to give. Like, you need a certain amount of fucks to be able to give to function in society. And like she's just like, oh yeah, we're moving, and I don't know where we're going, and I don't know who's paying for it, and like
It does not make sense. It does not make sense.
I have to laugh to keep from crying.
It is that. It is exactly that. I was listening to this and going, this is the prosecutor's weakest part of their case. The weakest part of the case is like, what the fuck is happening in this house?
How many cars left Savannah?
2.
Which 2 vehicles?
Our car and Mr. Kassotis' car.
Which car were you in?
I was driving our car.
And that would be Matthew's old car?
No, that was our car.
You had another car?
Yes.
Okay. So you...
Yes, Voodoo Fairy. My mom and 2 of my stepdads would have been on my door with her people hole puncher before he could finish the story. Yes. That's the logical conclusion.
If Mrs. Runkle died and my my explanation for it was, oh yeah, just like this mystery BS, I can tell you there is like no way that I would, like, her parents don't own a people hole puncher, but they would find one.
Imagine if you told them, oh yeah, I told you on Thursday that your daughter is dead. But Monday, let's pack up our shit and move. Oh no, I'm not moving. You move.
Oh, I mean,
I would go missing, like, but not of my own volition. Like, it's
You were in the car driving to Hilton Head with whom?
Oh, mind you, somehow this gets crazier. Yes, there is more. But wait, there's more.
My husband.
Okay. Where was Mr. Kassotis?
He had his own car, and we went together, caravan or whatever.
Okay, but you never got in his car?
Only after we had finished packing to say goodbye to Rusty.
Okay, where was that, in Savannah or somewhere?
Hilton Head.
Okay, so when you got to Hilton Head,
wait, where are you from?
Where was, you said he was in the vehicle, Rusty?
Yes.
Okay, and you said goodbye to Rusty at the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, other than that, you didn't ride in the car to Hilton Head?
No, ma'am.
How far was the drive approximately from Savannah up to Hilton Head? Do you recall?
Probably close to an hour.
Okay. And when you got to Hilton Head, can you describe what kind of a community or housing arrangements had been made for you and your husband?
Yes, we were staying at Hilton Head Beach and Tennis Club.
Rusty's the dog.
Which has gated.
Oh yeah, this is where the audio gets glitchy.
So
it's been glitchy the whole time because this can't actually be what the audio is.
We must have skipped like a 10-minute section, then a 20-minute section, then a 3-hour section.
Where it makes everything make sense.
We weren't told specifically.
Okay. And when you received those emails, did they come to your
Oh,
email?
no.
Yes, it was.
Hang on.
Yes.
In Hilton Head. Did you expect to see him again?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever?
No.
This is now the defendant. Did you expect to see the defendant again? Yes. Did you ever? No.
Did you find out what happened to Mr. Kassotis after you were left at that location in Hilton Head, you and Mr. Frank?
In February, we were notified by his security team that he had been in a car accident and wasn't in very good shape. And we asked if we would be allowed to come and see him. And
they did more. They did more in follow-up inquiry to an email from the security team about their son-in-law being in an accident than they did about their daughter, who was at the hospital and quote unquote passed. What the fuck?
Were you allowed to?
No.
Ultimately, was that communication over the phone, in person?
That was an email communication.
So you got an email notification from the security team that he had been in a terrible car accident?
Yes.
Was there any follow-up communication from the security team concerning his condition?
Yes, I believe it was several weeks later we were told that unfortunately he had died.
Was that also by email?
Yes, it was.
So the security...
So, just to get everyone caught up to speed. Now the daughter has died.
Just like mysteriously dying here for no reason.
Everyone's just dying. And we're getting notice in the most odd of ways. An email from a security detail saying he was in an accident. Well, where the fuck were you, security detail? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? So yes, they get notification that he is now dead. So he's dead now. He's magically appeared back in the courtroom, but he was, at this point in time, he is dead.
Security team, did you know what agency or like what that was related to?
Are you talking about like who the email came from?
No, I mean,
Or
who the security team was specifically. Did he ever tell you, was that a government agency, a private agency?
No, we weren't told specifically.
Okay. And when you received
Did you
those
ever
emails, did they come to your email?
Yes,
Did you preserve them and save them?
I did.
And at that point, did you believe that Mr. Kassotis had passed away and died?
I absolutely did.
Okay. Did you have communications with any of their friends and family concerning his death? Or was it with sorry.
Well,
one second, let me rephrase that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to anybody that you knew about his passing?
We called Cameron and her husband and told them, his friend Cameron, that they were both in their wedding.
Okay. And you told Cameron that Mr. Kassotis had died in the car accident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also convey that to Miss Wynn, Angela Wynn?
I believe so.
Okay. And during the course of that, did you believe he was dead at that point?
Yes. So we were already grieving for Mindy, and then we were grieving for him. So.
Did law enforcement ever come to talk to you about this case?
Yes. It was in early May, I believe it was. And it was sometime after lunch, and I was going to walk over to Starbucks to get a coffee, and my friend Toby called me and asked me where I was and said, "Get back here. The GBI is here to see you." So I walked straight back to the office, and Mr. Sands and his partner came in the conference room, and we started talking about Mindy.
Did you believe that Agent Sands was actually a member of the GBI?
Yes, then I did. Somebody had actually called us, and I don't know if it was Agent Sands, but I checked, like Googled him and stuff. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a scam or something.
Hang on. Hold up. Wait. Now, several months later, we found the Google machine. Like now. Wait. Just, oh my God. We are now fast forwarding where she has now discovered the magic of Google. And we're now curious as to whether or not this is a scam. Did he somehow like magically gaslight them into thinking like, oh, hey, we're going undercover like for a long time, we'll be missing, and you know, you're going to hear that we're going to be dead, but we're not going to be dead because we work for a very magical, mysterious agency, like that we're going to be non-official. Was that part of the story here?
Were you concerned considering all of the information that you had heard over the last couple of years?
Yes.
Did you doubt that he might be with the GBI?
Not when he came to see me, but I did on the call. So.
Okay, so you got a call first and then they came to see you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach out to anybody when you first got the call to verify who Agent Sands was? When I mean by email, did you communicate with anybody concerning Agent Sands?
Not that I remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits, if I may, Your Honor. Counsel, I'm referring to 1.87, 1.88, 1.89, and 1.90. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a moment and just read through.
Pardon me.
Take your time.
All right.
Do you recall those emails?
I do.
And how do you recognize those emails?
Oh no, this can't get bad.
They're all printed from, my personal Gmail account.
Okay. And can you tell us how those emails came to be in the possession of the state in connection with this case? How did those get received?
I went back and looked for them and printed them and sent them to.
I mean, I'm surprised her answer isn't, well,
Did you
the
send them to our
Nigerian
office, correct?
prince
Yes.
asked
Okay.
for them.
Did you also
so I
send some of them?
along.
Oh no. Wait, just wait to hear that. Wait to hear the email address. Just wait.
Oh,
That's
is
Agent
it
Sands?
like Binger's email address?
just hang on. We'll get there. We'll get there.
If you recall.
I don't recall. I know he had me do some work on the email that we got about Mr. Kassotis passing away, but to see where it came from and that kind of stuff. But
Okay. And do those emails have a quote to and from on them?
yes.
And can you tell us from whom those emails are received?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think my glasses are kind of fogging up. And
It's okay.
okay, yes, I'm sorry. So they're all to my personal email, and it's like a company, Apis. They're from somebody at Apis Limited, and
Okay.
Apis Limited, which we assumed was security, and one a Proton email.
Okay.
Security, I guess.
Okay. And did you know what Proton email was?
No.
Okay. And when you receive those emails, are those a fair and accurate printout of what you
Yes.
sent? Okay.
Absolutely.
Are they modified in any way other than those red stickers on them?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce those emails. That would be, if I may. Thank you.
Any objection? All right.
It's like Apis Limited at proton.me. It's I could set that email account up at like now.
Yeah, but
And
we've already
we're-
established she's not very bright.
We're just
No objection.
Without objection.
At this time, I'd like to publish them if we can turn that on. Thank you.
oh, it's all hearsay. I'm with you. All of this is
Can you see that on the monitor in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And in that subject line, it says no subject.
he's letting it in because he needs it. He has to somehow convince the jury that his client was so afraid of this individual who was out there this individual out there was willing to create separate email accounts, pretend to be security. His client needs this craziness.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top right, does it have an email?
Yes, it's my Gmail account.
Okay. And is the body of that email the email that you received?
Yes.
And does it have a date there
February the 22nd.
of 2023?
2023, sorry.
Okay. And that email, was that the one that you just indicated had the apislimited.com? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, apislimited.com.
Okay. Did you actually know Jones M.J. personally?
No.
Did you ever met that person?
No.
Did you know who that was?
No.
And this email, what was this email in reference to?
They were responding to our request to see Nicholas when we said we wanted to see him, and we didn't care if he was in a coma. We would sit with him and hold his hand and talk to him.
Is that after?
Where the fuck were those emails when it came to your daughter? Like where was that? Why did I not hear anything about that at all? How did this happen? Or was he gaslighting the parents and trying to convince the parents that the daughter was having mentally unstable or yada yada? None of this is making any sense.
After you had been informed he was in the car accident?
Yes.
Okay. Now that for the record is 1.87. I'm now turning to exhibit 1.88. Does that also reflect your email address on it?
Yes, it does.
And is there a subject line in this email?
Update.
And who was that from?
The security department, Apis Limited.
And what date was that?
February 26th.
And on that date, what was the notification that you received?
They were sorry to inform us that Mr. Kassotis passed away.
So you got a death notification by email?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to anybody in person about his passing?
No.
Did anybody come to see you and talk to you?
No.
Did anybody call you?
No.
Did you talk to his parents?
No, I did not.
I'm now turning your attention to 189, where it
Man, I'm just
pointing
like
to the top half of this email. Do you have a date on that email?
Every time you think you can't be more astounded, like the sentence keeps going, right?
I'm just like, how does she have any money at all when there are scammers out there? And like,
Yeah, no, chat's there. Hold on. How did she death notification by email? Yeah, no, chat. Everyone's on the same page. Everyone's there. Did they ask for Amazon gift cards? Yeah, I don't know. None of this is okay. None of this is makes any sense whatsoever.
April 19, 2023.
And are you one of the recipients of this email under the CC?
Hold on just a second here. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Did that go to somebody in addition to just you?
Yes. It was my husband, and I'm sorry. This isn't a real clear.
If I can, Your Honor, may I approach and provide the witness with the written copy?
Here it is. Sorry about that.
Yeah, let's make it make sense with a written copy, because that's going to somehow make it make sense.
Did you and your husband reach out to the security, what you believe to be the security team in connection with your housing?
Yes.
What was your concern?
We were just wondering what was going on because no one had told us much of anything. So
at this point, in April of 2023, would it be fair to say that you believe that Mr. Kassotis and your daughter had already passed?
Yes.
And his security team was still paying for your housing at that point. Is that correct?
3 March. Yes.
Okay. Did they ever respond to you and Mr.
Oh, because that doesn't raise any questions at all. Wait. They were still paying for the place where you were living, even though both your daughter and your son-in-law were dead. And you weren't asking questions or raising high hell, or like, is it, or do you feel like you're sworn to secrecy? Like you can't say these things out loud? Or are you just pretending that these aren't happening? What the fuck is happening? I don't understand any of this.
Mr. Mebane, your husband?
Um,
And I'm pointing to the next portion of this exhibit.
Yes, April 20th.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that they were attempting to make accommodations for you?
Yes.
Even though he was gone?
Yes.
And she was gone?
Yes.
I'm now pointing to the lower portion of the next email, starting at the top of I believe that is 1.90. Is that correct? The exhibit in your hand. It starts with telephone texts from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. Who did you reach out to on May 2nd of 2023?
And I obviously misspoke a little while ago and I said I didn't, but yes, we did. We said, hey, we've been contacted by them. Like we said, we were still under the impression that they were both dead and security was, we didn't know. So yes, we said we've been contacted. And
okay. And did you also at some point speak to your son, Frank IV, about all of this?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Did you inquire and look up Agent Sands to verify him?
Yes. Well, at least, yes. Our office. Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, that's when you saw him in person at your office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On May 3rd of 2023, did you receive a response from new no names at proton.me?
Yes.
Did you hear that, Ian?
What was that?
It's the email address. Ready? It's so great. Oh, it's so phenomenal.
Fire it away.
On May 3rd of 2023, did you receive a response from new no names at proton.me?
Yes.
Huh.
New no names at proton.me. That Nigerian prince is chiming in. Like, hey.
Wow.
This is
What did they say?
All they really wanted to know was who was the family member that had communication.
They wanted information from you.
Yes.
They didn't give you any information?
No.
I thank you.
This is a good question. Although I can, who even opens that email? This individual, 100%.
Kassotis explained to you ever over the phone any communications, what had happened after Mindi passed and before he was dead?
He called us one time in, I want to say late January or early February.
What did he say?
We were just talking about different things. He had told us that he was going to meet his real mother, that, we were told that he was adopted or stolen or something. And so when we left him in December, he was going to meet his real mother.
Okay. Did you expect to see him after speaking to him that one time?
Yes, he said he would like to come to see one of Matthew's games.
Okay. Did that ever happen?
Cool. Oh my God, this is so crazy.
When was the first time that you learned that Mr. Kassotis was not dead?
when Agent Sands visited me in my office in Savannah.
Was that surprising to you?
Yes, we were talking about Mr. Kassotis, and I said, you probably don't know, but he died several months ago, and he just kind of gave me a sad look and said, no, he's not dead. That's when I learned that he wasn't.
And you can see like the CSI music, like dun dun dun, cut to dark screen, commercial.
This is
Now,
so
when
bizarre.
you sat down
to
and you
me.
spoke
I
with
know.
Agent Sands, did he ask you to provide him with a DNA sample?
He did, and I agreed.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that's just a Q-tip, basically, that
Yes.
swabs on the inside of your cheek?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that voluntarily?
I did.
And you provided that on the day he came to see you?
Yes.
Just so we're clear for the record, do you see Agent Sands here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's sitting beside of you.
Okay, the record can reflect she's pointed to, or she's indicated him.
Sorry, where?
Him, the
Prior
dude
to-
that's sitting at the council table.
Agent Sands coming to see you, had you heard about the unidentified woman in Riceboro, Liberty County?
No.
Did you know that there was somebody out there?
No, I didn't.
And at that point, did you even have a reason to think that that might be Mindy, if you had known?
No.
She didn't have a reason to think of much. So she continues testifying for quite some time. And then the dad gets up. And I'm like, cool. All right. So I have 9 million questions about what happened. And the dad gets up and I'm like, maybe dad's going to answer the questions that I have in my brain. How'd all this happen? What's going on? Someone had to be the logical individual that knew what the fuck was going on.
No.
No, I'm retired.
Okay. What did you do before you retired?
A lot of different things. You want to know all of them?
What was the last one?
The last one. I was a financial advisor
Okay.
for 6 years.
Okay. And before that?
He was a financial advisor. So someone logical who would, do the maths and figure things out.
I was a minister for 22 years.
Okay. And as a minister, was that in addition or was that your primary job?
That was my primary job.
Okay. And in those two professions, you've now stopped doing those. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As a full-time work is what I mean.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And are you currently married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Betsy.
And how long were you two married, or have you been married?
47 and a half years.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes, we do.
How many children?
We have 3.
What are their names?
Mindy, Frank the Fourth, and Matthew.
Okay. Oldest to youngest?
Yes.
Okay. And are you close to your kids?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Who?
Do any of them still
Does
live with
anybody
you now?
ever answer
Or
that?
they moved out?
Like,
They moved out.
I don't know. This is pretty wild though.
Okay. Matthew being the youngest, he's also already out of the household now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Is there a time when you met Nicholas James Kassotis?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how you met him?
Some of the chat's pissed at me. Damn it, Rob, you had to point out the okay. Yep. Yep. Now no one else is going to unhear it. Every answer, every single time. Just get used to it. Yeah, the attorney sounds like she's crossing. It's told you, knew it was going to happen.
Our daughter, Mindy, introduced us to him.
Okay. And did they ultimately get married?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember where they were living when they got married?
In Mount Vernon, Virginia.
Okay. Did you visit them there?
Yes,
And when you visited them there, do you recall, was that a house or was it an apartment? What kind of a place was it?
it was a house.
Okay. Do you know who owned the house?
I believed it was Nick.
Okay. And she moved in with him to his house?
Yes.
Okay.
Sheila, I have worked so hard to break my habit of that. It is a crutch. I have caught myself doing that. Or I'll do the and or the yes. I have worked so hard to stop that. Most attorneys do the okay. Because it's a verbal check mark. It's an acknowledgement of what was said.
Do you know what happened to that house?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. At some point, did they ever move out of that house?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what was Mindy doing, if you know, for a living while she was living up in Virginia?
Well, she graduated with a master's in public service or something like that. And she was working for different, nonprofit.
Okay.
I think it was the last one. Or I know the name was KKR.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what Mr. Kassotis was doing for a living?
He was in the Navy, worked at the Pentagon.
Do you know what his title was in the Navy at the Pentagon?
You mean his rank?
If you know his rank.
No, I know he worked for JAG.
Okay. Do you know if he was an attorney?
Yes,
Okay. And when he was in the JAG in what branch of the service you said?
Navy.
Do you know if he remained in the Navy after they got married?
I don't I believe so, but I'm not sure exactly when he left or not.
Okay, so you know at some point he did leave, you just don't recall exactly when.
Correct.
Okay, and
Chat is so mad at me right now because no one was hearing it. No one was hearing it until I called it out. Yeah, sorry, chat. Not sorry because I heard it and it was driving me insane.
when they got married, he was in the Navy at that point?
I believe so.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and your wife started to live with any of your kids?
Yes.
Who did you live with?
We lived with Frank IV and his wife.
Okay, that would be Mindy's younger brother?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you live with them?
In Hilton Head,
South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay. Where are you from originally?
Florida.
Okay. And by way of Florida, you wound up in South Carolina with them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you moved in with Frank and Megan? If you know.
Around 2016, I believe.
Okay. And at that point, did you stay with them for quite a while?
Yes.
Did there come a time, well, let me back up for a second. Why were you living with them?
Well, my wife had been laid off from her job in Augusta, and I was still working as a financial advisor, and she was laid off, and she came down to Savannah and got a job the next day. And so she started living with them, and then that's when we decided we would move in with them.
Okay. So was she working in Savannah then?
Yes.
Did that make it more convenient?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And being a financial advisor, did that allow you some more flexibility?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you said that was in Hilton Head, is that right?
Yes.
When you were living with Frank and Megan, at any point did any of your other kids move in?
Yes.
Who moved in?
Mindy and Nick. And of course, Matthew was with us because he was in high school.
Okay. So for a while there, it was Mindy, Nick, Matthew, you and your wife living with Frank and Megan?
All right, so we had a lot of the same repeat, but I wanted to get to something that was new that we didn't hear before. Does he clear up any of the questions that we had? No. Does he leave us with more questions? Shockingly, somehow, yes.
And so you would send the messages to Mr. Kassotis by way of that phone app?
Correct.
And would he then indicate whether or not it was okay for you to return to the residence?
Yes.
Oh, wait, never mind. Hang on. Back up. You fast forward too much. Guess what app they communicate with?
Signal?
Yep.
It's awesome. Everybody communicates with Signal. It's a good app.
It's a good app. Very good app.
So during the day while Mr. Kassotis worked from the house, what did you do?
Well, after I took my wife to work, I was told I'd come back, take a shower, and then when I would leave for lunch, sometimes to go to lunch with her, other times to go just to lunch, but I couldn't come back until 3 o'clock or a little after, and I'd have to call and check and make sure that security was okay for me to come back.
Yes. We heard that right. You all heard that right. So he would go, take his wife to work, come back, then he would go and have lunch, and then he would kind of wait around until quote unquote security would tell him it was okay to come back to the house where he was residing sometime after 3. Totally normal. Totally normal. I would have no questions whatsoever.
Who told you that you weren't allowed to be in the house?
Mindy and Nick.
So they told you you had to leave the house?
Correct.
How often did you have to leave the house?
Every day.
From when to when?
Usually right before lunch until after 3 o'clock or so.
Okay. And how did you know that it was okay to come home?
I would send a message on the Signal app and ask if it was okay if I could come home.
And who would you send that message to?
To Nick.
I saw you just nod. Do you see him here today?
Yes, right over there.
If the record can reflect, he's pointed to the defendant. Had you ever used Signal app before?
No.
How did you learn of Signal app?
I believe it was Mindy who showed me how to even download it and how to use it.
Okay. And on Signal app, just so we're clear, is that a texting or a voice communication?
Texting.
Text. Okay. And so you would send the messages to Mr. Kassotis by way of that phone app?
Correct.
And would he then indicate whether or not it was okay for you to return to the residence?
Yes.
How long after they were married did they start moving around? Do you know? Approximately.
I couldn't tell you exactly, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. But it was after
This
they were
is the
married.
weirdest thing
Okay.
ever.
Did you believe them when they told you that they were in danger?
Oh, yes.
Did there come a time when you started to doubt that?
I always had questions. That's kind of like what I was saying before about the security team. And I would ask questions and, like what's going on with different things. And then they would come back and say, the security team said we can't answer that.
Okay. Did there come a time when you ultimately left the Savannah residence?
Yes.
And where did you wind up staying at that point?
Betsy and I moved to a condo in Hilton Head.
Okay. And I'm jumping ahead for just a moment. Was there any specific way that you had to get into that unit, that facility for the condos? How did you get into the building complex?
They had a security gate that you had to get approval, like a pass to get in.
Okay. And when you ultimately moved to that residence, did you have to provide that pass to somebody?
Yes, there was a security guard when you drove in.
Okay. Did you ever have any visitors at that location?
Matthew came and visited us.
Did he have to get a parking pass also?
Yes.
What was the name that the residence was reserved under for the parking pass?
Nicholas Kassotis?
So at that point, did that give you suspicions?
Yes, we had suspicions, but we were told that, we would get all the answers at some point in time.
Okay. So let's go back. You're at the house in Savannah. Did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter ever talk to you about a change of name?
Yes.
What did she tell you specifically?
She told us that his name was going to be changed to Nicholas Stark
Did she tell you why?
for security reasons.
Okay.
Wait,
and
did she
that
go
name,
with
Nicholas Stark, did he start using it?
Yes, he even got like
Stark?
a bag, like a briefcase like thing that had
Bro
Stark.
watches too many
Okay.
Marvel movies.
Did you ever receive any mail that said the name Nicholas Stark?
I never saw any.
Okay. What about Amazon packages? Did you ever receive any of those at the house?
Yes, they got plenty of.
Didn't come back in time for the Stark, did I?
No, you didn't. I'm like,
He could have gone
Bro,
with.
you
He
watched-
could have. He should have gone with Fury. He should have gone with Fury. Nick Fury. Yes. Totally normal. Totally normal. Your daughter says, "Hey, we're gonna have to start going by a new name," and you don't ask a single fucking question. And then,
or even a regular question.
And then your son-in-law starts getting a
Robin's
bag, a personally monogrammed bag that says Nicholas or Nick Stark on it. Did he grow facial hair, start wearing glasses, and
I just want to know if he got the armor. Every time you think it's not going to get weirder. Every time. Oh, I mean, I no longer
And
think it's not going
was
to
there
get
anything
weirder.
of note that was received
Yeah, it just keeps getting weirder.
in those packages to you? Anything that drew your attention?
Well, they got some clothes for Mindy that she really hadn't had any clothes in quite a long time.
Okay.
Like I said, the briefcase, other things I don't remember exactly.
Okay. But you saw some things with the name Stark on them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever meet anyone from the security team?
No.
Did you ever meet any of his coworkers, Mr. Kassotis?
Once he left the Navy, no.
Did you ever meet any of his employers once he left the Navy?
No.
What about his father? Had you ever met his father?
I met him at the wedding.
Okay. And did there come a time when there was an incident while you were in Savannah concerning his father?
Yes, most weekends, Betsy and I would go off for the weekend, a lot of times to watch Matthew play baseball or whatever, and we would try to give them time away from us. So we would go off and come back on a Sunday afternoon. And one Sunday we came back and they told us that his father and his uncle had come to the house and were knocking on the door.
Okay.
And they were really upset.
Okay.
Surely you would ask questions about why. I'd be curious.
No, we don't do questions here.
We don't do questions here. Chat is also very conflicted because chat went people went one direction of the Tony Stark and Nicholas Stark, and other people went Ned Stark, like Game of Thrones.
I went Tony Stark.
I would not have chosen the name Ned Stark just because of knowing the outcome to Ned Stark, and I wouldn't want to give myself that bad juju. But if he'd already contemplated that he would be killing his own fictional character off, maybe. But
He's
surely
way
we're going to
ahead
ask
of the game.
questions. We're going to ask questions about the father and uncle, right? We're going to find out what's going on. We're finally going to get to the bottom of this, right?
God, no.
Did he indicate to you what had happened as a result of that incident? Did Mindy tell you?
Yes, she told me that he was crawling on the floor to the back of the house, so they couldn't see in the windows and couldn't see him.
Okay. Do you know if the police were contacted?
I heard later that a police report was filed.
Okay. Did you move after that?
No.
Did Mindy move?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis move?
No.
Did they beat?
Did anyone ask any questions?
No questions.
Beef up security with people out front?
No.
Were cameras installed?
Yes, there was a camera installed that was in the kitchen that would shoot down the driveway.
Who put that camera in?
Nick did.
you ever see any footage off that camera?
No.
Yeah, that's what security does. Professional security says, hey, protectee, why don't you go and buy something off Amazon and just install it? Totally. It's cool. Don't worry about it. We got you, bro.
Do you know where Mindy was? Did she tell you where she was when this incident happened with Mr. Kassotis' father and uncle?
She was in their bedroom, I believe.
Was she afraid?
Yes.
Now, once Mr. Kassotis advised you that, or rather, withdrawn, once your daughter advised you that this incident had happened, were measures taken to protect your wife from going to and from work?
No.
Did anything change at all?
No.
Now, when you were at the house, how many bedrooms were there?
2 bedrooms.
Okay. What type of a house is this? A 1-story or 2-story?
1 story.
Okay. Are there steps to get into the house?
Yes.
Are there railings to walk up to get into the house, up the steps, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, when you got to that location, did there come a time when you had to have surgery of some kind?
I had hip replacement, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what happened that prompted you to have that surgery?
Well, I hurt my left knee shagging fly balls for my son, and I didn't get my knee fixed. And it got to the point where it hurt my left hip, and I finally had to get hip replacement surgery.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
November of 2020.
Sir, you recited more details about the cause and circumstances of your hip surgery than you were aware of when it came to the cause and circumstances of your daughter's purported death in the hospital. The jury is now more informed of what transpired to lead to you having corrective hip surgery than they are about any of the things that we are all concerned about. So every red flag, all of them at one time.
22.
Okay. And where did you go for the surgery?
St. Joseph's Hospital.
Okay. Is that in Savannah?
That's in Savannah on Abercorn.
Okay. And when you went to that surgery, were you alone? How did you get there?
Betsy took me.
Okay. When she took you to the surgery, did you stay overnight or did you come home that day?
I stayed overnight, yes.
So would it be fair to say you returned on what date?
December the 1st, I believe.
Okay. You came home the next day?
Yes.
When you came home the next day, where did you go from that location, meaning from the hospital?
To the back of the house on 65th Street.
How did you, when you arrived at 65th Street, what happened?
Nick came out, helped me up the stairs. They were big, tall stairs, and really took care of me the rest of that day because Betsy went back to work.
Okay. And at that point, did you see Mindy at the house when you were there on November 30th?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, where were you for Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving, Matthew and his friend had come in. This was one of those weekends where we tried to give them privacy. So we rented a condo in Hilton Head because Matthew and his friend were working at a restaurant. They had a big Thanksgiving promotion they did with fried turkeys and all that, and they worked long hours. And so we went over there and got a condo so they would have somewhere to stay we stayed there for the whole weekend.
Okay. Do you remember what day you left for Hilton Head?
That was on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And specifically on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, do you recall when the last time you saw Mindy was before you left for Thanksgiving?
Probably the day before or maybe a few days before that.
Okay. So in the days leading up to you leaving, you saw her?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was in the bedroom, but also one time she was coming out of the bedroom going to the bathroom.
Okay. So you saw her in the house itself?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what did you think her condition was, her health condition?
She looked really bad. I mean, looked like they told us that she had high blood pressure and she looked like she was sick.
Okay. And at that point, did you leave to go for Hilton
so
Head?
at least there was some
And when you
sign
left to
that
go
she
for
was
Hilton-
actually sick.
Yeah. But were there
Because
any
I'm like, if
questions?
she just mysteriously vanished and there was like no indication.
Tell me this is not the craziest story. Well, let's get, because we're at the part that we know there's going to be a million questions. Let's see how Dad handles it.
When did you come back? What day?
The Sunday afternoon.
Okay. And when you came back on the Sunday afternoon, did you see Mindy?
No.
Where did you think she was?
Nick told us that she was in the hospital. They were trying to regulate her blood pressure.
And did you ever speak with her?
No.
Did you ever see her at the hospital?
No.
Did he tell you which hospital?
No. We just assumed that she was at the military hospital right there in Savannah
Why did you assume that?
because he was retired Navy.
Okay. And at that point, did you know whether or not they were expecting a child?
Yes, they told us she was expecting.
Okay. And did you have any belief as to whether or not it was a boy or a girl?
I recall it, them telling us it was going to be a girl.
Okay. And did you know when she was supposed to be due, if you knew?
I believe it was January 8th.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that
It is November. Due January 8th. Putting in your mind, November to January 8th. It's a big belly. Like that's, you would expect a lot of information by that point in time, including regular doctor's appointments.
I mean, all of the things I would expect here are
not happening.
Yeah.
the last time you saw her was at the time period right before you left for Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did she appear to be pregnant to you?
She could have been, yes.
Okay. Without sounding unkind.
Did you hear his answer? At that point in time, did she appear to be pregnant to you?
I did not hear his answer.
He goes, she could have been.
He's like, I have no information to say she wasn't.
And this is something I thought about. Texas Katie did I thought about this kind of at length. In the parents' defense, I did government work for 23 years, had a lot of stuff I couldn't talk about with my family, even with the hubby who was on different government projects. Should have asked more about the daughter, though. There's some level of confidentiality and secrecy that people can't talk about. I understand that part, but there is just no detail at all here. You can't talk about the circumstances of your employment or the things you did or the things you do or the reason why you might have to move or relocate or things like that. But your daughter is pregnant, is suffering from high blood pressure. You can very clearly talk about her medical condition. A whole lot of things that could have been discussed at various points.
Had she put on some weight? What makes you think that she could have been pregnant?
Well, I've seen a lot of people who have been pregnant that didn't look pregnant. And so
that's a fair answer. You know, Madam Prosecutor, you're kind of setting him up to fail. You don't ask a guy this question.
Yeah.
We are stupid. We are stupid. And there's no way that we are going to answer this question without offending somebody.
He's like, listen, please let me. He's like, can I just confess to the murder instead of answering this question?
Yeah. He's like, she literally said, did your daughter appear to be gaining weight? Really? You're gonna go here?
So I mean, she wasn't really skinny to start off with, so it was believable.
Okay. So when she told you that, you simply believed her?
Yes.
Okay. And when you came back to the house, you said from the surgery, you said Mr. Kassotis helped you into the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he stay with you until your wife came home?
Yes.
And at some point, did he leave the residence during that time period?
Yes. Once she came home, he left to go see. He told us to go see Mindy.
Okay. And at that point, what was your expectation about Mindy? Was she coming home or staying at the hospital? What was it you believed was going to be going on?
I thought when she got better, she was coming back to the house.
Okay. And at that point, did Mr. Kassotis leave the residence?
Yes.
And where did you believe he was going?
To the hospital.
And at that point, what, if anything, happened after he left for the hospital?
Well, he came back home and he told us that she had died.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. Were you surprised?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did he tell you what happened?
Well, that's a little fuzzy for me, but I do remember that it had said something to do with her blood pressure and somebody had left the room. And when they came back, she had died.
You indicated earlier that Mr. Kassotis was an attorney, correct?
Correct.
Did he discuss with you his concerns about her death at the hospital?
No, he told us he was going to go back and find out what had happened.
So when he first came home on the 1st, he didn't know what happened?
All he knew was that she had died, and he was very upset.
But he had no answers about what happened at that point?
No.
Did he have any paperwork at all concerning her death?
No.
Did he ever provide you with any paperwork concerning her death?
No.
Did he ever explain to you what actions, if any, he was taking against the hospital, given what he had described to you?
No, he didn't.
This is just.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever indicate to you which place that you could go and see your daughter after she passed?
No, that was never discussed.
Okay. Were you concerned where her body was?
I've given that a lot of thought. Being a minister, I know once someone dies.
What a strange way to answer that question.
Right?
What the fuck? Why? And why did that question make you smile? What the fuck is happening in this case? I don't know what to do or feel. We're going to replay that. What the fuck was that?
Okay. Were you concerned where her body was?
I've given that a lot of thought. Being a minister, I know once someone dies, I know they've gone to be with the Lord, and I really didn't need to see her body. I wish I could have said goodbye, but after she was dead, it didn't. That wasn't her. So it was no reason for me to really clamor to go see her body.
What? How did that make it weirder?
I don't know.
I mean, being a minister, you go to funerals.
You preside.
Time.
You preside over funerals all the time. You. Not only that, but you jumped. Why did he jump all the way? Why did he jump all the way to the funeral part? Like, he jumped to the funeral part about seeing the body, like in its state of internment, or in its. Why aren't there questions about how the death happened? Like, none of this, none of this at all. Also, you're a retired minister. Isn't it kind of important to put the body to rest? Like, isn't this a pretty significant aspect of the whole process? Like, what the hell is happening? What is going on? I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, this makes zero sense to me.
And that's without any understanding of the pregnancy that would be lost, which how I've watched a lot of people testify in a lot of circumstances, a lot of grief-stricken people, a lot of people that have processed grief in ways that might just feel uncomfortable for people. This is a new one for me. This is new. I've never seen this before. This is just, I don't understand any of this. And I can understand that there might have been distance in the family, that there might have been some kind of disconnect. You were living with these people. You were living in the same house, under the same roof. How is there not more in terms of detail? And why is the prosecutor's just flying by this, like everyone in the courtroom should perceive this as being normal? Or is she just emphasizing the fact that it's really not normal? It's the second one. This happened in 2022. This happened in 2022. We're talking November 2022. So it's not like we're looking back 10 years where we would have expected there to be a whole lot of mental and emotional processing going on. This happened 3 years ago. No, the father is not on trial. Neither is the mother. And I'm not putting them in the hot seat of saying they did anything wrong. I have so many questions about what the fuck was happening. Why didn't we know anything this guy was doing?
Okay. Did you discuss with Mr. Kassotis the possibility of funeral services?
There was some discussion about a memorial service later on, but of course it had to do with the security.
So you weren't allowed to have a service initially because of security?
That's the way I understood it, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have a service?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever give you a doctor's name that was attending to her during her pregnancy?
No.
Did you ever have doctors come to the house to attend to her?
No.
Did you ever see her again after you left for Thanksgiving?
No.
This guy's got like the most elaborate BS
Did you ever
that
exchange
anybody
emails
has
with
ever
people that you
actually
believed
believed.
I don't know how he did this. I don't know how. And you would think that if it was a situation of this person had control over their daughter and therefore they felt like they couldn't ask questions, otherwise he would pull them away. You're allowed to testify to that now. You would see that come across in testimony. You would see the questions. You would hear the intonation of the voice.
Well, and you wouldn't like testify, I'm actually just the world's dumbest man. Like, because, I mean, you'd think somebody might make up a story to avoid testifying to this.
I don't understand. I don't get it. I mean,
This makes no sense to me whatsoever.
And people are saying, you guys, the comments about like from the South and not these two individuals, I have no reason to doubt these two individuals were intelligent, capable, understanding individuals. They have testified coherently. They had jobs that were relatively high capacity jobs. They're not dumb. They're not dumb.
Are you sure?
In terms of being able to look at something in jest and kind of tease them, these two individuals are not stupid.
They are gullible.
They might be gullible. And there
Which is a variety of stupid.
There are 9 million questions that I still have. And I think that if I'm the jury right now, I am sitting there with a giant, if I have a notepad in front of me, I have first page, what, second page, the third page, fuck. And then I keep on writing what the fuck, until I have consumed a full notebook of what the fuck. And probably one line on like the last page before I throw the notebook at the bailiff, or no, not the bailiff, but at somebody in the courtroom.
Not the bailiff. The bailiff will throw back.
He'll throw back. Not someone in the courtroom, but I'll throw it at someone in the courtroom. And just the last line will say, is anyone going to close the loop on any of the questions that I have in my brain right now? That's the thing. All we have right now are all the questions. All of them. Gonna have to start getting answers.
Here's the thing, though. We're probably not going to get answers.
Yes.
How did you get that email address?
If I remember correctly, I think they sent emails to me and then I sent it back.
So you replied basically?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't the one that initiated it?
No, I had no idea who to send it to until I got something.
Did you use regular email to send those?
Yes.
What email did you use?
My email address.
Is that like a Yahoo or
Yahoo,
Google? Or
yes.
which is it? Yahoo?
Yes.
Okay. So you use your regular Yahoo.
Who the fuck calls it Yahoo? It's okay.
To communicate with the security detail.
Correct.
I mean, he might actually have a Yahoo email address, which is on brand.
Do you pronounce it Yahoo, or is it Yahoo?
I never really thought about it.
Say it naturally, like when you say it out loud.
Yahoo or Yahoo? I don't know. Now I can't say it naturally because you got me
weirdo.
Mr. Kassotis ever got a car?
Yes. At some point in time when we were at the house on 65th Street, he got a green Ford Explorer.
Okay. And do you know how he paid for it?
No.
I don't expect him to.
Did you ever see a death certificate for your daughter?
No.
Medical records of any sort?
No.
After Mindi passed away, can you tell the jury what happened in the days right after she passed?
Well, a few days after, we had to leave the house on 65th Street, and we had to move to the condo that we went to in Hilton Head. And we lived there for 3 months.
So from approximately December to March?
Yes.
Okay. How were arrangements made for you to stay at that location?
Nick made arrangements for us.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis stay with you?
No, he moved us. He helped move us over there because I just had a hip replacement, and we said goodbye, and he went back supposedly to the house on 65th Street.
Okay. Do you know if he actually went back to the house?
No.
Did you expect to speak with him again after he left?
Oh yes.
Did you expect to see him again?
Yes.
Did you ever see him again?
No.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
How many times?
We emailed or texted through Signal a lot, but we talked to him one time on the phone.
So the only time you heard his voice was that one time on the actual phone?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the condo complex, what was it your understanding that Mr. Kassotis was going to be doing at that point in terms of living arrangements?
Well, he told us that he was going to go actually to meet his real mother when he left us, and then that he would be closing up or finalizing some things, and he would be back down to Hilton Head.
Okay.
Wow.
In all the time that you knew Mr. Kassotis, did you ever know him to hunt?
No,
Did he own knives?
not that I knew of. No.
Did he do some chores around the house?
Everyone owns
Yes.
knives.
And specifically, what chores do you remember him doing?
The house at 65th Street, there was problems with the washing machine that he tried to fix. Toilet was backed up. We had terrible mosquitoes when we first moved in, and he did something with the mosquitoes.
When was the mosquitoes? You said when you first moved in?
Well, right around when we first moved in, yes. We had mosquitoes were coming in from somewhere.
And you moved in when? Do you recall?
June? I'm assuming, yeah, I think it was June of 22.
That was long before November, right?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Prior to speaking to law enforcement, what did you think happened to Mr. Kassotis?
We were told that he had an accident, that he was in the hospital. We didn't know where, and that he was on life support. And we tried to go see him. And then we got another email a day or two later that said he had died.
Did you ask questions of
And
that?
that notification was received by email?
Yes.
Did anybody come to see you?
No.
Did you ever speak with his family concerning his death?
No.
And I just want to make sure I understand, his security team reached out to you and your wife after he was dead.
Correct.
Did you ask to see his body?
No.
Did they make arrangements for a funeral service for you to attend?
No.
I have just a moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein? Thank you, Your Honor.
What are you gonna do on cross, Doug? I'm now like,
Sir, are you the dumbest person who's ever lived? I don't
oh
know.
no, I caught this. They wanted to go. I caught that with mom too. They wanted to go see him. What do you do on cross? None of this makes sense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mebane.
Hi.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case.
Okay.
Mr. Mebane, you said your last position after being a minister was being a financial advisor.
Correct.
What does a financial advisor do? Or what did you do as a financial advisor? Let me put it that way.
I had clients.
Would you go to this guy for financial
advise them about
advice?
investments,
So investments in what?
stocks, bonds, mainly.
And how did you have the knowledge base to be able to give that advice?
My undergraduate degree is in finance, and I had always, wherever I worked at churches or whatever, I did the financial part of the church. And I was recruited by Edward Jones Investments, and they trained strenuous training to how to pass the different tests that you have to pass to get different licenses to be a financial advisor.
All right, he's not stupid. I'm saying those tests are not easy. He's not stupid, folks.
I mean, sorry, Rob. I'm
get
on
it.
team. Maybe I think
get
he
it.
is.
I get it. I understand. But I now understand why Doug Weinstein went straight up and be like, I have to convince the jury that you're not an idiot. and that he was gonna. That's what he's trying to do. He says, Doug Weinstein got up, and he had one goal, and his goal is, I have to convince the jury that you're not an idiot, and that this was believable. This was so believable that even you bought every part of this hook, line, and sinker.
But doesn't that point back just to his own client?
I don't know. Well, his client's gonna say that there was
because at the end,
this mystery man, Jim McIntyre, the scariest human in the world. Jim McIntyre was.
But doesn't it look like Jim McIntyre is accused at this point?
Yes, they're the same person. I don't know.
So how does this help?
I don't know, Ian. There are not answers. This is the trial without answers. It is. So Doug Weinstein has embarked on a mission, and the mission is, I have to convince the jury that you know everything and that you are good and attentive and all the things. That is the mission.
So how many tests did you have to pass?
4.
And you said those tests were strenuous?
Yes.
So it seems like it's fairly complex work, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you'd have to be pretty smart, pretty knowledgeable in order to do that work, correct?
Correct.
Doug, I caught your strategy within 2 seconds, bro. This is so.
When Nick and Mindy are having all of these security issues, and Mindy is telling you about the security issues, you believe Mindy, correct?
Yes.
And you believe Nick?
Yes.
And you said that Mindy was afraid, isn't that right?
Yes.
Mindy also was a pretty bright woman.
Very bright.
Very bright. Why do you say very bright?
Well, to get her master's degree, she had to have a high GPA, and she was always in honors classes in high school and college and all that.
And so she was a very bright woman, but she was also afraid.
Correct.
And she told you about the security team, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said they a lot when referring to stuff, so I may try to get that clarified so that we can understand whether it was Mindy that told you things or Nick that told you things. Okay. You were told by them that you had to be out of the house from before lunch until about 3 o'clock. Was that Mindy that told you that?
I would say both of them told me that.
Okay.
This is such a solid burn. Jim McIntyre is sitting to the left of the defendant on his shoulder. Don't you see him? This is.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Are they going with the security detail is real? Is that
so?
Is that what we're doing
together? Is it fair to say every weekday from noon to 3, roughly, you were out of the house?
Yes.
So if people came in and out of the house during that noon to 3 time frame, you wouldn't know about it, correct?
No.
So doctors could have visited noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that.
No.
If members of the security team came by from noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that either.
No.
Yep, he's going with the security team is real.
And you say Mindy is the one that told you about the Signal app, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would use that to communicate with Mindy and with Nick, right?
Yes, for a while, yes.
But text only. You never used the voice feature of Signal, correct?
No. Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Mindy told you that they were changing their name to Star for security reasons, correct?
Yes.
Did she say what the security reasons were?
That it sounds cool.
Okay. What did you believe it to be?
I just thought it went along with everything else that we've been told for years, that they were in danger and that was going to protect them.
Okay.
In danger from what? I don't give a shit what government job you have. I don't care. I have represented people that can't actually say some of the things that I've done, but I don't care what. No, I haven't done that. I don't care what type of job you have or security clearance you have. When you are for years expressing that you have this fear for your own personal life to your parents, you explain it more than just, hey, we're kind of afraid we have a security detail. It's not how that works.
I mean,
jumping ahead a little bit to when
he's secretly he's secretly POTUS.
I don't even know if that would work.
Who got back from the
He's just
hospital.
very
and
well
reversed from your hip
disguised.
replacement. I believe that you testified that Nick took care of you that afternoon.
Yes, he helped me get up, go to the bathroom, things like that.
You don't have to get into graphic detail, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, he's the
We need the size
he's-
and the shape.
Jesus Christ. Of just apologize for the blaspheming. We don't need the size or the shape of whatever happened to the bathroom, whether it's a bowel movement,
Size and shape.
but he really is taking the tack. He's taking the tack that Nick is he's a good, kind, loving son-in-law who's clearly trying to help you because he's helping you go to the restroom. Also, just telling you that, by the way, your daughter died, and I cannot give you any details whatsoever. How these two things do not work in the same sentence.
And Nick remained with you until Betsy returned, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point, Nick left the house.
Correct.
Now, you say you never saw any paperwork relating to Mindy's death, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask to see any paperwork of Nick about the time of Mindy's death?
No.
You also were asked about a lawsuit, about Nick engaging in a lawsuit against the hospital. You had known Nick in 2022 for how long?
6 years.
Had you known him to be a litigious person? Had he been going around filing a bunch of lawsuits? As far as you know?
No.
Did he file any lawsuits prior to Mindy's death, as far as you know?
No.
Did you ask Nick, why aren't you suing that hospital?
No.
Did you ask anything? Anything at all? Oh, I get this, Bookish Dark. I understand this question. He used Mindy and the Parents Trust to pull off the con. He basically formed a little cult with Mindy and used her to fool him. I understand that part. I do. That's why I sit here asking 9 million questions, like how this person must be magical. I don't know how this happens.
Oh, I mean, I'm kind of like darkly impressed.
This is quite the damn con. Like, and now I understand why Doug Weinstein got up and the first thing that came out of his mouth when it came to opening statement was, my client's a liar who lies. Like he's a terrible liar, lies all the time.
He is the lyingest sack of crap you will ever meet.
Were you on the phone when Frank IV was told about the death of Mindy?
No.
That was your wife that had made that call to Frank IV?
Yes.
Okay. What was Frank IV's occupation?
He's a policeman.
He's a policeman.
Yes.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm sorry. Oh, please tell me that he introduces himself on a scene as I'm Officer Frank IV. I don't think Frank IV is going to make detective.
Wiggle your microphone cable. Wiggle the microphone cable. What the fuck? What the hell? How does that happen? What a Doug Weinstein, damn you for dropping that bomb. That was also such a solid move. Like, because everyone in the jury just had the exact same reaction I did. There is no way that the jurors did not completely just lose their shit and like their face just contort into like, how did we not hear that? What the fuck was that happening? He was a cop?
Wow.
I was gonna say I felt bad for going and streaming this long. I no longer feel bad. Nope, no longer feel bad because I needed that gem. No, everyone's saying keep going. It can't get worse. It can't. I'm not gonna say that anymore. Not with this trial. We are at 7 minutes and 24 seconds and 7 minutes 24 and 58. There's only 7 hours and 31 minutes in this entire video of that day in court. So there is a total of 6 minutes left. 6 minutes. It's the chat is now convinced it's going to get worse. 6 minutes.
Is he still a policeman as far as you know? Where is he a policeman?
In Burnett Town, South Carolina.
And how long has he been a policeman for?
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Over 20 years.
Fuck.
At one point, was Frank IV a policeman with, and I'm going to mangle this name, the Yemassee Police Department?
That's correct.
Am I saying that correctly?
That's right, yes.
And where is the Yemassee Police Department?
Yemassee is kind of right off of I-95 in between Savannah and Florence.
And was the chief of police at the Yemassee Police Department, was that Gregory Alexander,
yes,
who came to fame through the Murdaugh case?
Yes.
And he had worked for
Wait,
Chief Gregory
what?
Alexander, correct?
Correct.
This is
Why is that still on?
You know, Weinstein slipping that in without an objection before objection could be made was pretty solid. Like he just flew through that.
Yeah, I guess.
He'd been fired from that position in 2007?
Objection, Your Honor. This has no bearing on the case at hand.
There it goes.
The state is making
The
a lot
judge
out of the
doesn't
fact that
go.
my client,
No bearing.
Gregory Alexander, correct?
Hang
Gregory
on.
Alexander, who
Yes.
came to fame through the Murdaugh case?
Yes.
And he had worked for Chief Gregory Alexander, correct?
Correct.
He'd been fired from that position in 2007?
Objection, Your Honor. This has no bearing on the case at hand.
The state is making a lot out of the fact that my client has prosecutorial and legal experience. So does Frank IV. He's very
He's
familiar
on
with law
the list.
enforcement as well.
It's irrelevant. The court's going to sustain the objection.
Nice speaking response, though. I don't hate that. Nice move. Good move.
Hey, I mean, she made the speaking objection, so
She did, and he fired back. That was awesome. Oh, God, this is so good. Oh, this is so good. How is there so much gold at the end of the day? Way to go, Doug. That was a good move. She did. She jumped in. He fired back. I love the
I
gusto.
have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm very sorry for your loss.
Anything else on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Let me tell you why the Murdoch thing coming in. That's the end of that day, and we're not going to play anymore because so the next day, rather today, what occurred today, which I'm sad that we can't get to it right now because they started playing his interview. They played his interview. Now the audio sucked, so I have to go back and see if I can find another source for the interview. But they were playing his interview today at length. So I got to try and find that in an audio format that I can understand. I'm saying third wife. Third wife didn't testify last night or yesterday. Oh, he did. She did. No, that was the conclusion of the day. Let me see. Friend of the victim. Entomologist. No, I can't get the third wife. The third wife testifies for an hour, like 40 minutes. I'm not doing that. Third wife's the craziest part. I can't. I can try to continue next week, but I mean, if there's a timestamp, might be able to get some of it. Oh, come on. All right. Fuck you guys. The case is so wild that I'm you know what, fuck
Monday?
it, I'm gonna but Monday, the thing is, but the case continues Monday. He continues Monday. So there's going to be more gold on Monday.
Is there? Like, is this gold?
I don't know. Ian, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm going to do this for like 2 minutes. Just to see the beginning, see if there's anything that's there, and then they'd probably get bored and then wrap because I can't go forever and ever and ever. But I am remarkably in. Chat is rioting. For your troubles, also third right, please. Thank you, Crazy Cat. That's very, very, very generous of you. A lot of testimony, folks. Can I fast forward through some of the preliminaries?
In Twitter, he messaged me to let me know that he had bought 4 of my books.
Oh, God. No, I can't. What the fuck? Also, why? This is... $1.75. That's what you guys get. You get 1.75.
Rob is like, I'm angry.
You try to sit close to that so we can hear you.
Chat, third wife.
The court reporter, your full name and how you spell it.
Yes, my full name is Samantha Kolyesnik. Should I spell my first name too? Spell her name Samantha. Last name is Kolyesnik.
I'm going to ask you if you have any trouble at any time and you need to take a moment, just let us know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us, without giving us an exact address, where do you live?
I live in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. And can you tell us just a town? Or rather the area. What's the big city?
Lancaster County, near Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
All right. Why are we doing the glitching? Come on.
And what do you do for work now?
I work full-time
Stop glitching.
at a software company and technology company.
Okay. And do you do anything on the side to earn money?
I do. I do artistic endeavors. I write. Sometimes I make independent films.
How long have you been doing that?
She writes and makes independent films.
Many years now. I mean,
Well, I'm guessing we've got the topic of a
Yes.
film that'll come,
And does
be
that
coming out.
writing of books and work that you described, does that give you an online presence?
Yes.
Would that be how you try to sell or distribute some of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you published?
Yes.
How many books have you published?
I think 4, and then I've had short fiction published in many different books, many different anthologies.
Done any movies?
Yes, but nothing big, just little independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your work has gained some traction?
Yes, I'd say a small following. Nothing. I'm not like a big known person or anything like that.
Okay. What type of genre do you write?
Mainly horror.
We did say Pet Cemetery earlier in this show.
We did.
She writes horror and independent movies and film.
Oh, I mean, you know, this is turning into a movie somewhere.
This case is batshit crazy. This case is completely batshit crazy.
I mean, I feel like
can't.
there might be all the shits in this one.
So much. This is insane. Crazy Cat Queen. You don't have to give. I'm streaming it. We're here. We ride at least for a little bit. Thank you very kindly. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for the very large and generous super chat. Thank you. Also, let's go for a law and lumber streaming record. Thanks for introducing this trial. I have just enough summer break left to go back and watch Scott as rewatch and watch the rest of the trial. I would say that the 2 people I'd recommend watching this particular trial with, who I know are both streaming it, are the Trial Channel, who's on here as well, and Recovery Addict. Both good channels, both stream live trials. Find the chat you love, have some fun, grab a beer. Sandy, yes, a little bit. Do you hate me now for suggesting just a bit? A little bit. Because in my head, I was thinking there's absolutely no way this trial is going to be that crazy. It's not possible. This trial came in, it was like, hold my fucking beer. This is insane. So, horror writer is the third wife. Cool. Awesome.
People call it like dark fiction and horror, those kinds of stories.
Okay. And can you tell the jury
dark
what is
fiction
a
and horror?
pen name?
A pen name is, in a general sense, just a name somebody might use to write books that's not their real name, that's not their like their legal name, on their ID.
Is that common in the author community?
Very common.
Okay. So when you were selling books, did you sell them online as well?
Yes.
Okay. In that capacity, did you have occasion to meet an individual that went by the name of Nick Stark?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you first became acquainted with Nick Stark?
In late September 2022, I had a public Twitter, it was then called Twitter, profile to where, as an author, to where I sometimes sold books. And I had sent a public tweet saying I was selling signed books on my website. And Stark, he had I think it was the username either Nick Morfox or KJ Stark at that time in Twitter. He messaged me to let me know that he had bought 4 of my books, like all 4 that were for sale. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the first time that you met him?
Well, I didn't even meet him at that time. It was the first time that, he was directly communicating to me online.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the first communication, even if it wasn't a face-to-face meeting.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said there was a Twitter named KJ Stark.
Yeah, he had several different Twitter names, so I can't be positive which it was, but it was either Nick Morfox, which I believe was his pen name, or KJ Stark. I believe it would be one of those 2.
Okay. And at that time that you first interacted with him, did you ultimately have the ability to recover those tweets and provide them to law
Yes.
enforcement? Okay. So they're here and available for you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not he was also writing?
He told me he was a writer. I don't know to what extent. I don't think he had been published as of yet, or maybe he had a short story or 2 published. I think he was a short fiction writer primarily.
Do you know what kind of genre he wrote?
The same, to my knowledge, horror, dark fiction.
So initially, you said you met him by way of digital message online in late September of 2022.
Yes.
I mean, his
Did that
entire life is
conversation
horror
continue
/
after
dark
you
fiction.
first interacted with him
And
on the purchase of
online
the
and
books?
fiction, yeah.
Tell the jury how that progressed in terms of the conversation.
Yeah, well, the messages were not a whole lot at first. At first, I really didn't even understand why he felt the need to message me, because a lot of people don't message when they buy books, they just buy it. But I said, thank you for buying my books, something to that effect. And then he just he messaged again, and he just kept messaging. And then we just started engaging in small talk, off and on through October, but not a whole lot of messages at that time. Very light conversation, I would say, in October of 2022, and all on Twitter direct messages.
So those conversations were all online, nothing in person?
Correct.
Okay. Did that time period between September and October of 22 ever graduate to phone calls?
Not in October, to my knowledge. I think the first time we had a phone call was in November of 2022.
Okay. So at some point it progressed from text messages to the actual phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you spoke with him over the phone, do you remember, you said that was in November, you believe?
Yes, November 2022.
Did the relationship change from light banter at any point to something more romantic?
I think so, yeah. It became, flirtatious and more, I'd say, emotionally charged.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would that be part of what ultimately yielded phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Did there come a time when you met him in person for the first time?
I met him in person for the first time December 16th, 2022.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
In Pennsylvania.
So he came to you.
Oh. So 14 days after the body was discovered, we're in Pennsylvania. Meeting another cool. Very.
Okay. At that point, did you know why he was in Pennsylvania?
Well, he said that he was taking a long drive for a work trip to Missouri. And then he said that he could drive from Missouri from his work trip. He said he was working in legal compliance to Pennsylvania. And he also said that he would end up in Delaware because he was working on a big merger and acquisition. And they were having that in Delaware, which would be, Delaware is very close to Pennsylvania. It's a short drive away.
Did you know where he lived at the time in December of 2022?
He said he was living in Georgia.
Okay, so it was your understanding he was going from Georgia to Missouri, and then from Missouri down to Delaware, and he'd stop by you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say stop by because it's quite out of the way.
Yeah.
He said, yes, he was driving from Georgia to Missouri because he had something for work that he had to do. And he was driving because he had his dog with him named Rusty, just a big dog. And I'm sorry, I don't know the breed. And then he said that he would love to meet me and he would drive since he was already on the road from Missouri to Pennsylvania. I did push back and say, that's a big drive. I don't know. That's a lot of expectation. It feels like when somebody drives that long of a distance. And he, paraphrasing here, he basically said, I'm going to, drive out to see you. And I want to meet you. And, if you don't like me, I'll just drive back. He made it very, he persisted and, made it very, low pressure from my point of view.
What the
Now, that point, would it be fair to say you had met him at the end of September? How long, I say met, online?
Talked online.
How long had it been since you started talking to him to when he came to your place, December 16th, approximately?
I'm not sure I understand. That was the time frame. So he started talking to me online, Twitter direct messages in September. And then the first time that I ever met him in person was December 16th.
Okay, so about 2 months roughly?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, What was your marital status?
I was separated. I'd already filed for divorce and moving from my marital home to my home at that time. And I moved in November of 2022.
Okay. And
It's fair game. Okay.
in that time, before you met Mr. Stark, were you concerned that you had met him online?
Yes. Yes, I was. And I had, even asked him, about that and said that I was concerned because I was newly single. And
Hold up. Were you concerned that the individual you met online was like, hey, I'm going to drive from Georgia all the way to Pennsylvania just to see you. And if you don't like me, I'm going to turn around and drive home. Ma'am, are you aware of what a red flag looks like? Like, do you know what these are?
That is the readiest of flags.
It's giant. It's massive.
basically alone. And, he had provided some documentation to me, I think, to
And, like,
kind of
she
comfort me
does
and assure me
horror
that he was who he said he was.
Yes, exactly.
It's like-
The horror writer should know isn't this how you begin all of your books, ma'am? Like all of them?
I mean, it will be from now on.
I don't understand this.
He sent me selfies. He sent some other documents as well, just to verify his identity. And it did comfort me that I thought he was who he said he was.
Okay. Did you ask for his driver's license?
Yes, I did.
Did he send it?
Yes.
And you still met with this dude. You asked him to send you his driver's license.
Did you ask for something from his employment?
I did at one point, but I did not ask for that then. I asked for that later.
Did you ultimately receive both the driver's license and his employment verification, for lack of a better way to phrase that?
Yes, I received a copy of his driver's license, which said Nicholas Stark on it.
Bro, dating game be tough. Dating game is tough. Apparently now the dating game requires driver's license and proof of employment. Oh. The driver's license said Nicholas Stark. So
like a photocopy. I received an employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at. Should I say the other things that I received?
Let's just stop there for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to approach Your Honor, if that's okay, and show the witness what I have physically marked as 1.84 and 1.86. I'm going to show them on the teleprompter after, but you will have a copy here. You'll be able to also see them on the screen.
Should I look at them?
Yes, please do. Okay. Do you recognize 1.84, the first document I handed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This would be the employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at.
Okay. And is that a exact duplicate of the document that you received? Just a copy?
Oh, please tell me we see this.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.84. And 1.86, the next document in your hand, you read?
Yes.
No,
What do you
publish.
recognize that?
Publish. I want to see
This is
it.
A photocopy of his driver's license, which says Nicholas Stark on it.
Okay. And what state is that from?
Georgia.
And do you recognize that to be the document that he sent you of his driver's license?
Yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.86 as well.
Any objection? It is admitted.
You can hold the record. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish 1.84.
I want to see it. Show it to me.
Does that reference a company name of APIS? APIS?
Yes.
And if I scroll to the bottom here, does it indicate also when?
He works for the security team. Oh my God, this letter is terrible. Oh my God. Okay. This letter is to certify the employment of Nicholas Killian Stark. So he has an alias, Killian.
Or a nickname, I guess.
Or a nickname at Apis Limited from February 2018 to present. Mr. Stark began working at Apis Limited on February 12, 2018, and he has held continuous employment since that time. His position upon hiring was senior attorney. Cool. Effective March 1st, 2020, he was promoted to deputy general counsel. Mr. Stark was promoted to vice president for compliance effective October 1, 2020. And where's the comma? And became vice president, chief legal officer effective January 1st, 2021. He has held those roles since that time. If you have any questions about, oh my God, the information provided, please don't hesitate to contact us at hr@apislimited.com or by calling 888 blah, 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 blah. Marcus J. Jones, Human Resources Specialist, Jones mj@apuslimited.com. What the fuck? First of all, no employment. This is not. Nope. That's not real. Cool. Very cool.
Mr. Stark began working. Does it also indicate to you an email address at the very bottom where you could contact if there were questions?
Yes.
And what was the at portion of that?
apuslimited.com.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the driver's license. If we can probably turn it off in between.
This thing's gonna be fake as hell, right? So I don't have to worry about it being displayed.
Now publishing 1.86.
Yeah, it's gonna be fake as hell.
There you go.
Solid. No, don't kill Ian. We need him for Monday. I love it. This is going to be really fake, right? So I don't have to worry about this? Yes.
Is that the copy of the Georgia driver's license you received?
Yes.
And that was a name of Ninian Stark on there, correct?
Yes.
Does it say the expiration date on that top right side?
Yes, it says June 3rd, 2030.
And was that a photograph of Mr. Stark?
Yes.
You knew him?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Bro's faking driver's license and everything. What the fuck
Although
is
I will say
happening?
I don't think he had the beard when I met him, so that difference.
Okay.
Yep.
So he sent you those two documents at varying times, and you believe that he was Nick Stark?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he use any other names? I know you said he used that pen name. Was that Nick Moorfox?
Yeah, I believe he had the pen name Nick Moorfox that he published short fiction under.
Okay.
That was like his author pen name.
Do you know if he had changed his name?
Are we gonna get to see any of his short
Those are
fiction?
the only two names that
I
he
don't know.
That's correct. I mean, he had the other username KJ Stark, but he told me his he had two like Killian James was like his full So I just assumed that was the KJ Stark.
Bro just made up as many character names as he possibly could. Killian James. That's a solid name. It's a pretty solid name. Killian. Like I like that name. It's good for like. Yeah. Oh, Calypson just caught this. I'm never changing this back. By the way. It's even better when I talk because you can see like the little Ian head just popping up and it's like, hey, yeah, this is great. This is never changing. Like the unicorn is wonderful, but the little baby Ian avatar is just going to exist forever, especially with this trial, especially when we've been streaming for 5 hours, 51 minutes. Yeah, no, that's going to stay forever.
But no, he never told me he had another last name different than Stark.
Did you ever know the name Nicholas James Kassotis?
No.
Now, you indicated that at the time you were in the process of a divorce. You'd already been separated. Did you know Mr. Stark's marital status?
I believed I had. He told me that
Widowed.
he was widowed, and
Legit, Ian, you're not lying. He said he was a widower. This is
that he had lost his wife and his unborn child about 2 years prior, and that they had both died in a
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't 2 years. It was like 20 minutes.
Oh no. Oh wow. Okay, there's a
like,
world
wasn't even
like,
cold yet.
hospital.
And he told you that when?
He told me that he first referenced that his wife had passed away in October of 2022 in Twitter
what?
direct messages.
A month before.
He told you that in October of 2022?
Yes, in on Twitter in the direct messages.
Was he manifesting reality?
Determined that was not correct? Meaning, did you find out from law enforcement that was not the case?
Oh, I found out from law enforcement that was not the case on the date of his arrest, and that was not until May 2023.
So when you first met KJ Stark via tweet, that was communicated to you through a tweet?
So the tweets are like public, but we were communicating through the Twitter direct messages or like private messages, like similar to like if you were talking just like a text message, but just on Twitter.
Okay, I'm going to try and make this a little bit easier. Your Honor, I have 1.93, 1.94, 1.95, sequentially through 1.99. So
I believe the
1.93,
youngins calling
1.99.
like sliding into the DMs.
May I?
That's
Yes, sir.
That's how they refer to it. Y'all was chatting in the DMs. What the fuck? Mr. Weinstein had some Chick-fil-A that day. This is every time with this trial. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. There's more. This guy is.
Now, I'm actually going to put these up on the screen, if I may, Your Honor, so I'll seek to tender them first.
Oh, no. If you thought me saying the sliding in DMs and talking to DMs is creepy, you should hear a judge, like an old white judge, like talk about like asking the question, asking for clarification from your client who's a witness on the stand to please clarify what he means by the DMs. It's so comfortable. I love my job. It's so comfortable talking about all of the uncomfortable things in a courtroom.
I'm going to hand you exhibits 1.93 through 1.99. Can you just take a look at them and tell us if you recognize that?
Come on.
What you provided to law enforcement in conjunction with this case?
Yes, I believe I provided more than this too, but yes, these I did provide.
Okay. And are those just 1.93 through 1.99?
No objection. Well, if they're all admitted, a total of 7 exhibits, but they are admitted without objection.
I'm now going to open and publish exhibit 1.93, slide 1.
Okay. Is there anything else I need from the from wife number 3?
Would it be fair to say that that's what you have in front of you is 1.93?
Yes.
I'm going to scroll in here. See the name of the tweet that was from to you? Is that what you were referring to earlier, September 1st, speaking with Stark?
That's correct.
Okay. And sort of an announcement, public page about you selling the books?
Correct.
Okay. And as a result, is that why or when you received rather the response from Mr. Stark concerning the purchase of the books that you were selling?
Yes. So what he's done here is he took my public tweet and he kind of like quote tweeted in a message and then wrote his message beneath it. Yep.
Would that be the message that he sent to you?
Yes.
And when was that?
September 24th.
Post that he sent to you. Okay with you? If you look at the top of this post, was he aware that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier that that's not common. Is that correct?
Your books, but it is. I wouldn't say it's common.
Okay. So I'm now going to go to number 7. That would be 1.94. Just so we're clear, the gray writing and the pink writing that is displayed on this, who is
writing is Nick.
Yeah, sir, that is a lot. That is a lot of writing. What about myself was not true and had my wife pass away. None of this is try to compare. I don't do that. Actually, I probably know some certain blah, 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 blah. Oh, this is straight up love bombing. Moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I taught about myself was not true. And yeah, this is ooh, baby. All the red flags, every red flag, all of them. Life upheaval, feeling like you're working 24/7 is tough. And I wish I had an answer. I think it's even harder since I started working remotely, which I love on the one hand, but on the other, it just blurs the work time, personal time lines so much. Plus always having something I could be working on makes it hard to relax. Hope your week is going well. Fall weather arrived in Georgia overnight. Hopefully it's not, you went with the whole wife passing away, and then in the next paragraph, you're like, cool, weather, hope the weather's nice.
and the pink?
That's me.
And just if we could specifically at this first paragraph about losing his wife.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so if I were to read the line, in the last 3 years, I moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
And when was this ultimately received by you?
October 18th, 2022.
And at that time, did you believe his wife was dead?
Yes.
Did he subsequently tell you that his wife also had been pregnant at the time she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and I'm
Now-
seeing this is a month before. Yep.
Did he indicate at any time that he was in any other relationship, or just that that one had expired? Meaning the relationship had ended, that she had passed.
He never indicated that he was in any kind of relationship with any kind of romantic relationship with anybody.
Did you know if he had another wife that preceded the wife you just referenced?
No.
Okay. So that time you thought that the only time he'd been married was to the woman he just
All right, fast forward a little bit.
would be 195. Can you read us that paragraph starting she had?
She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her way I thought life would look, but to
Are you kidding me?
figure it out.
Oh my God.
So he told you that in this tweet?
In this private message, yeah, on Twitter.
What day did he tell you that?
October 22nd, 2022.
Did you know that his current wife was?
Oh no.
That's the self-snitching. Oh no. He's going through the cause of death. October of 2022. He's saying she had an undiagnosed heart condition, yada, yada, yada. A month before he goes and claims that she died in the hospital.
I mean, the cause of death, turns out to be a little more like beheading and less. I mean, that does tend to stop your heart.
This is.
I mean, dude's cooked.
This is so. He's so roasted. This is so. Like I understand people are like, but they don't have the proof. Give me a compelling reason why he's saying any of this shit. Just
no, this
one.
is more than enough for a jury to convict, and I'm just like, I do not see how the defense pulls up from this particular tailspin, because
magic. This is
That date at that time?
No.
Unless like the prosecutor gets up and personally confesses to the murder. This is done
And you
and
described it as a
dusted.
very sudden change. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he mention if they had children?
aggravated.
Other than that she was
Oh
pregnant
my
when she
God.
passed.
No other children, just that she was pregnant and that that she lost he lost both her and the unborn child is what he told me, and that he had no other children now.
Okay. Did him telling you that his wife had passed impact your trust of Mr. Stark?
It definitely
Yeah.
impacted me. It made me feel very sad. And
Yeah. Yeah.
terrible
Ma'am,
that-
I am sorry.
Somebody, to lose your wife and unborn child. That's what I felt at the time. I felt bad for him.
Okay. Did you convey that to him?
Yes, I felt empathy because that's when I thought he had lost his wife and unborn child.
Did that also facilitate you continuing to chat with him?
I did continue to chat with him, yes.
And did that then progress to that more flirtatious and romantic stage that you described for the jury?
I would say more like emotional at first because I lost somebody close to me too. I thought too at the time. So more emotional and then eventually flirtatious.
Okay. Yeah. Now, at some point, you said in December, he came to visit you. You had just moved, is that right?
I had moved in November. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So just like about a month prior.
Okay. And when he came to visit, did he stay with you in December of 2022?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, I wouldn't have somebody stay with me just meeting them. And then two, he had Rusty, his dog, with him, and my house, I rent, and they don't allow pets. They don't allow like any pets in the place.
Okay. And so, do you know where he was staying when he came in December?
When he came in December, I believed he was at an AirB&B in Pennsylvania.
What was your understanding, if I'm correct, that he was going to Missouri, he was going to visit you, and then he was going to Delaware? Is that right?
I think he was going to go back to Georgia first because that was his home, but he did tell me he would have to live for several months in Delaware because that's where he'd be working for their acquisition that he was the point person on. That was my understanding.
Okay. Did he move to Delaware, as far as you know?
I thought, yeah, that his company was putting him up in Delaware.
Okay.
And not that he had moved there, but that his company was providing long-term housing while he worked on this merger and acquisition.
Did you know if he had moved to Pennsylvania at some point after his Delaware trip?
I don't think he ever permanently moved to Pennsylvania. He stayed at Airbnbs in Pennsylvania when he was visiting me.
Let me be more clear.
Okay.
Was staying in Pennsylvania in some location at some point while the time period from December forward.
Yes. From December forward, to my knowledge, and he was spending the work time in Delaware, and then he would spend some weekends in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Like when he wasn't working in Delaware.
Okay. So as far as you knew, he was commuting basically from Delaware and staying back at the Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Yes, that was my understanding.
Okay. And when that was occurring, would it be fair to say what months?
I met him in December. It would have been, the last half of December, January, February, March, April of 2023, and then that first half or so of May.
Oh, the audio is
2023 until the
painful.
day he was arrested.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's
all that time,
TV
you weren't living
problem.
together.
No, we were not. We never moved in together. We did stay at the same Airbnb, some Airbnbs that he rented together.
Okay. And at that point, you said that the relationship grew and it became a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
Did there come
This
a
is
time
Core
when
TV audio, by the way.
he described to you the process of moving and what had happened with his belongings?
Yes, he told it like an anecdote in Twitter direct messages, I believe, about how he had moved previously, and some of his things I think were water damaged in like a moving pod, like a storage pod.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to 1.96. Would it be fair to say that sometime in early November you were talking about your move with him? Okay. And that's when he made the quip about his belongings? 1.96, the paragraph that states belongings in a pod here that is effective and not actually watertight if you want help downsizing. That did you believe that he just didn't have a lot of things?
I image of how many things he had at that point.
Okay.
But that he had lost things, yeah.
Quite a bit. Okay. Now, those conversations and those tweets at the time, would it be fair to say that they were pretty innocuous? You didn't think very much about any of it, other than just banter?
Yeah, I'd say from that first message in September through October, and you can even notice in October sometimes there's gaps in days where like before I would respond, and probably even the first part of November, yeah, it felt very, very light, and then it picked up frequency, and I say emotional like resonance. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did he talk to you about his work and moving and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct
Did he ask you if you had any rugs?
Yeah.
Did he ask if the rugs were big enough for you to be rolled up in them?
This is God. Core TV's
That for
audio
you
was
would be
glitchy as hell today.
1.97.
Does the dude know how to write a text that's not a page and a half long?
Would it be fair to that some of these got very personal?
Yes.
Can you tell us what he told you about his upbringing?
That he had that he was abused. Just what's on this, or what he in general?
I'm just referring to
and that is he found out late in life, and that his parents, who he thought were his parents, were not his actual like biological parents.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
Now, in the weeks coming up to him visiting you in December, were there communications?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to slide exhibit 1.98.
Are his parents really sitting behind him in the courtroom? Chad, are you serious? Are his parents physically in the courtroom? Yep, they are.
I would
Wow.
100. I mean, I wouldn't be in this situation, but if I was, I'd 100% be to my parents like, hey, you know what? I'd rather you just not show.
How many lives did this dude fabricate? Like 7, 8?
All of them.
This is crazy.
This is slide 22. Do you see where he references in the second paragraph? I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. Did he indicate to you where he planned on going? You can read that to us if it makes it easier.
He said, I'm trying to get ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks still be working, but like the whole built-in cushion. I'm proud of the vagaries of Wi-Fi on the road. This weekend in Virginia, then on to New England. Going to spend a little poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there.
So it was your understanding that the weeks leading up to, or text, on November 8th, that he was traveling?
That is correct. And this would have been far before the Missouri trip, he told me. And he told me about like what he was doing, and say that he met with one of his biological father's lawyers during this time. I think it was something he said in terms of that trip.
Oh my God.
So at this point, you didn't have any reason to believe that he was homebound and couldn't leave his residence, right?
No.
I'm turning your attention to slide number 1.99.
What are you taking notes about, sir? I want to know what he's taking notes about. Like,
Would it be fair to say that this is also
It's just like, you know,
Yes.
I am fucked.
These are all leading
That is his
up to
notes.
the time period, or, well, I should say, you're developing a relationship.
Yes, at this time.
Actually, no. His notes are probably like, I think juror number 6 is buying it, and juror number 6 is like, are we allowed to vote for like extra death penalty?
he's probably writing a short story about how he is, in fact, juror number 6. Like this.
December.
Okay, so on November 10th, that last
It's
paragraph.
like, Judge, I need to see the jury, and I need 12 runs.
And just so I can print it out every time and have the basic things figured.
So as far as you knew, on November 10th, he told you he would.
Yes, that's correct.
And still at that point,
He never said he was able to leave any.
Okay. Now, during your communication, is that right? Did you ever use something called Signal app?
We did not use the Signal app to communicate.
Okay. Are you familiar with?
He just used that with
it?
his actual, with his wife.
But you
at
didn't
the
use
time.
that.
We didn't use it to communicate, no. And I didn't use it at that time, no.
What about Proton email?
I knew he used Proton email because I think I saw it on some of the emails. I did not use Proton email. I had actually not, I didn't even know about Proton email until I saw it like in one of his emails. I can't remember what you call that, the at.com. Yeah.
Okay. But he didn't require you to use that with him?
No.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, in late November, when you and he had just started talking, did anything happen to your vehicle?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
I had a flat tire on my
Okay.
car in November.
Okay. And did that prove to be problematic in any way?
I mean, just as problematic as a flat,
It's a flat
tire,
tire.
would be to anyone. I was, moving
Yeah.
and it definitely was like a hassle, Yeah.
Timing not so convenient?
Yeah, and I'm very bad with cars. So
Okay.
car trouble stresses me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Stark offer to assist in any way?
He did.
What did he do?
He offered, and keep in mind, we had never met, and he offered like via messages, because we were talking on WhatsApp at that time. He offered to fix the flat. He had said
Yeah,
he could
this
have
is
my
called love bombing.
car
This
towed
is
to a repair shop and have the flat
I'm
tire
wondering
fixed.
if they're suggesting
do that
that
for you?
he flattened the
He
tire
did, and I was
too.
very surprised.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
At that point, I believe your first communication was October 18th of 2022. Be fair to say that that was some approximately 2 to 4 weeks later?
Our first communication was September
My
2022,
apologies.
and then I'm sorry, what was the second half of that?
How long did you know him before he had your tire fixed?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that I knew him at that time. I'd been messaging him online for, it would have been a month and a half.
We need to have a conversation about your ability to detect red flags. We need to focus on making sure you're making the right decisions going forward, because these are all the red
2 months,
flags.
somewhere in
Like
that range.
every
What
one
do
of
you have
them.
done for your car?
Okay, so he told me he was only going to fix the flat tire at the repair shop. When I got to the repair shop, my friend took me to pick up my car. I was very surprised because the clerk at the repair shop, he said that, and I believe two new bulbs on the front headlights. I'm not 100% certain that's what it was called, but he did some kind of repair or something to the front headlights. I think it was a big bill. I mean, what I would consider big. It was like, I think it was $600 and something in that range. Yeah.
Was that concerning?
Yeah, that's not a huge bill when you
I felt
get
him-
to mechanics, but
I felt grateful as you do when somebody does something kind for you, but it also felt like a lot. And it already felt like a lot just to have somebody fix your my tire for me. And then the surprise of that, it was, I think that said something like, is that your husband or is that your boyfriend?
Side note, he knew, like, this is, if we're thinking that he was kind of good at what he was doing about women and men coming out of marriages and relationships are insanely vulnerable. Very, very. I mean, they are targeted all the time, and they fall right back into a cycle
Friend,
that
he's so nice.
they were
And
trying to get out of.
I said, no. I said, he's just an acquaintance, Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with him about that? Boundaries?
And the auto mechanic is like
such a big gift.
and
then I did talk to him.
just
And
so
I
you
said,
know,
that was
this guy
Yeah.
is like an entire communist parade.
Yeah, this is all the red flags.
too much for. That's a lot.
Okay. And in response to that conversation, well, let me be clear. Do you remember
22? I do not remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it beginning of November, end of November, if you recall?
I think it was the last half of November of 2022.
Okay. And after you had the conversation with him about boundaries and too much, what did he do?
He
Immediately
apologized. He was
steamrolled
very-
him.
he
Tell me he
kind of
did
played
it.
it off, and he said this endearing thing kind of to where he's just like, I'm so sorry, you're right.
God,
That was an odd gift. Most guys, I've just been out of, he said, and he's like, I've just been out of Disney, I haven't dated. He's like, I just wanted to do something nice for you. He's like, but yeah, you're right, tires. He's like, come on, like what guy gives a girl tires? He's like, it should have been flowers, right? Or something. And I said, yeah, flowers would have been more appropriate, than the 40 tires. And then it kind of became like a little, it's like that conversation changed it from something that felt alarming at first to something that felt like, oh, okay, like he hasn't been dating for a while and he went overboard, you know what I mean? He must like me. And it then became a little bit of an in joke throughout our relationship. He'd be like, oh, the tires. Yeah. Like what kind of guy gives a girl he's dating tires? That was so stupid.
All right, I have to fast forward a little bit because I only want to catch like one more minute of this because I am rapid fading.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm running out of gas too here.
I'm so out of gas. I just want to hear this last part because I know
a
that
larger
there's
SUV. I want to say it was a Ford Explorer.
Okay.
And
left. Did he come home in timely fashion?
No.
What happened?
He wasn't home. I thought, he probably should have been. Like it was guessing him on WhatsApp. Okay, is everything okay? Because it felt unusual. And then I started calling him, and I wasn't getting through to him. It was either going like right to voicemail or just like from him.
Okay.
And it's same thing. It's my car buddy, because I think I just remember this text. It said car first, like the autograph, and I was just. That's such a strange message to ever receive. But so then I'm like calling him frantically, and I didn't get through to him. I got through to, or I might have gotten through to him for a second, and then he like handed the phone on, and I talked to a paramedic or an EMT, some like medical professional.
That was at the scene with him?
Yes.
At that, you said that he had been on his way bank. Is that right?
That's what he told me. Yeah, he said he had to run like some errands to pick up the cashier's register check from the bank, from Citizens Bank. Yeah.
Did you know how much the check was for?
I do not remember the exact amount, but I can tell you it was something like, it was a large amount. It was $800,000, I want to say, or 850. It was a very large amount of money. Yeah.
So is your understanding that he was picking up the check and that he had been involved in a car fire of some sort?
Car accident is what I was thinking at that time.
Car accident. Okay.
Because even reading the book, I was like, I couldn't really fathom what had actually happened,
Right.
But yeah, some kind of car incident.
Did you know if the car was new?
I think it was pretty new. I think it was an old car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did he go to hospital?
So I asked the EMT or the paramedic, and is he going to hospital? What hospital can he meet him at? Things, and she said he doesn't want hospital. And I said, but should he? Is he okay? Like asking like those kind of caring, concerning questions. And I still didn't really grasp.
You got to be careful about those.
What happened to the car or how severe it was, because I remember the paramedic or the EMT. I said, you make sure he gets all of his things out of the car. And she kind of, I don't want to say chuckled. It wasn't like she was amused, but she was just, I can try it, but I don't think there's anything left in the car. And
oh, he torched the car. This is the torched car. It's torched. It's not like a little fire. It's torched.
Hearing that, I still was like a little confused. I didn't understand the scope. And then, I asked, are you sure he's okay to not go to the hospital? I said, well, he doesn't want to go. Like, we can't, yeah, he just wants to go back to you or whatever, or home.
When he got, did you take the hospital?
And yes, I insisted on taking to the hospital. I was concerned about it.
Why?
Well, when he walked through the door of the AirB&B, he was like crying a little. He was shaking. He had some, like, he looked a little burned, like on his face. Like he was missing, I want to say like half an eyebrow. Like he had, yeah.
Okay. As a result, I'm going to show you 1.91. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be his medical bracelet, like the what they put on you at hospitals, and that was from his when I took to the hospital. Yeah.
Okay. And this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce that exhibit 1.91, I believe.
No objection. All right, it's admitted without objection.
We're going to publish it. Reflect the admission date on air.
Yes. March 20th, 2023. Yeah.
Thank you. That was the day of the closing. At that point, do you know what happened with respect to the car? In terms of the insurance, how did that go?
I still don't. Oh, you mean like?
All right, gonna have to end it here. I'm so fastly fading. I can't. It's we've got 6
I was
hours.
gonna say
minutes.
Rob is gonna pass out
I'm-
and like roll off his chair and sleep on the floor.
Yeah, I can't do that. This trial is wild. It has all the craziness. I will sit there with my jaw on the ground and probably watch every second of it because I don't know that I can turn away from this train wreck. I don't know what to look. I don't know what to say. I've got to catch up on these super chats and get rolling. Ian, you can jump anytime you want, bud. You're never obligated to stick around.
I will bail just because otherwise I'm gonna screw up you getting through the super chats. And
haven't done
as
6
much as I
hours in a
snark, I
long
do actually
time.
worry about you if in situations like this. So I will let you get through the super chats and get to sleep. So
Thank
good
you,
night,
buddy.
man, and good night, everyone.
Thanks, buddy. See ya. Okay, so I've got to rock through these pretty quick because, like I said, it's been a while since I've done 6+ hours of live streaming. It's 2:57 my time after a full day of work. No court today, though, so good. What a wild trial, right? At 1CVB 417, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. 9-inch nail scout 1994. I'm replacing the rug without cleaning attempt if allergy kid vomits. Second appearance, soy smell is up there with tons of chicken poop. Ugh, gross. Piper Peeps, LOL. I am behind. Does she submit before or after? Is case is insane. Chris Cat Queen, Rob and Ian, I know it seems crazy, but have we considered perhaps that Mindy's parents, or at least are in fact intellectual? They're not. They're not. We actually found that out later. Salehounds, prosecutions making a sympathetic witness look not helpful. Not a great strategy. This is with regard to the parents. It was quite interesting watching all of that. 9-inch nails gown, 1994. Lessons learned: never go near Massachusetts. They'll charge you for breathing near a crime scene. Committed crime in Carolina, where coroner armpits will do the exam and have this mom and dad as witnesses. It's something. Jolly Rogers, he brought his wife's ashes home in a plastic baggie. Quote unquote ashes, which they were not. This case, I want to know. The defense is going to have to put on a case. I don't know how they're going to. Mama Bear of one, FYI, the Nevada versus Robert Tellis 2 years ago is as bad. So much difficulty, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll believe you. Mathis Grice, since we could get the Maya ruling soonish, coping after 6 months, any chance you will go over the briefs? I really liked learning civil law that way. I can try. I can pull them up again as we get closer to it. I imagine the more important thing is going to be going through the opinion when it's read. I think we'll get a good synopsis of the briefs when we get the opinion. Kate, maybe. Did you guys ever get dark ick vibes in a case? Some, like this one, getting all kinds of them. Every time they show this guy, I get uncomfy feeling in my gut. It's less when they show him and more when I see what he's done or what I'm reading, what he said. That's what's giving me the vibes. Like 100% everyone deserves a defense, but curious how you separate the gut feeling. You do the job. You make them prove the case. You make them prove the burden. That's what you do. Doug Weinstein is doing what he can with the case he has. Sandy, thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. Trish 818, Jim McIntyre is the whole defense, I think. I think it's Jim McIntyre, and there's going to have to be some level of explanation as to what the hell he was so afraid of. And the security detail. If the security detail was real, arguably you'd be able to document the security detail being there. I have no clue where this thing is going. But I'm going to keep following it. I'm extremely fascinated. So we shall see. Anyways, I've got to get out of here. Thank you guys for sticking around. It's been 6 hours and almost 30 minutes. Please, on the way out, hit the like button. There's 1,800 of you still remaining, so please hit the like button if you wouldn't mind, and then consider subscribing. We will be covering this case as it goes on. I believe they're expected to go one more week, so we should have closing arguments to cover next week, hopefully. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Get some rest this weekend, folks. I will try to do the same. Anyone that has the feeling to do so, get out there, go make something. You will feel better, I promise you. And I'll catch you next week. Have a nice week. Bye, guys.